Agency Member Falcone, Francisco, Horton, House,
Here.
Schneider, Williams, Mayor Chair Bloom.
Here. I don't think we have any changes to the agenda. Okay. You have some public comment things there. I'll let you settle a little. I know our Finance Committee went a little bit long. That's why they're trickling in here. Except Ms. Schneider's on there, and she's here. Who knows?
Just inhaled some soup, but that's where
Okay.
we just
Thanks.
literally finished about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. We have a few people who'd like to speak at public comment. We have first Jack Wilson. Jack, you want to come up? And Jack will be followed by Ruth Wilson. I think they know each other.
Thank you, Mayor Bloom and council members. I come to honor and respect two of our Santa Barbara residents today, two of those without houses. I'd gotten last week a letter from Ken Williams, whom I'm sure you know, who's been a social worker here for 20 years, called today to tell us about the loss of Joseph Perez and Ross Stiles, who died last week. Got another email from a friend of mine who had worked 10 years in social services, Jason Tarman. And he wrote, I just got a call that Ross Stiles was found dead yesterday, apparently beaten to death. Please continue to pray for our friends. Most of you from Pershing Park may not have known him, as he stayed on each beach mostly and never came to Wednesday night meal. But he was a kind, gentle, and wonderful man and will be missed. You know, unexpected loss of life is always sad and tragic. You know, we had earlier this year, we have Falcone's husband who died, and how tragic that was. And we, as a community, Santa Barbara came around her and him to support and honor them. And I think that that's so appropriate. And I think it's important to honor and respect those Santa Barbarans that we lose. So I come here to honor them and also to share with you that Wednesday night at Pershing Park, we will, when we bring food to the homeless there, we will be honoring them and Ross Stiles with a candlelight memorial service, and that all of Santa Barbara welcome, and you on the City Council are welcome to come and honor them too at 5:30.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth.
Thank you.
Supporters of the community do care what happens to our homeless neighbors. And I would just ask as I close that we might, I know there are a number of people here that have come today to honor them that are involved with the homeless, that we might just stand for a moment of silence in prayer and honor for them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lord. Thank you.
Okay, Ruth Wilson, followed by Roger Hurrow.
Madam Mayor and City Council members, I think you have an impossible job. The economy and the budget cuts, I just don't know how you can figure this all out. And I do know that we have to be very practical now. And I just wanted to tell you that there's a big difference between a wish list and a necessity. Jack and I went on a mission trip to Sudan a few years ago, and we went to Khartoum, the capital of the country, and there was practically no infrastructure there. Here it was the capital city, and there were dirt roads, there were houses crumbling, buildings, the public buildings crumbling, goats roaming the street, and yet they were all surviving in that city. So when I look at Santa Barbara, I think there are probably a lot of things we can put on hold, you know. But I don't know how you can discern it, so I'm praying for you. Lord, I ask you to give each of the city council members your discernment. You speak to them, Lord. Speak to their hearts when they should be saying yes and when they should be saying no, and give them a peace in the midst of it, Lord. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Roger Hurrow. Be followed by Nancy Tunnell. And then the last speaker will be Dr. Gary Linker. Roger.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, thank you. My name is Roger Hurrow. I'm representing the board of directors of the 10-year plan to end chronic homelessness. In the last 10 days, we've seen 2 homeless individuals pass away, one tragically. In the last 6 months, about 18 to 19 homeless have died on the South Coast. And then we saw this article in one of the newspapers, such a venomous article about individuals. And so rather than try to control my own emotions, I went to one of my favorite books. It's called Souls in the Hand of a Tender God. It was written by a minister who has been working with the chronically homeless, mentally ill in Seattle for the last 30 years. Just want to read. And the book actually is about cases that he has worked with. But I just want to read just a couple of short chapters to try to make a point. Because you as a body, a collective body, and you as individuals have such a sphere of influence on the residents of Santa Barbara County and even those that live outside of your city boundaries. And I would just pray that what is occurring or what has occurred has to stop. Not in Santa Barbara. But anyway, this author goes on to say, we cannot see what we do not look for. It is very easy to pass Mary on the street. Our culture teaches us not to stare, not to make eye contact, not to get involved. It's easy to see only the symptoms, but not the soul. Of Sylvie, someone whose behavior is off, whose words are bizarre, whose clothes may look weird. But the psalmist got it right. God is ever present. Look again at the stranger, the outcast. God is there. Look again at those who are ill, those who have nothing but the rags they are wearing, those with eyes full of sadness, those who are exhausted by the struggle simply to make it through the night. These are the first and foremost among us, the least of the world's standards, but the treasured companions of Christ. What do we learn in taking up the cause of companionship with Mary and Sylvie? What do their stories teach us, those of us who are concerned with caring for the soul in the struggle with mental illness, those of us who wish to help someone we love or someone we might not know very well who happens to come into our life at a time of desperate need. Our first task is to understand the symptoms of suffering, what they actually are, signs of mental disorder. The second task is to engage and support appropriate treatment. The third task, to find and use spiritual resources and practices that strengthen the work of the Spirit and amplify the healing effort. Our fourth task is not simply to aid in the restoration of the soul, but to actively help expand the soul's capacity to include the reality of illness in the immensity of our spiritual life and in the wholeness of who we are as persons.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy Tunnell will be followed by Dr. Gary Linker.
Hiring a retired policeman part-time for restorative policing seems like a good idea at first glance, but considering the fabulous salary you would get for dealing with a relatively few people, it makes me wonder if the money couldn't be spent more wisely. Surely $80,000 a year could serve the homeless and the city much better in the hands of several people with various and evolving ideas rather than invested in one person with a limited agenda. Why not give some financial cushion to those already dedicated to helping others without the promise of compensation? People who work out of love and moral conviction often seem invisible, but without them the struggle against homelessness is futile. But the fact is they too need to keep a roof over their heads. Consider how important it is to keep these people engaged and in the area. I realize that funding is a lot more complicated than I'm making it sound, and I know you'll ignore my suggestion, at least in the short run. But I ask you to keep it in mind when you reallocate funds for homeless issues. And in memory of Ross Stiles, I'd like to add this. We have forgotten, if we ever knew, that our reality runs through our veins. It is sensed on our skin and seen through our eyes. We don't wear it or drive it or spend it. And our capacity for love and decency can't be measured or bought with dollars. And no matter how the world may try, no amount of material possession can make one man more human than the next. Therefore, never sin to know for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee.
Thank you. Dr. Gary Linker will be the last speaker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council, for this time to speak. I just want to relate to you that my staff tells me that Ross was a very gentle man. He was not the kind of person who caused trouble. He tried to get along. He wanted to make his way. And that what has occurred is an incredible injustice. But I also want to say that the article that appeared in the Daily Sound last week is equally unjust. I am a huge advocate of the free press, but when that press is vicious and mean-spirited, it needs to be stopped. And I would urge everyone in this room and those watching to send a letter to the Daily Sound requesting that this individual either be monitored or that her column be discontinued, because her words are a disservice to our community. They add to the climate of hostility that is unfairly being unleashed on the homeless in our community that are not quite as able to take care of themselves, to defend themselves, and unfortunately, because of their visibility, are easy targets. This kind of behavior needs to stop, and this kind of rhetoric needs to stop. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have no other requests to speak, so we can go on to the consent calendar. Cindy, you want to read by title only?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, I'm sorry.
I need to pull
Ms.
item
Falcone.
4, please, and abstain from it.
Okay.
I belong to the organization for which this is going to be happening.
Okay.
I also would like to pull out 9 and 12.
9 and what?
12.
Oh, just one second. 9 and 12? Okay. Oh, might as well just not have one. Okay. And 12. Okay. Okay, and you want what?
Number 3.
Number 3? Okay, Dale. Well, okay. Go ahead and read what you need to by title only. Thank you for coming, folks.
Item number 2, termination of proclamation for a local emergency, T-Fire. Recommendation, the council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara terminating a local emergency due to the T-Fire. Item number 3, adoption of ordinance for the 2008-2010 General Unit Memorandum of Understanding. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara adopting the Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Santa Barbara and the Santa Barbara City Employees Association General Unit. Item number 4, introduction of ordinance for the 10-year license agreement with the Santa Barbara Youth Sailing Foundation. Recommendation that council approve a license agreement with the Santa Barbara Youth Sailing Foundation and introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara approving a 10-year license agreement with the Santa Barbara Youth Sailing Foundation effective March 26, 2009 for a 2,500 square foot water space in Marina 1 at an initial rent of $595 per month. Item number 5, introduction of ordinance to approve property transfer for Highway 101 operational improvements project. Recommendation that council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara approving and authorizing the city administrator to execute the property transfer agreement with the State of California Department of Transportation and subsequently, subject to review and approval by the city attorney, to execute any deeds to provide for the transfer of certain properties owned in fee by the City of Santa Barbara required for the State Highway Route 101 Milpas Street to Hot Springs Road Operational Improvements Project and accepting the ownership in fee of certain non-freeway properties to be relinquished by the State of California Department of Transportation underlying and adjacent to the roundabout at Milpas Street, now existing adjacent to State Highway. Item number 6, introduction of ordinance for airport zoning map revision, 1600 Cecil Cook Place, including recommendation A, that council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara, amending Title 29 of the Santa Barbara Municipal Code to rezone 9.04 acres of airport approach and operations zone to aviation facilities zone in the coastal zone at the Santa Barbara Municipal Airport. Item number 12, proposed change to parking violation penalties and related fees. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending resolution number 08060 establishing certain city fees including water and wastewater rates and rescinding resolutions numbers 07052, 07085, and 08013 adjusting parking violation penalties and related fees effective March 1, 2009.
Okay. We have item 3, which is the general unit memorandum of understanding, if I could say it. Mr. Francisco, you called that off.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I want to vote on this one separately.
Okay. Can I have a motion and a second on item number 3? We're going to vote on it separately.
I'll move item 3.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay. Any abstentions? Okay. 6.
I'll move item 4.
Well, we've got, okay, go ahead.
Second.
Okay. Did you want to say anything about it? You're abstaining, right?
I'm abstaining. I'm
Okay.
a member of the organization for
Thank
which
you.
this contract is benefiting.
Okay. Item 4, this is the Santa Barbara Youth Sailing Foundation 10-year license. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Abstain.
And abstain, yeah. Thank you. And then we have item, just a second, item number 9. Ms. Schneider.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't need to vote on this separately. I wanted to highlight it because I think it's important information. It's about the partnership with the Southern California Edison Energy Leaders Pilot Program revenues, and I won't read through the whole thing, but I think the important thing to highlight here is this was a partnership looking at energy efficiencies and lighting and other facilities, and the estimate savings was going to be 230,000 kilowatts per year with an annual monetary savings of $33,000 in electricity cost. What ended up happening was more than we expected, which it yielded 488,000 kilowatts per year with a savings to the city of almost $67,000. So almost double, more than double. And I think that's just something I wanted to acknowledge to the listening public. But I don't need to vote on it separately.
Okay, thank you for doing that. And then we have item...
Move the rest of the consent calendar.
No, we have item number 12
so
called
sorry.
off. Go
Premature.
that was me as well,
Yeah.
number 12.
Go ahead. This is proposed changes to the parking violation penalties. Those are called parking tickets. Go ahead.
Parking tickets, right. I have a question related to one of the very long list here of the new charges, and that has to do with street sweeping. I believe it's 10.12.150B, failure to obey posted sign, and it's the amount here is going from 40 to 45, so a $5 change, basically because I think this council and the finance committee prior to made a policy decision not to increase the street sweeping increases as much when we looked at the others because of it disproportionately looks at targets certain parts of the city over others just based on the parking issues when it comes to street sweeping. So I guess my question is, and it might be more of a finance question, it shows the financial savings to the whole package was $195,000 per year. Do we know what proportion this $5 change for the street sweeping would be, and does that go directly to the general fund or the street sweeping fund, or how does that work?
Mr. Armstrong, do you know?
Mr. Armstrong. I'm not sure what the number is for the street sweeping. The money would go into the street sweeping fund. That's what we do with all of those revenues. But as you know, we have proposed, and I think in the proposed budget, we are transferring some of those monies back into the general fund. We can get you that amount, though, if you like.
I've got that number for you.
Oh, okay, Mr. Manning.
For every $1 increase in street sweeping, we collect $29,400.
I'm going to round it up to 30,000. So if it's a $5 increase, 30 times 5 is 150,000. So is that right?
Total funds to the general fund would be about $88,000 because some of that money would be going to the county. $2 of the $5 increase would be going to the county to offset the emergency medical services and also the court construction fund, and then $3 would come to the general fund.
So $3, if we're looking at that, is $90,000 if I'm rounding up, and so the $90,000 of the $195,000 is solely based on street sweeping revenues, because that's what the financial budget says here.
That's correct.
Wow.
I guess I'm fine with the $2 upgrade because it's a pass-through if the county's upgrading our fees and we don't want to lose money that's there. I'm a little hesitant just this coming on consent calendar out of nowhere when we've had policy discussions related to the budget on this particular item. And that might be worth something as we talked about for the budget moving into July 1st. But I just feel like this is sort of out of order in terms of other policy decisions we had as a council on this one item. The rest of the increases I'm fine with. And I'd like to hear from my colleagues about that.
I'm sorry. My apologies for this, which I can only describe as an oversight on my part. In my newness, in my position as deputy chief, I was unaware that the finance committee had made that distinction, and when I ordered this CAR drafted, I failed to take notice of that.
It's nothing personal against you, deputy chief. That's fine, but I do think it's a policy issue that I wanted to bring up to the council.
Okay.
Something I would suggest that we look at this as part of the budget, and if we want to implement the other $3 as part of the budget for implementing July 1st, I'm happy to go through that process, but I just don't want to skip over the policy decisions we made prior to now. So my recommendation would be to pass the fee adjustments as presented with the exception of moving 10.12.150 from $40 to $42.
I'm sorry, you want to amend it to say, instead of saying 45, which it does.
Correct.
Right
So the pass-through that the county gives, we don't lose funding. We go through, we pay the county what they're charging us for the extra amount for the ticket, but yet the issue of the other $3, and my reasoning behind it is street sweeping tickets are given to portions of the city, that disproportional parts of the city, because of the way we do our signage. And I think we should have the signage there. I think we need to have the tickets there. But if we had this philosophy before of making a distinction between street sweeping, parking tickets, and others, then we just need to have that conversation, and we haven't.
No, I understand that. It also has to do with where there are more cars. They tend to be more dense areas. We've had that discussion before on the lower west side, the west side, and on the east side some. So you would like to you'd like to amend that second line there. Is there a second to that?
I'll second.
Okay. Discussion on that amendment?
I,
Yes, go ahead,
Madam Mayor?
Mr. Williams.
as someone who, because I bike and bus often, and because my significant other, she likes to put her motorcycle in the garage, I get a lot of these tickets. So I feel good about the fact that I disagree. I think the depth of our financial malaise and budget deficit is so incredibly deep that it does not make sense for us not to go with the staff recommendation as it stands. That's a significant amount of money. It's and I think it's sort of compared to the terrible and drastic cuts we are looking at. It is a relatively minor injustice. We are looking at things that I think are so much worse that I believe that it would be irresponsible for us not to do that. I also was one of the members of the Finance Committee that originally recommended differentiating street sweeping from the rest of the tickets and not raising the price on street sweeping. I feel the logic still is applicable, but I feel like the depth of the emergency calls for doing it.
Okay. Anybody else? Ms. Falcone.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with Mr. Williams. I think that $90,000 or $88,000, whatever it is, I mean, that does pay to keep a police officer on the street and on the beat doing a lot of other things. So I do agree that there are some reasons that the signage throughout the city is absolutely inequitable. However, that was a decision that was made some 5 years ago, which I disagreed with vehemently at the time. I think it all should be egalitarian, but it's not, and that's the way it is. But I do think that we need to look for sources of funding. This is a minor one, and I'm not going to support that amended motion.
Okay. Mr. House.
Just a quick question for staff on that. So those $3 that we're talking about, and it adds up to, you said, about $88,000 a year, and goes to the general fund. Does it go to the general fund specifically for street sweeping? I mean, is it a street sweeping? Does it go to the street sweeping fund, or does it go to a general fund that can be used for parks or police officers or whatever?
Yeah, Mr. Armstrong.
In the past, what we have done is we have taken the street sweeping violations and we have deposited them in the street sweeping fund and then reimbursed the police department for all of the cost related to parking enforcement. That's not a legal requirement. We've just been doing that because we wanted to make sure that at least first we covered the cost of street sweeping. But it's clearly as a budget balancing tool. As you recall, last year we had built up a surplus in the street sweeping fund, and we transferred some of that into the general fund. And if we have a surplus, that's certainly an option we could do.
Well, I just want to comment that I believe in philosophy with what Ms. Schneider is saying, but I think right now in practicality we're putting it to a place that goes back to be really used right there in the same neighborhoods, and I think I'd rather support the staff recommendation today.
Okay. Should we have a vote on the amendment first? Go ahead, Ms. Schneider.
I just want to make clear that I wasn't necessarily opposed to the changing it per se. I wanted to highlight, and I'm concerned that out of transparency about our budget, that was something we needed to move forward. So I'm not going to die on my sword on this one, but I wanted to bring that up and pay attention to what we've done in the past. So I'm going to vote for it as is, after hearing for the council, because I think the other pieces of it need to happen. So, but I think it was important to bring up. Thank you.
There are motions.
So is that withdrawing your amendment? Okay.
Second that.
And I'll draw the motion and move the rest of the consent calendar.
Except for items number 3 and 4, which we already voted on.
That's why.
Okay. I know.
Right.
I know.
Exactly.
I just want to make it very clear.
And I'm seconding it.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Thank you very much. Did you get all that, Cindy? Okay. We are on to a report from the Finance Committee. Mr.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Sure. Thank
Madam
you.
Mayor attended the Finance Committee today.
I did, for fun.
And we had a extensive 2-hour meeting with an excellent staff presentation on carbon neutrality options for the city. And we are all members of the Finance Committee in favor of having city goals in this regard. We needed some more financial information. We will be taking another look at it in finance, and then we'll be bringing it on back to the full council in a little while.
Okay, thank you very much. And then we have item number 19.
Item number 19, West Beach Public Art Program Professional Services Contract, including recommendation C, that council and agency board adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the City of Santa Barbara and the City of Santa Barbara Redevelopment Agency approving and adopting the findings required by Health and Safety Code Section 33445 for funding of capital improvements for the West Beach Public Art Program.
Okay, good. Mr. Bossy, are you going to do this one?
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and agency board members. My name is Brian Bossy, and I'm the redevelopment supervisor with the Redevelopment Agency. And we're here to talk to you about the West Beach Public Art Program, which is a component of the larger West Beach Pedestrian Improvement Project. And with that, I'd like to let our redevelopment specialist, Jeanette Cando, take over. Jeanette has been leading the city and the agency's charge and moving this project forward. And I think we've got some really good news for you. So with that, I'll let Jeanette take over.
Okay, and I wanted to congratulate Ms. Cando on the art and what are we calling Jardín de Granadas. There, it's very wonderful. So if you haven't seen it, it's on Anna Pamu right behind the coffee cat. It's very wonderful. Thank you, and thank you for the ribbon cutting in the rain.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am Jeanette Cando, Redevelopment Specialist, and what I would like to present to you today is the West Beach Public Art Program. So, as Mr. Bossy said, this is a separate component, or a component of the larger pedestrian improvement project. One of the primary goals of the project is to create linkages between Stearns Wharf and the harbor. And one of the strategies for doing that is to create nodes or areas of interest along the West Cabrillo Promenade where people can stop. It's a reason to go down there, and it's also a reason to kind of continue down along the promenade between these two areas. So with that in mind, this idea of integrating public art into the project has always been a component of the project. What we have stated as the overall goals of public art with respect to this project are to increase the appeal and interest of West Beach, to enrich the lives of residents and visitors of West Beach and of the community as a whole, and to illustrate and engage the public in key stories related to the history of the Santa Barbara waterfront. So that last element there was sort of a thematic or topical element for the public art to sort of give themes that the artist would then improvise upon. So in spring of 2008, an ad hoc committee was convened, and the committee was made of members of the Arts Advisory Committee, Visual Arts and Public Places, County Arts Commission, the Redevelopment Agency, our project consulting agency, the Conceptual Motion Company, as well as the Maritime Museum. And the committee took several site visits, walked through the project, looked at the proposed elements of the project, and also consulted information that was gathered by Conceptual Motion Company regarding stakeholder input as to what the major themes of the waterfront would be, this idea of history of the waterfront, what that would look like. That ad hoc committee created some recommendations that were then brought forward to the Arts Advisory Committee in July of 2008. Those were modified somewhat, but basically approved and moved forward. The Redevelopment Agency worked with Conceptual Motion Company to integrate these recommendations into the project design, and those were moved forward through our design review with the Historic Landmarks Commission and the Architectural Board of Review. In October of 2008, an RFP was released, and that RFP was developed largely based upon existing public art programs. And from that RFP, we received 10 complete applications. Those were reviewed by a selection panel. And the selection panel, again, was composed of many different commissions that have an interest in this project. So that, again, is the Historic Landmarks Commission, the Parks and Recreation Commission, Arts Advisory, VAP, the RDA, and we also had staff liaisons from the Public Works Department as well as Parks and Recreation to inform the application reviews and also the interview process. So from all that, in December of 2008, some selections were made by the panel, and I'm going to bring these recommendations to you right now. And that is, firstly, that the proposal from Richard Irvine and Rafael Perea de la Cabada for plaza treatments at Chapala Street, Bath Street, and Los Baños, as well as new public art benches at Los Baños, would be accepted. And that also the proposal by Lorianne David and a collaborative of Chumash members for one plaza treatment at Ambassador Park would be accepted. So what we described as the scope of work for the public art component is their design development, materials and fabrication, as well as construction consultation. So the actual what we're trying to do is integrate the installation of the public art with the larger project. So that will be part of the contractor's responsibility, but they will be resourcing the artists during the installation period. And so our contract or purchase order amounts that we are requesting today are in amounts not to exceed for the Richard Irvine and Rafael Perea de la Cabada proposal, $123,100 with a 10% contingency. And then also for the Lorianne David application that it would be $25,600 with a $2,500 contingency. And these were costs that were anticipated and budgeted in the project budget, and so it's within what we were planning on. So moving forward from here, I'm going to sort of intertwine the art program schedule as well as the larger project schedule. And estimated at this point, we are currently in plan check review for the West Beach Pedestrian Improvement Project, and we are anticipating going out to bid in March. The bidding period would occur in April. During the same time, the art concepts would continue to be refined. It will go through our standard public art review process, so they will be going to the Visual Arts and Public Places Committee as well as Arts Advisory, and we will also be taking the project to the Historic Landmarks Commission. So when that has been complete, we are anticipating that that would also be complete in late March, early April. The fabrication period for the art would begin off-site. In May, we will begin construction on the project. And as I said before, the installation of the public art would be part of the construction schedule. Because the way that we're looking for that at this point to begin is that the work would start on the Chapala Street end. In the ficus trees at Los Baños, we have the black-crowned night heron that will be nesting. Therefore, we will not start construction until after August 15th within 300 feet of that location. So we're starting at Chapala Street and then working our way to Ambassador Park, Bath Street, and then eventually Los Baños. And all of that in anticipation of the project being complete in November of 2009. So with that, I would like to just briefly give you a look at what the concept designs are. And again, I want to emphasize concept design. So these are just about what were submitted as application, and I can't give you the same type of narrative that the artists themselves can give. But this is for the Chapala Street Plaza, and it is for the topic of environmentalism or history of the environment within Santa Barbara. Again, what we were giving as sort of references here is the oil spill and how the environmental movement really took a lot of note from that and started here in Santa Barbara. And so what they were inspired by was this idea of both oil in the water, but then also a ripple effect from, you know, one significant occurrence causing something much larger. And so that's what is being conveyed in the hardscape here. And I should also say that we have requested of all of the materials for all of the projects would be tile mosaic. So that's what will be going in at all of the intersections. Oops. This is, and again, this is the Richard Irvine and Rafael Perea de la Cabada concept. So the previous concept, this one that I'm showing you, and the next are all by the same design team. So this is for the working harbor, and I have to say that this concept has already changed significantly, but what they were conveying here is this idea of sort of mechanical labor and history, and each one of these propellers was going to designate a period of time and indicate a significant personality within the harbor's history was sort of the idea that was moving forward there. And then this is the intersection at Los Baños, and if I can indicate here with the cursor, no. To orient you, because it's a little bit odd, in the center of the picture it's a female figure that is swimming and reaching forward. This would be placed in the walkway between the wading pool and Los Baños. And what we wanted to do here, and I think what the design team really did effectively, was to draw people down that walkway, to give a visual cue that is someplace that they wanted to travel through. And the theme that they were working with was essentially the history of Los Baños. And so they were looking at the swimming element, athleticism, and so playing off that. And then also you can see stylistically really playing off the period of the architecture of Los Baños and trying to work into that. And they really see this as being sort of a key inspiration for the rest of their designs. And then I also just want to bring your attention to the 4 blue rectangles that are along the top of the walkway there. Those will actually be new art benches, and the idea there is that we were just thinking that the 2 benches nearest the main sidewalk would be art components, but what they are proposing is benches that would have the sort of undulating feature that would, again, indicate that it's a walkway and that it's something that's continuing between the 2 buildings. And so playing off that, and then they've also included a signage component for Los Baños that the tile designs, what they're proposing is that they could source historical photographs or postcards of Los Baños and indicate what the building was like different periods of time. And then the final concept is what we have from Lorianne David and the Chumash Collaborative. And what we are showing here, and this would be installed in the plaza across from Ambassador Park. And Ambassador Park is the sort of historical center, or the center of their historical village, Stioktung. And so this area was considered really the perfect place to address this topic of Chumash history. What this proposal in particular really, what was seen to be particularly special about it is that it is truly a collaboration of 4 different Chumash bands from the area. It has support of all 5 of the Chumash bands, and it has had significant input from all of the different tribes as to what the content of this is. And there's a real storytelling element as to the history of their people here and what it is showing. So this is the 4th art element that will be going in as part of the tile mosaic design. So with that, that is the West Beach Public Art Program as we are currently moving forward with it. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Okay, I just wanted to point out that this is redevelopment money. I think people are people are very concerned about money these days in their own homes and also in businesses and in city government. And I really am very glad that they are. I don't have a problem with that, but I do want to make sure that when we're spending this money, $163,000, they know that it's already in the budget and it's in our redevelopment agency budget, which gets money from the downtown property owners. So it's, you know, this is what we spend money on, and so let's begin the discussion. Mr. House, and then Mr. Francisco. Go ahead.
Well, I'll just be really brief, but to say how much I really appreciate the work that the staff has done in bringing all the different parties together. Art is a very difficult topic in Santa Barbara, and especially in something as prominent as the West Beach area and this promenade, but it's something that has been identified as a real key feature of any infrastructure project and how essential that it needs to be, not just for tourists, but for those of us who use it as residents as well. And in this particular case, and this is what I really want to say, what's being represented really does tell a very compelling and interesting story. And the backstory on the Shumash participation to me is particularly interesting, and that is the truly historic moment of coming together of the bands to work out how they represent their cosmology and to really share that with others. So to those from the Shumash bands that participated and really stood up for this project and have brought something of great value here in probably one of the most, we'll go prehistory now, pre-Columbian sites in all of the West Coast. To really have something like that here is just phenomenal. But without staff's support and assistance to really pull this together like that, and I guess lastly to the main contractor or main. Let's see, now I've got to get the name, Richard Irvine and Rafael Perea de la Cavada. We really want to thank them as well for that willingness to collaborate. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you. Mr. Francisco?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I had some questions about the design review schedule. Could you go over that in a little more detail? I didn't quite get it.
Sure. Let me just pull that out. So at this point, we are looking to present to the Arts Advisory on February 19th. And then if that went well, we would bring the designs to the Historic Landmarks Commission on March 4th.
Okay.
And that is earlier than we usually would. Usually public art, we don't bring it to the HLC until it's in more of a final design, but at this point it would be more of a preliminary stage, and we're doing that specifically because the Commission has expressed specific interest in this project and we want to make sure that they're brought in early on that. So March 4th for the HLC, and then the selection panel that I mentioned previously, we are continuing to meet with them. They're continuing to advise the design, so that will be another meeting with the design teams. And then we will return to the Arts Advisory on March 19th for a final design review. And if it is requested from the HLC, we will return to them also for a final design review.
So your first meeting with the HLC is conceptual review, though, correct?
That's correct.
So you would at least need to come back for preliminary review.
Councilmember Francisco, regarding the art process and the Historic Landmarks Commission, our plan at this point is it's more of keeping them apprised of the project and the art that's going in. They had expressed some concerns with this particular project and the art, for the art to not overtake the plazas. We've got a beautiful frontage down there, and so we really want to keep the HLC involved in this process. So generally what happens when we're doing public art projects as part of the larger project, we move through and we take these back to the Historic Landmarks Commission, not as a consent item, but more as a courtesy review to get their input and help guide the art along through the process. So we wouldn't necessarily have to go back through for a preliminary and final approval. Those types of approvals for public art are generally put off to the Visual Art and Public Places as well as Arts Advisory Committees.
Okay. Thank you.
And this is part of the West Beach sidewalk construction project, though. Okay, because you didn't mention that. You were mentioning all the art, but that's going along with it, as you said before, right?
Right. So, Madam Mayor, if I may clarify, the West Beach Pedestrian Improvement Project has actually received final design review.
Okay, there you go. Okay.
So we're complete with that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Horton, and then Mr. Williams.
It was about 7 years ago that Ms. Falcone and I joined the Redevelopment Agency Board, and one of our mutual goals was to try to find some improvement down on Cabrillo Boulevard. And sometimes people ask you, why do you want to be on council, and is there anything good about it? And I've got to say that when I see what's going on, what has already gone on the East Beach side, and what this will do to the West Beach side, it kind of gives me a warm glow that this was an idea that was conceived, funded, and implemented within budget while I was on here, and I'm very proud of it. I'm proud of what you've done, and thank you for moving it along so I could see it before I'm out of here.
Thank you, Mr. Williams, and then Ms. Falcone.
I thought it important to say just a couple things. First, that I'm very, very happy that staff worked on some of the issues to include a native Chumash element to this. I just, feel that it's important that we remember that the history of Santa Barbara goes back longer than Spanish explorers, and that there was a community here of Chumash, Suyuktun, that existed for a lot longer than what we normally think of as the history of Santa Barbara, and that the descendants of those people still live in this community today. And I think that's just an important part of our heritage and something that'll be great to celebrate here. I also hope that people are aware in the public, sort of what Marty started to talk about, that these are funds that we cannot use to backfill our general fund. It's illegal to use them to backfill our general fund, so we cannot use them to eliminate our budget deficit. And in some way, it's also a good logic that we should continue to replace aging parts of our infrastructure, even when the economy is bad, because if we stop doing this, then the potential is that the economy just keeps on getting worse. So I do think that there is some great logic to continuing to do beautification projects like this one, and I'm proud to see it move forward.
Okay, Ms. Falcone, and then Ms. Schneider.
Thank you. Well, as Mr. Horton said, this gives me a warm and fuzzy. 7 years ago or so, I remember Roger was complaining about tripping on the sidewalks as he walked. He and Eileen walked on East Beach along the way, and being sort of a harbor rat, I was always very concerned about the fact that there was such a moonscape and expanse between the State Street Wharf, very highly traveled area, and the harbor. When people come out of those many hotels and or neighborhoods of the West Side and the West Beach area, and they come to the boulevard, they look right, they look left, they see stuff going on down at the harbor, but they don't know what the heck's going on, or down at the wharf, and they don't know what the heck's going on down at the harbor, and you can't get across it anyway. So it was just natural that people would sort of default to going east at that point. And this particular piece, the East Beach side, came out great. I hope there's some continuity. I know that we've talked about that in terms of the design of the actual construction of the sidewalk, the plantings and all of that. So I do hope that the continuity is pulled through, because I haven't seen the design yet. I've got a certain pride of ownership over this one, but I'm so grateful to you. I know that pulling all 5 bands together was a feat of Herculean effort, and thank you, Jeanette. And I really do. I really do think that it's coming along. I do hope that the HLC will not find too many issues that might mess with the schedule here, because November project complete looms large off this page to me. So I look forward to that. And thank you, and Brian, very much.
Ms. Schneider?
Thank you. I see a lot of artists and collaborators in the room, and I just want to acknowledge your presence and thank you for this. It's unusual, I think, for a project like this to have 2 separate contracts, and I want to acknowledge that, and I think it fits. The 4 themes of history in Santa Barbara, the Chumash history, the oil spill and the ripple effect. I love that, how the image of that, the working harbor, and then Los Baños Pool, I think will tie together very well, and we're working with the best people we can for each component of it, and I think that's a great collaborative nature and way of moving forward. So I do appreciate that. I'm looking forward to seeing this, and I think it shows one way public art can be both illustrative, show our history, but also practical. This is a way of allowing people to figure out that there is a way to get over to the harbor, and instead of just having some sign saying harbor this way, there's a fun way that shows us to be a little more unique and yet also teaches residents and visitors about the history of Santa Barbara in multifaceted ways. So I'm very pleased to see this aspect of it, and thank Ms. Candau or Candu as I call her, for this. After Jardines de las Granadas and this, I don't know what you're going to do next, but I'm sure there'll be something. And but this one has to finish first. You haven't checked this one off yet, but thank you all for being here, and I look forward to seeing it on the ground.
Mr. Francisco?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One more question. How much narrative text is going to be associated with these displays? Can you just give me a rough idea?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Francisco, the signage or didactic element of the art component has not at this point been ironed out. We are going to be working with the artists as well as the Maritime Museum and going through the sign committee to identify all of those issues. We definitely do want to have some element, and there are both design teams have proposed how that could be addressed, but it at this point hasn't been defined.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. House?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I will then move that we adopt A, B, and C in the staff report and move the West Beach Public Art Program forward.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much. This is good. Thanks. Okay. Item number 20, please.
Item number 20, introduction of ordinance for 535 East Montecito Street, Las Portales Specific Plan. Recommendation that council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara adopting a specific plan for the Las Portales Specific Plan area SP 10 zone for property located at 535 East Montecito Street, assessors parcel number 031351010.
Okay. Ms. Kennedy, when you're ready. Whoa, that was fast. Look at that. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. As you heard, this is a hearing for the Las Portales Specific Plan Ordinance. The purpose of the hearing today is to introduce an ordinance adopting the specific plan for the Las Portales Specific Plan area, which we're calling SP 10 zone at 535 East Montecito Street. Just give you a brief overview and background of the project. Here's the project site. As you know, it is currently a vacant site, 535 East Montecito Street, and the corner of Calle Cesar Chavez. Briefly, the project description, as you recall, consists of 6 three-story buildings. Also consists of 48 residential condominium units. 8 would be market rate, and then 40 would be below market rate units. As you know, because residential uses are not normally allowed in the M1 zone, a specific plan to establish a zoning overlay is required to allow below market rate residential development in the zone. The status is that back in August of 2008, the Planning Commission did approve the project. They certified the EIR, and it was approved contingent upon the adoption of the specific plan by the City Council. We brought the ordinance to you on September 9th, 2008 to go over the details of it. At that time, you provided comments to staff, and we have revised the ordinance based on your comments from the applicant, and some other additional staff comments. Give you a list of the revisions made that you've requested and that we've discussed with the applicant and have come to an agreement upon these. One was to include an escalator clause of 2.5% or less, compounded annually between approval and initial sale of the first unit. That the housing be open to South Coast residents with preference given to the people who work in the city. That the developer has up to 7 years to begin construction, even if construction only begins on one phase of the project. Also to add compounding to the 2.5 annual resale price section. that the specific plan would apply only to the Las Portales project as approved by the Planning Commission, and to allow phasing of the construction. Each phase is not less than 8 units, which would be one building, and construction of the first phase begins within 7 years. And also, we did remove the provisions regarding the development costs and developer fees in our refunding section. And you've received today a new version of the ordinance. There's a little bit further clarification about phasing and starting of construction. And those areas are underlined in your revised ordinance. Just briefly, an update on what's happening with the project. The applicant has been granted a 1-year extension through November 2009 by the Housing Authority on their option to purchase the property. This would allow them to pursue financing for the below market rate housing project. In the meantime, they are leasing the site for open yard storage, which is an allowed use in the M1 zone. And also, they're looking towards an alternate plan because financing may not be available. They are proceeding with this alternative plan concurrently. Right now, it's proposed as a 10-lot subdivision. It would be for light industrial uses. It would be just the subdivision for the lots, and then each owner would develop separately. There's approximately 29,000 square feet available from the previous project to be developed on the site. That was demoed square footage. And this plan would meet a strong community need in support of small and local industrial businesses. This also was one of the alternatives in the EIR, you may recall. In order to adopt the ordinance, you would be making the environmental findings, making the findings for the specific plan itself, amending the zoning map to add the specific plan SB 10 zoning overlay, and adopting the Las Portales specific plan as SP 10 zone. Staff recommendation is to introduce and subsequently adopt an ordinance establishing the specific plan for this project site. That concludes staff's presentation.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Horton.
I was just wondering, from a financial standpoint, in view of rather
Oh, your microphone's not on? Is it? There you go.
I was wondering, in view of the changes in general finance in the country, have we looked at the impact on the low-income units as to the availability of money and using this whatever salaries we would want? In other words, is it still as viable as it was? I'm really just wondering about the financial model here. Is it still holding solid? Can someone help me on that?
Yeah, that one's microphone's on. Hi.
Oh, is it on?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, John Campanella, Berman Homes. Madam Mayor and City Council members, right now we are out looking for financing. Anyone who listened to Tim Geithner this morning understands about debt and equity and how you need equity to get debt, you need debt to get equity, and how we have to try to get some uncertainty and backing in the market. Right now, I think the financing for the current project, we are a below market project. Currently, if you look at equity sources are primarily looking for the deal, distressed assets, et cetera. We, in talking to one of the people who's looking for equity for us today, we said we're going to get our approval today. Essentially, we're not a distressed deal, but we're a below market deal, which is a very good investment in order to try to get housing done with the demand for housing that we see long term, with it, especially in Santa Barbara, and the gap that we have to market rates. So stop. If you don't want to look at just distressed assets, look at assets that look like they could sell, okay, when you produce the product. The key here for debt, equity, is it going to sell, how quickly it will sell. Construction lenders, in addition to wanting the equity to be there to make sure that it's supported and the risk is supported, they want to know that there's end loans available for people who are buying the houses to get mortgages so their debt could be paid off. We've spoken to local lenders. I think, as you know, the current affordable inclusionary programs and the variable density programs, they have conditions and recorded documents against them that are getting normal traditional loans that can be sold to Fannie Mae loans. So there's a place to put them. They're not special loans or special financing. We will have those same type of covenants. It's no different. The lenders are protected. We have no problem based on what the city has been doing to date, just changing the incomes a bit here and the price level, that these loans will be able to be made. And they're not tricky loans or subprime loans. They're just normal loans. Construction lender wants to know that that's available. Okay? Equity wants to know how quickly you can sell them. We've done a number of things here that really help the project. One is phasing. You know, not having to build 48 units at the same time as you would on a superstructure. Now you're able to do the off-site work and the development work, but not have as much investment in the actual houses until people know that there's sales. And then you can go forward with the rest. So I think we've got a real good program here to try to get the financing. And I think if out of the box, if there's a lender locally who wants to do financing for residential, to do it on a project that's below market, that does have an appreciation factor, that will have people in a unit with less carrying costs while they're there. And hopefully we have a list of people that they could sell to when they want to sell, then they don't have to pay a commission. So you look at those financing, it's very attractive, we think. And we think we'll be able to find money available. But it's going to be, you know, an effort to do it because we have to get a mindset in people now that this is the time to invest in a residential project.
Just a quick follow-up, Madam Mayor. Have you looked, John, have you looked at what's on the market right now as a gauge of how rapidly that's selling and how this would compare with that?
Yeah, quite honestly, you know, today, if we were out selling today, which we don't anticipate doing, but of course, but if we were out selling today, you still have a degree of uncertainty, you know, at all price levels. I think you're seeing countywide repo sales have been the predominant amount of sales that have been adding to it. We're down average pricing in Santa Barbara, but still it's $800,000 due to the mix, primarily, I should say, because there's some lower priced ones that are going and lower resales. But, you know, we're looking at the product as being new and family housing, and for income levels that couldn't afford other type programs that the city has. If it's a year and a half before we start selling, you know, we're thinking that the market should be back because we know the long-term situation in Santa Barbara. There's not going to be less expensive housing available for sale than you see now on a new basis. So that's our story, and that's our story for the investors and lenders.
And you're sticking to it. Thanks. Okay. We have some other people first. Dale. Oh, okay, go ahead.
Thank you, John. I have a question for you. In the terms that we're looking at here, I don't have a problem with it, and I'll keep my comments for a little later. But I do have a question. If the residential is not, if the building permit is not obtained, construction has not commenced within 7 years, that's a long time, John. Can you talk to me about why you think you actually need that sort of a window? Because it makes me a little uneasy.
I think the 7 years, we went back and forth on some dates. I think primarily the 7 years came up, not so much for this project specifically, but the overall specific plan zoning. In other words, what the City Council did not want to see is something where this zoning is kept on the property and nothing ever gets built. So the idea was, in working with staff, to put a time frame on whether a resident under this specific plan zoning, when a project has to start. We don't anticipate it, you know, hopefully it's not that long, but it was to try to give some time and some breathing room till the market turns around, et cetera, but not, and I think the word was infinity. You don't want to hold the zoning open forever. So that's the reason for the time frame.
Okay, so it's for the entire project.
That's correct.
But it does not trigger you to even begin for a 7-year period if circumstances are unfavorable.
As drafted, that's the way it is, yes. And again, that's to put a horizon on the ability to do this residential project.
But it doesn't trigger a start date any sooner than 7 years that you're bound to.
Correct.
And you need that?
Well, I think timing-wise, we're under a different type of time frame. We have an option on the property, and we're going to have to get an investor to come in and buy it. But nobody is going to start a project, even if they think it's a good one, if the sales aren't there yet. Okay? So what it does is gives us the opportunity to get financing to at least acquire the land. And then at the time you can get the financing for construction and sales are there as attitude changes around. I don't know what year that's going to be. Hopefully it's within the next 24 years and we can start. But this gives everybody breathing room before the zoning automatically goes away.
All right. Thanks, John.
Thank you, Mr. Brent. Yes,
Madam
go
Mayor,
ahead, Mr. Wiley.
I just wanted to add something in response to Councilmember Falcone's questions. To be clear about this, the 7 years was requested by the property owner, by Vermont. The cities initially wanted to have a much shorter time frame, had suggested at one point 5 years, not more than 5 years, but Vermont Development insisted that it needed as much as 5 years. And this is very much related to their concurrent request that this project be phased. And to be honest with you, we are a bit concerned. It's a bit unusual for us to have
that's my
a project
point.
that's phased, and the first phase doesn't even have to begin for as much as 7 years. Because if you think back to the way this project was presented in September of 2008, it was presented as a 48-unit project that was approved as a 48-unit project. And the assumption is, and this is the typical assumption for us, you approve something, it gets built within a very short time frame.
Can I ask two quick questions on that? It's 7 years from when?
From the effective date of this ordinance, next week, or
2
30
weeks.
days after next week.
Okay. And should phasing go forward, it has to begin within 7 years from 2 weeks from now. But is there any agreement that how long the phasing will take? In other words, you finish phase one and you sell it, but what triggers the need to go forward for phase 2 and 3 and whatever else?
There really isn't any trigger on phase 2. In other words, if they were to begin phase 1 at, say, 6 years, begin construction, they would then be vested with the entire project. And they could do phase 2 at year 9 or 10 or whatever. They would be
or
vested.
Not, or never.
Yeah, and then that's another point, and we really can't control that.
We can't.
With a phase project, a developer can come back and say, we built phase 1 and it's just not working, and you can't force someone to build something that's not working. And they would typically, or presumably, come back in and say, well, despite having a 48-unit project approved, it's now actually only going to be 8 or 16 units, and we have to do something else with the balance of the property.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is actually sort of similar to what Councilmember Falcone was just asking, and this may also be a question for you, Mr. Wiley, but I just wanted to understand, is there some way, basically what this condition that we were just talking about says is construction has to begin at a certain time. And all of us have experienced for some time the effects of the La Entrada project not going forward. And I was wondering, and this, by the way, this is not to impute bad motives to Vermont Development. I think this is a general problem that we faced as a city, we've faced before, and we need to come up with some kind of solution to this. And I was wondering, is there some way we could also have a condition that would say something about the aesthetic condition of the property? What I don't want to see is, if, God forbid, there is a long delay in construction, that we end up with a derelict property with similar bad effects to what we're seeing from La Entrada.
Councilmember Francisco, I think we have dealt with that actually even in more specifically in the revisions to the specific plan that were handed out today that require perimeter landscaping to be installed. Now, and I have to say that's only triggered by the start of phase 1. So the question came up, all right, so you start phase 1, which potentially could be as few as one building, 8-unit building. What happens to the balance of the property? And this does require that when you start phase 1, there be a perimeter landscaping, and that, of course, would be approved by the ABR, and it would be installed and maintained in conjunction with that. But beyond that, I don't know that we have a whole lot of other than the landscaping, and I don't know that we've dealt with it much more than that. So,
well, I guess what I'm wondering is, now I saw the revisions, but as you said, that applies to the beginning of Phase 1 construction. And so potentially we could have 7 years before those requirements come into effect. And we have no recourse about the condition of the property during those 7 years?
Well, I suppose we could come up with a condition that required this property to be landscaped within 180 days of the adoption of this ordinance, if we thought that was advisable. I don't think that occurred to the staff, because this property's been vacant for, I believe, as much as 25 years. And, in my experience, you do get public complaints when there's a hole in the ground.
Right.
Right.
This hasn't been a hole in the ground. It has been sort of cluttered at times and cleaned up at times. But as I say, we could consider revising this to add some sort of landscaping requirement that would be triggered right now, some sort of fencing requirement. We do have standard things about preventing graffiti. I don't think we necessarily need to add something, because that's illegal, or having fencing approved by the ABR. I believe we've got time to, if need be, to take a week and to try to draft that sort of thing, if you think the council would like it.
Okay. And one question for staff also. I confess I haven't been to the property recently. Tell me about the current use again.
George.
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Francisco, I was going to mention that they do have an allowed use of open yard storage, so that may be the way it's handled over the next time period that it's not being developed or constructed. I don't know if they have storage on site right now. I know they were looking for some, so the applicant would know.
Thank you.
Right. In order to help with the carrying costs of the property, with the debt that's on the property has been, with ABR approval, has been screened, fenced, security lights, video cameras, and it's been surrounded so you can't see into it. Everything around the perimeter has been cleaned up, and the storage is starting on site with some local firms, one contractor who's bringing their stuff in for storage. So that, if you do take a look at it, that's the state right now. We did not volunteer, practically the landscaping, when you do your first phase, you want to have that in around the project, and we said so. Doing it now is, one, an expense without knowing what finally is going to be approved, and we also have to plan it, because we've got to raise the site 2 feet of dirt, we've got to get utilities in, we've got to cut streets. The improvements primarily will be done at the time we do the first building. Okay, so before you have to complete all of that before you actually can put the final landscaping in. So we're not ready to do that yet. As far as what happens if we stop, well, we're in a lot of trouble. If we have taken out a loan and equity to do an entire site and all the infrastructure, and all we get is one building, Mr. Vermant, on the guarantees of his debt and partner's money, is going to have a lot of problems, because this is the project is financed based upon the ability to sell 48 units and go through it. We're phasing the buildings. The buildings would be stretched out anyway if you did them all at the same time, just due to construction trades. But the key is going to be, if you do not have the sales, the lender is not going to give you the money to do the next building. Okay, so that's going to be, we don't want to be in that position, because everybody's going to evaluate up front here. It all makes sense. You should sell 48 in a year and a half or a year. But once we start, there's a lot of investment and a lot of liability on people. It doesn't help anybody by stopping after that first building, if at all possible.
Right. So just to be clear about this, you have already implemented an ABR-approved plan for fencing and security?
That's already approved. We're permitted. We also have our signs, any signage that's up there about the leasing, et cetera, is subject to approval, and I believe they got their signage approved.
But is it implemented
it's in place right now?
Okay.
So if you drive by, you'll see it. It's all screened off.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just follow up with this line of thinking a little bit with Mr. Wiley? This is a specific plan, if I remember back to my planning commission days, and it's kind of fuzzy. Specific plans have an infinite life normally. So that's what we're thinking about. So 20, 30 years from now, Vermont's not there. Something happens and nothing gets built. But in 20 or 30 years, they could come back. Somebody could come and say, we'd like to build a housing development here in this M1 zone.
Madam Mayor, you're right. The general rule would be that a specific plan, unless otherwise stated, is perpetual. But what we've got here is that we say this plan expires if construction isn't started within 7 years.
Okay, but if they start digging and, I know you're going to be in trouble if you only build one building. I understand that. But if they do that and then get in trouble or something, it'll still be there for 20 more, 50 more, 100 more years.
Right, but we assume that at that point, and
Yeah.
Mr. Caminella mentioned this could happen. If only one building is built, then a property owner would come back to the city and say, I need to rezone this property, or I need to propose a new project because the one that was approved and for which construction was started just isn't working. The units didn't sell or whatever. And there's nothing that prevents any property owner from any time coming back and saying, I need to ask for a rezoning or I need to ask for a new project.
Sure. Yeah. But on top of this, we have the housing authority as the owner of this property.
Well,
our city.
They'd be out of the picture at that point, I believe.
We would hope, but I don't. But right now they aren't.
No.
And you've got Vermont has 1 year in options, so in a year that ends. So I don't know quite. Do you see what I'm trying to get at? So in a year, if you haven't done the option, then all this goes away except for the specific plan, which continues on and on until 7 years when somebody digs a hole, and then it goes on and on forever. Is that right?
That's basically correct, yes. And then that's why I kind of clicked on and said, this is a significant departure from what you saw last September. Right. And it is true, since this has come up, it almost never happens that someone gets construction financing and then stops in the middle of it. But it has happened in Santa Barbara.
Except Mr. Parker and the lawn trot. I know.
Right.
We've had some problems lately. Yeah.
I don't think anyone foresaw this recession and the depth of it.
Yeah, that's true.
And the impact on financial markets. And so, when we talk through these things in the past, we've always, all right, if we can get to a point where a developer can pull their building permit, that means they've got their construction financing typically. The cost of developing building permit plans and architects and getting a contractor on board is so high that they typically have to have their construction financing in place. And up until recently, we had never seen a development crater after that. But anything's possible, apparently, and it has happened.
I know.
I know. So, I say that because I think we're assuming that if a phase of this project starts, it will finish. It's not as big, for example, as the ones we've seen that have started and haven't finished. It would be just a residential project, and I think it would be honestly fairly far-fetched to see this project start at least one building and then not complete it.
Madam Mayor?
No, I understand. Yes, Mr. Vincent.
If I could add a couple comments regarding, even if this project vests through the construction of the first phase and then stops, the specific plan as far as the residential allowed uses are tied specifically to the plan approved by the Planning Commission in August. So the project could not, without coming back to council for a separate specific plan approval, could not exceed 48 units and would have to be built substantially conforming to the plan that the Planning Commission has already approved. So it's possible that the project could be sold to another property owner who then would maybe restart the project years from now. But even if vesting, you're looking at a project that you've already seen. So
sure. No, that's a good point. But we have Mr. Wright, who's down there on Garden Street, and he has a specific plan for a hotel. And nothing's happened in 20 years or so.
Right,
and we'll just wait, I guess. But,
Well, and that was approved in 1983, I believe,
Right.
that specific plan. It's unlimited as to time. But, you know, as far as I know, the city still is supportive of that specific plan, although Mr. Wright has explored a lot of other possibilities over the years.
Okay, thank you. Just, I don't know where that's leading me, but interesting. Mr. House and you too. Okay.
So just a question here, a couple of questions. One, this alternative to the housing or residential project. First of all, I don't see it in the ordinance referred to anywhere. Am I just missing it? Is this a separate, completely separate track that you're just mentioning or informing us of, or is it part of an agreement that we would be approving today?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember House, it's just an alternative that I wanted to bring to your attention. Because of the timelines, the applicant wants to pursue an alternate plan in case the other one doesn't go through. So they haven't actually submitted application yet. We expect it probably within a week or two.
I see.
And we
so
would
there's
be,
nothing within the within anything that we're doing today that would hold them back if they wanted to come forward with a completely different plan that would be conforming with allowed uses in the M1 zone. And if they met those requirements and went through that whole separate process from what we're talking about today, they could construct the project and just let this thing die if they wanted to.
Yes, that's correct.
I see. Okay, and then with regards to the maintenance of the area, it looks pretty good right now down there. I've been over there and seen the fence up, and the sign is there, and we have to figure out about that because it's an advertising kind of sign about storage there. So I don't know how long that can be there, but the probably my biggest concern about that is that it be maintained and that it be really kept up. We've had some of the open yard uses that do exist in the Lower East Side industrial area are they comply, I suppose, with the letter of our law, but in terms of the effect on their neighbors, for instance, big piles of dirt, which I don't know that you would have an interest in doing, but there are some tenants or some people that are renting space down there, and they're just piling up lots of dirt, which tends to blow all over the place. And, you know, with the kinds of uses like Casa de la Raza right there, with an educational place, with the .com type businesses that are in the vicinity and all. I mean, that's really, that particular area itself has been on the upswing for some time, and you've got those business condominiums there. And so I was also, like Mr. Francisco, looking through here trying to find any sort of a condition that might help us manage that in a tolerable state during that time. And I think probably the most important thing that could happen at this point is to hear from the applicant and hear them actually say something like that they will be that they will be keeping those open yard uses to uses that are compatible with that area, because open yard can mean a lot of different things. And we've certainly seen some of them in the east side and other parts over there that just really wouldn't fit in this neighborhood here. So I guess my first question is to staff, do we have any way to approach that issue from some sort of a discretionary purview by the community development director, or some language in here that would give us some handle on that with regards to what actually happens in that open yard or how it's maintained? And I really think it's very similar to the question I was hearing just a few moments ago, and I have a real interest in what we can say about it. I'm looking to staff for that, and then perhaps Mr. Campanella has something that he could say that would be reassuring to that.
Well, Madam Mayor, Councilmember House, we have our ordinance and we have our zoning enforcement to make sure that they conform to all the regulations, restrictions about what can be in the storage areas and how it's maintained. So I would look to that to be sure that it will take care of it, make sure it meets the regulations.
Mm-hmm. So from the city side, it would be just specifically what is an allowed use in an open yard area in the M1 zone.
Yes.
Now, I'm a little not sure that's going to be sufficient for my concerns about the surrounding uses, and I would be interested to know if we could do more, or if the applicant could come forward and actually offer something to be more substantial than that. For instance, storage, which I think is what it's being considered, storage of construction materials, but not some of that stuff is pretty awful. So, Mr. Campanella, do you have anything that you could help us with on that?
Sure. We'd be happy to work with staff on those items. I'm not familiar with the full list, but things that could be a nuisance, et cetera, or not good for the neighborhood. We'd be happy to work to exclude those from the leasing. Right now, while we're still under option, any tenancies or tenancies are approved by ourselves and the housing authority as owner. Everybody's on month-to-month lease. So if something's happening we don't like, we could just give them 30 days notice. But I'd be happy to work with staff to put a list together of what should not be on there. Let's say, even though it may be allowed based upon the neighborhood, and we'll put that into our leasing program.
I think that's the kind of thing I'm looking for, and really seriously with La Casa de la Raza, those kinds of uses, and the other buildings that are very close proximity. There are some of the uses like over at the concrete plant, and there's over further towards where the recycling thing is that Borgatellos have. I mean, there's some of those uses over there that would be really inappropriate in this particular block, and I'd really like staff to work closely with them to make sure that whatever's on the site stays on the site. I think that's the most important thing, and that it would be that kind of a thing. So I guess that's it. We even if this weren't to go through and they found an alternative project, it would have to comply with the M1 uses, which are like this 10-unit subdivision kind of thing. It wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. We just missed the great opportunity of having this housing. But it is the kind of a use that is still needed in the community and would be helpful to our small businesses. So I seem to think that this is, well, anyway, I didn't mean to make a comment. I just meant to ask questions. Sorry.
Okay. Ms. Schneider? And then Mr. Williams.
Thank you, and I appreciate the due diligence and everyone here asking these questions, because it is tricky and we don't want to go down a path of, well, we've seen some experiences other places have nothing to do with Vermont Homes, but we don't want to go down paths where we don't like what we see 10 years, 12 years later. A couple of other questions. The phasing can, as it says, shall consist of not less than 8 units, and so that could then mean, stretching it out the longest, you could have 6 phases of 8 units each. Is that correct? Right? So I'm just doing the math. And from what I'm hearing is the 7-year deadline has to start the first phase, but then beyond, in terms of gaps in between phases, there's no required deadline to start each individual phase, which I think Mr. Wiley talked about. So 2 questions. One is, and I don't remember if I saw it in here, so if it is in here, I apologize, but the site location of each phase. So, for example, the first phase, where on the property are we saying does it need to go? And I ask that because, worst case scenario, we only get one phase and it's right smack dab in the middle of the site. That's going to preclude us from looking at other options down the road versus off to the side or at the corner or something like that. Is that in here at all? Does that matter? I guess I'd ask staff or Mr. Campanella if that's been part of it, or Mr. Casey, or...
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Wiley.
Councilmember Snyder, no, I don't believe, we were, part of this is we didn't want to overly impinge or restrict the flexibility of the developer to do what made sense at the time. So no, I think it's true to say that in terms of phasing, the most we have is that it'd be not less than 8 units.
So, for example, so let's say phase 2. I mean, another scenario is, are we? And I don't know the engineering behind it too. So there's a question about that. But if phase 1 was at one corner, phase 2 is all the way at the other corner. Is that going to, and then there's a stop of, and the project doesn't continue anymore. Then where does that leave us? Mr. Casey.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Schneider, I think my response to that would be is that they would need to submit their proposal for how they're going to start construction on the site, and we would see that it would be one phase for 8 units, and we would be asking those questions at that point. It'd require design review approval from ABR. They also would kind of weigh in at that, and I think it'd be incumbent upon us as staff at that point to be challenging the developer. What if this is the only phase? Does this kind of make sense? Because if we're only seeing 8 units come through, I think we're going to ask that question.
But what kind of guarantee do we have in terms of suggesting or encouraging where the site is if we do have concerns about it? Because there are no conditions in here, correct?
Correct, but they need to get an ABR approval.
Okay,
And so that's kind of the power is
Through
through
that.
your discretionary review process that they would still have to go through, which would be the same thing. If we were to try to do it in this ordinance now, we'd want to go through kind of a design charrette and talk about where it would go, and it'd be kind of a similar process that we would just handle when they come
So
through.
there's
that
still
first
something
phase.
through the design review process that allows for that kind of questioning.
Yes.
Okay, second piece is the affordability. The specific plan calls for 40 affordable units, 8 market rate units. Are we putting a demand that there's a minimum of number of market rate units in the first phase? Or, I mean, because technically you could put all 8 market rate units and stop right there. And that's nowhere near the type of project that we were looking at from the beginning.
Mr. Vincent?
Madam Mayor, the specific plan currently has a requirement that the market rate units are dispersed proportionately through the phases.
So it'd be one
So if there's
market
only
rate
one,
unit
if
per
there's only
building.
one phase, there's only one market rate.
Okay, and that's in here.
Actually, I'm sorry. There might be 2 market rate units in that first phase because there's 6 potential phases, but the market rate units would be spaced proportionally through the various phases.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Williams?
I know I have a question, but have we taken public comment? Because
I don't have any, but I do have Mr. Thompson sitting right there. Did you want to say something from the Planning Commission? I'm sorry I didn't call on you earlier. We had so many questions. Mr.
Madam Mayor,
Thompson, yeah.
council members, thank you. I was the designee from the Planning Commission to come and talk about this one. The 2 issues from land use that we spent a lot of time discussing was introducing residential in the M1 zone and the density. And between the first time we saw it and when we approved it, the density was reduced significantly. So the primary discussion was introducing residential in the M1 zone. And we didn't want it to be a precedent-setting decision, but we felt like the proposed project at this particular location with the uses that are immediately adjacent in that area, that this was an appropriate project and would be a beneficial use to the city. After a lot of discussion, it was unanimous on the Planning Commission that we felt that that was an appropriate use. The actual vote was 5-1 with 1 absent, and the one commissioner that voted against it was concerned that the projected sale price of the below market rate units would be too close to the average sale price of the general South Coast area units. But, that's kind of trying to use a crystal ball. So, but the basic land use for the issue was thoroughly discussed and unanimously supported by the Planning Commission. And we spent, as planning commissions do, a lot of time talking about details that get into architecture and so forth. But
Right.
So any questions about our deliberations, I'm here.
Okay,
Thank
thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Williams?
Well, I just hope that we won't be too dour in our treatment of this project and looking at the big picture. And the big picture is that we continue to need workforce housing units in the community, and we usually prefer to have them without having too much density and without impacting existing neighborhoods. With that criteria, this is sort of the perfect project. Now, obviously, the market has affected things, and I don't think we can blame anybody, at least in Santa Barbara, for that. But I think that we need to understand that there's a basic chicken and egg problem here, which is that they cannot build unless they get financing, and they can't get financing unless there's some certainty on the project, and certainty is only reached by a long time horizon so that the people financing it don't end up losing their shirts. I think that's just the basic deal. That's why they're asking for something more than we normally would, and this just isn't a comparable site to State Street by the water. I mean, that's created a hole in our community, and believe me, I hate it. But this is, a place that if it continued as a storage yard for the next 7 years, it would not be a terrible blight on this community as long as we can have certain protections. And I think Mr. House's suggestions on that regard is commendable. I just think the bottom line is that unless the most dire predictions come to pass and our economic system and Western civilization as we know it ceases to exist, that somewhere down the line, 5 to 7 years from now, we're going to kick ourselves if we don't do a project like this, because there will be the stress of a rising housing market will revisit Santa Barbara, I predict, at some point. And we should be prepared, and if we work hard and get this done, then I think we may be equipped for it. There is also the basic accountability that they have to get their option fulfilled, and they've got a year to do it. And so I think that by doing this, we give them greater certainty to be able to get the financing to fulfill that option and get us unstuck on this situation, because we have been stuck and we need to get unstuck on it. So I'd be happy to basically move the staff recommendation.
Second.
Adopt by reading of title only the resolution with the added protection that Mr. House has asked for.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Yes, ma'am. If I may just
yes,
make,
Mr. House.
Because we were working so hard on grilling the applicant and everyone about this, I think it just is worthy of a moment to say thank you very much for working so hard on this. And I'm saying that to the Brevant Corporation, also to our Housing Authority, also to Santa Barbara Foundation, whomever else has been involved. I just really appreciate it, and I think all of us do, the great effort that has gone into bringing this even to this point. And hopefully this will be helpful in getting that financing and moving this project forward. And if you need any help on the specific language, and that I'll meet with staff afterwards on the additional little piece, but it had to do with a condition that addresses allowed uses, open yard uses on site that are compatible with surrounding uses, and also a maintenance agreement with regards to the upkeep of the exterior and the grounds.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead, Ms.
If you will, I think we need to finalize that language now. We can't really have an ordinance with something to be drafted later. Okay. But I heard some fairly precise language there, and maybe if we can nail it down and make it clear that this is something that would be in a manner acceptable to the community development director and the property owner, I think that would work. We would add it as a new section to the ordinance. That would be approved, an uncodified section, if you will. So,
okay. So is that sufficient, or do you want me to repeat it? Or
you repeat it.
I have. We're talking about a condition and that addresses. Okay, allowed open yard uses on site that are restricts. Open yard uses on site that are compatible with surrounding uses, and a maintenance agreement of the grounds subject to the approval of the community development director.
I think that's consistent with my motion.
So
that shows I've been around planning commission language for way too long.
Yeah, how did you pull that out of your head?
Mr. Wiley?
So if I understand correctly, essentially the condition would require a plan for the open yard uses that are compatible with the surrounding properties in a manner acceptable to the property owner, obviously, and the community development director, and a plan to maintain the appearance of the property, the open yard uses.
That's right.
All of which would be in place soon, say within 60 days of the adoption of the ordinance. At least the plan would be.
Mm-hmm. Yes, definitely.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we have a motion. I'm going to oppose the motion because I oppose the residential in the M1. I still have a problem with it. I like the backup plan. It's for small industrial uses, and I think we need that, and we don't have any other places in the city that we really can place those, except out at the airport, which everybody wants to put everything out there. So I think in the city we need that, and I'm very uncomfortable with the infinite life of the specific plan. I understand all the answers and everything, everything, but I just, I guess I've lived through Mr. Wright and Mr. Levy and Mr. Parker, and who knows what else could happen here. So I just don't want to do that. So I will be opposing this. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? No.
No.
Oh, two of us. Who knew you were going to do that? I converted him. What do you know? I can quit right now. Okay, we're going to take a quick break until we get to item 21, and we can just switch people here. And we have item number 21.
Item number 21, outdoor lighting and streetlight design guidelines. Recommendation, the council hear a report from the Streetlight Design Guidelines Advisory Group and adopt, by reading of title only, a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara establishing and approving the city's outdoor lighting and streetlight design guidelines dated as of February 10, 2009.
Okay, is this Mr. Wozniak? Is this yours?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, council members. John Wozniak, Principal Civil Engineer for the Public Works Department. I'm pleased to be here. Long time coming, but we're finally here. And I'd like to give a report on the streetlight design guidelines. And with me is Mr. Jim Dewey, Facilities Maintenance and Energy Manager, and Mr. Steve Haas, former Historic Landmarks Commission member. And we represent the Streetlight Design Guidelines Advisory Group. And we are pleased to be here today to share with you our recommended streetlight design guidelines. And staff is recommending that council adopt a resolution establishing and improving the recommended guidelines. Here's an outline of the topics that we'll be speaking to today, the background, our advisory group goals, a little background information, and then the results from our board and commission review and public input, talk a little bit about fiscal issues, show you the streetlight inventory, and mention that we've also updated the outdoor lighting guidelines. Mr. Haas will elaborate on that a little bit, and Mr. Dewey will talk about future technology, and we have our prop and show you a little demonstration. And then I'll make a summary of the recommendations. So as background, the street light issues have been discussed occasionally at the board and commission's levels, and there was a recognition that there was a need for guidelines for street lights. And another compounding issue is that there were a few obsolete streetlights. We could not get replacement fixtures for some of the streetlights, and so there was a need for us to tackle this issue and look at the options and recommendations. We also looked at the fiscal concerns related to the maintenance and improvements to our lighting system. And then, of course, there was the Cobra head fixture issue. And the Cobra head is the style that you see here. And many of the boards and commissions, if not all, recommended that we look for a substitute for the Cobra head and phase the Cobra head over time. And we're recommending that the dome-style fixture be that mechanism and be that replacement. So the Cobra head would be phased out over time is one of the recommendations of the guidelines. Continue on with some more background. In March of 2005 is when Council approved the formation of the Streetlight Guidelines Advisory Group, and the advisory group consists of one of the council members, former council member Barnwell was the representative, and representatives from the Planning Commission, the Historic Landmarks Commission, the Architectural Board of Review, the Transportation Circulation Committee, and 2 Public Works managers. I'd like to acknowledge the Planning Commission, or the representative. Stella Larson was the Planning Commission representative. Steve Haas was the representative from the HLC. Don Sherry from ABR. Keith Kaufman-Gray from the TCC. And the 2 Public Works managers were myself and initially Mike Grimes until his retirement and his replacement, Mr. Jim Dewey. I'd like to thank all of those members for their efforts and the time that and really the thought that went into formulating these design guidelines. And I really want a special thanks to Steve Haas, because he has been the backbone for this effort, and his dedication, extraordinary efforts in summarizing and finalizing these outdoor lighting improvements and street light design guidelines bear some recognition for his efforts. So I really appreciate and commend him for that. So this advisory group developed streetlight planning and design guidelines, and we're here to recommend them for your consideration of approval. And one of the reasons that it's taken this long is that the advisory group recommended that we update the 1997 outdoor lighting guidelines and combine the two into one document because there are very similar issues and there is a one-stop place for lighting. The outdoor lighting guidelines pertain primarily to private lighting, on-site private lighting. And so there was a need again for street lighting guidelines to complement those. And so that was one of the reasons why we took extra time, is to combine those two and to improve those 1997 outdoor lighting guidelines. And fortunately, Mr. Haas was involved in both efforts. So there was the glue that helped us get to where we are today. So we have approximately 3,600 city street lights the city owns and maintains. Approximately 1,700 of them are the Cobra heads on the concrete poles, Marble-Light poles, and 1,300 are Cobra heads on wooden Edison-owned poles, and those are owned by Edison. So the ones that you see as the attachments to the wood poles are the ones that are owned by Edison. We also have approximately 600 metal or ornamental streetlights on metal poles. Examples are the State Street fixture, or the ones on Cabrillo, or the teardrop style that you see at intersections, say at Cabrillo Boulevard. So our goals for the advisory group were to review established lighting in the city and identify issues and recommend improvements and guidelines. So we looked at the established sitting styles and also looked at areas where styles do not exist, or areas where we could make some recommendations of what to do when we had the opportunity to improve on lighting. We've also recommended an additional light style and improved on an obsolete lighting style. Mr. Dewey may choose to talk about how his maintenance of these lighting styles is an issue into some of the decision making. We've evaluated the fiscal impacts pertaining to the maintenance and proposed improvements, and again, as I mentioned, we've updated the outdoor lighting design guidelines. So we've made multiple presentations to all of the boards and commissions here listed, including the Single Family Design Board that came along after our advisory group was formed. But we wanted to ensure that we did get their input, so we did make two presentations to them, one to review our ideas and concepts, and second, to go back to them before we finalized the document. And throughout the process, we've invited the public to come along. As a matter of fact, we've had a public meeting with approximately 20 of the design community and suppliers, so that we could incorporate their comments. So we had specific meeting and follow-up with them. And I want to thank Mr. John Maloney for helping Mr. Haas with the improvements and recommendations for the outdoor lighting and street lighting components. Regarding fiscal issues, there is no identified proposed city budget for new or replacement street lights. We haven't done that in the past, and we don't propose to do that. So streetlight improvements would occur on a project-by-project basis. And we went to the boards and commissions and asked them if they thought that was okay. And it was a resounding yes, that would be okay. Specifically went to the Planning Commission and made sure that a phased-out Cobra head was an acceptable alternative. And so we just want to make you aware of that. The dome-style fixture cost. There is a difference in the cost between the dome-style fixture and the Cobra head, and the difference being approximately $1,700 to $1,800. And that's a significant cost difference. However, when we discussed that with the boards and commissions, they appeared to support the dome-style fixture because of the improved aesthetics and the improved qualities of the light fixture. And I'll have Mr. Dewey explain that a little bit more in his presentation. So it's estimated that it would be approximately $5 to $6 million to have a project or projects to replace the Cobra head with the dome style. I just wanted to give you an order of magnitude there to let you know what type of a cost that would be citywide. And again, with the streetlight design guideline strategy, it's recommended that they be phased out over a project by project basis. And you may have seen some of those fixtures being replaced already as we've done some trial to see how they perform and how they work for both staff and for the public. And I really haven't had any complaints, and usually that's the test. Even through the 4 years of this effort, I believe I've had only approximately a dozen letters from the public voicing concerns over the streetlight improvements, and most of those were regarding the cost, and they wanted to make sure that we were spending our capital dollars and budgeting our capital dollars in higher priorities. And my responses have been that we don't have a budget for streetlight improvements related to these recommendations. So here we are with our streetlight inventory. Of course, this DOMA style is the one that we are recommending to be added. I'd like to mention that this Acorn style is one that you see on Alameda Padre Serra or Loma Alta, and we are recommending that a modernized version of this be also included and added to the inventory. The remaining fixtures are ones that exist throughout the city. This map, although a little cumbersome or difficult to read, just wanted to let you know that we do have a map that goes along as an appendix to the guidelines, and it shows the location of each of these streetlight sets. And just for reference, the blue represents the areas where the Cobra heads are predominant in. And so those are the areas where we are anticipating, or if Council approves these recommendations, that those areas would be areas in which the Cobra heads would be phased out over time. And the areas in the white are areas where there haven't been an established pattern or style of streetlight other than the ones on the utility poles, those Cobra head attachments. And so those I see as areas of opportunity, and we would envision the DOMA style being the citywide style for the future with regards to implementing these guidelines. The pink areas, as you may well know, is the Historic Landmarks Commission District, and we've had comments from the HLC that their preference is to have this Acorn style on a metal pole, and they prefer metal poles in the El Pueblo Viejo district. Yet the the Architectural Board of Review actually prefers the concrete pole. And so with existing concrete poles already there, it'd be simply retrofitting the dome-style fixture from the Cobra head style. Another difference is that the concrete pole style is the marble lights that we currently have in our inventory have I think they're octagonal or similar to octagonal shape with sides, and the boards and commissions preferred the fluted style or the curved, indented style of concrete pole. Nevertheless, be it a concrete pole. With that, I'd like to turn this over to, I'm sorry? Yes.
Serious? Yes. Seriously.
With that, I'd like to turn the outdoor lighting component over to Steve Haas. He's had a lot of experience with that.
Steve, that microphone's on. There you go.
Share that with you.
Good afternoon. Marty and I were chatting about this during the break, but I think she's the only council member that was involved in the original drafting of the outdoor lighting ordinance and design guidelines back in 10 years ago, 11 years ago. And I had the pleasure of working with Mr. Wiley on that effort as well. So I presume you all got copies of it, and also I prepared a summary of changes. So I'm not going to go into great detail about it, and I'll just give a summary as to what's been changed, and then if you have questions, I'd be happy to answer them. So basically a facelift to start with, so it has an introduction and a table of contents and a fleshed out statement of objectives. But we've also added several new sections. We didn't really have much of a concern or much of an issue with parking garages 11 years ago, but a lot more projects include parking garages, and the lighting of those can really be offensive if not handled correctly. So we addressed that. ATMs may be an infrequent and small issue, but if they're overlit or done in a way that's not consistent with the style of architecture and EPV, that can be a problem. lighting of signs is somewhat covered in the sign ordinance and the sign guidelines, but not in great depth. And rather than update that in the process, which will happen sometime, of updating the sign ordinance, I thought it would be better to put everything in this one document, which is also the other reason that we decided to combine it with the street lighting. So there's just one document that covers all lighting issues, and if it just makes it a lot easier for an applicant and for staff to keep track of which document to hand out if somebody has questions. Added a number of appendices, including a glossary that has illustrations of a number of fixtures. There is a compliance statement. One thing that's been observed over the 11 years that this has been in effect is that it's hard to get design review boards to really pay attention to lighting issues, and staff really hasn't made it a priority. And so we evaluated a number of different approaches to getting better compliance, and didn't want to come up with anything too onerous, but basically came up with a compliance statement that attests that the preparer of the lighting plans is familiar with the ordinance and guidelines and that they do comply. Gives a little bit of leverage when it comes to enforcement if something doesn't come out right. With all the new different types of lighting technologies coming out, it really is ineffective to compare a 100-watt lamp and a 60-watt lamp. You have to ask what type of lamp, because their output is so dramatically different. So changed all references to wattages to references to a table that I put in here that kind of describes different illumination level outputs of different types of lights, and they're arranged in order, so in ascending order of brightness. So it's kind of easy to compare. Oh, I see a 13-watt compact fluorescent is roughly equivalent to a 60-watt incandescent, that sort of thing. I also prepared some design review checklists, which hopefully will be helpful for everybody. They're intended primarily for staff and for design review bodies, and they're organized in here such that each section of the guidelines, its checklist is entirely on 1 or 2 pages, and so it can be detached and kept with the project file. And it makes it a lot easier in the design review environment to just go down that checklist and see if you've asked the right questions or look for the right things in the application. But it'll be also useful for applicants, so they kind of have a heads up about what sort of things they might get asked about, and it just makes it easier for them to prepare a complete application. We had a section of the guidelines called exterior sales and service areas, which kind of might mean something to an electrical engineer, but I renamed that to service stations, automobile dealerships, and exterior sales areas. So it's a little more clear when you're looking through there to find out which section you should look at. It's a little more descriptive, and also divided that into 2 sections because there were levels illumination levels that were specified, but we had in mind the car dealerships in Kyrale and Hitchcock at the time. But there are other car dealerships in town, and for them, for something on Chapala in EPV to use the same light levels as out at the auto dealerships is totally inappropriate. I think the last thing to touch on is that there is a sports and recreation lighting section that was added, though it's very brief, just because these projects come up very infrequently. They're unique, so no 2 are alike, and so it just kind of lists the broad brush outline of what issues should be considered in review of that kind of facility. So I think that's it. So if anybody has any questions.
Anybody have any questions of Mr. House?
Yes, just a couple. One, there was there's a reference to, I don't know if it's adjustable or aimable lights, as if they're, and maybe I am misunderstanding it, but they're things that were being discouraged, I think, in certain kinds of places. Am I understanding that correctly? That they were.
Well, let me elaborate on that a little bit.
I didn't understand why.
Yeah. Besides the electrical code and these guidelines and ordinance. There's also the State of California Title 24 Energy, and so there's lighting guidelines in there too. Those don't apply to street lights, but they do apply to all lighting on private property. They get more restrictive all the time, and they do not permit aimable floodlights because they do require full cutoff fixtures. And if a fixture is aimable, what's to keep somebody from aiming it up or aiming it out, something like that. So in a lot of cases, I replace language that might have been specific about things with just a reference to Title 24, because if that's, Title 24 supersedes whatever this says, and it keeps conflicts from happening. Recognizing also, though, that a lot of people maybe don't require a permit or don't get a permit for doing certain things, and so trying to reflect reality as well. We did have a brief meeting with a couple gentlemen from the police department. Wanted to make sure we were kind of on the same page because, my perception is there's sometimes situations where there's problems with crime on a property and the police might be suggesting you need more floodlights out here. So I wanted to make sure there was an understanding about what the aesthetic considerations of that are, as well as the fact that it's better to have a light that aims back at the building than lights on the building aiming out and potentially blinding police officers trying to see what's happening.
And the consideration that once you've installed it appropriately or properly, that it shouldn't be able to be messed with.
Yeah.
There's one other thing. It was in the summary of changes, which I really appreciate, Steve. It's really helped to get a sense of, each of the different things that were in here. Mm-hmm. But this one that's the 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth bullet down, it says, the introduction adds new language that recognizes that industry standards for recommended minimum light levels may not be compatible with or appropriate for aesthetic standards of the city. In conjunction with this statement, City Council is requested to petition the California Energy Commission to categorize Santa Barbara in Lighting Zone 2, LZ2, instead of current LZ3, which is the same as Los Angeles. And I don't see that here today for our action.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because I kind of hopped around in covering this, and though I had highlighted that, I forgot to cover it. So, yeah, I thought I would bring it up. It takes some filling out of paperwork. You essentially went through this process to require 20% in excess of what Title 24 requires for energy requirements. Currently, the way it's set up is that you look at the Census Bureau's map, and Santa Barbara is considered an urban area exactly the same as Los Angeles. So we're in the same lighting zone as Los Angeles. You may request to be changed to a lower lighting level zone. And so if council is in favor of that, we would proceed with preparing the paperwork for that. And it just seems to make a lot of sense. There are issues sometimes. There's the Illuminating Engineering Society of North America, who promulgates all sorts of standards for lighting levels for different kinds of applications. Usually those levels are too high for Santa Barbara. I understand that Public Works use those standards for street lighting, I think at the Milpas roundabout. And it was like, oh, that's brighter than we need. So on the other hand, there are engineers in town who have concern that if they don't light to IES levels, they set themselves up for liability. So we perhaps give them a little sounder footing if we establish that Santa Barbara's lighting zone 2 instead of lighting zone 3.
Well, thank you for explaining that, and thanks for all your effort. And perhaps staff can advise us on the appropriate way to proceed and how to vet that and maybe get it moved forward. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Do you want them to do that right now?
Yeah, I didn't
Mr.
know
Dewey.
perhaps Mr. Dewey can help because he's certainly familiar with the issue.
Mayor Gloom,
Yeah.
Commissioner House, Councilmember House.
I'll always be Commissioner House to you, I think. That's great.
For many years.
Thank you.
Sir, we recommend we come back to you with that recommendation.
Okay. No, that makes
so
sense.
that it's not, it hasn't been part of
It's
this
not part of
recommendation for
today's
the
agenda
action,
packet.
but because we had intended to, we would come back
Sure.
for that specific recommendation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. Mr. Williams?
Well, I just wanted to comment that first of all, I guess I have one question, which is I think I know the answer to. Mr. House, you didn't get any remuneration for all this work, did you? No. Well, I just want to say that this is a great example of how some, the volunteeristic spirit of Santa Barbara to tackle some of the issues that people, I don't always think about what kind of light fixtures there should be and what their illumination levels should be. And I think most citizens don't think about that. But if somebody didn't think of that, we would probably have a different feeling about Santa Barbara. And so I just want to recognize that both staff's role and Mr. House's in getting this done, including this very detailed checklist. I think you really went over and above the call of duty. And I've gotten compliments on this. I have received some public comment on this from electricians who are very, very complimentary about these standards. And one in particular mentioned, a study of brightness levels in different cities being linked to melatonin levels, which is in turn linked to certain forms of cancer, which I don't know if that's science or pseudoscience. I don't know what it is. I'm not pronouncing judgment. But I do know that it feels good to have enough lighting to be safe walking down the street, but not so much that, you don't see the dark, which is what, happens in a lot of communities. And so arranging these lights in a way that provides sufficient illumination on the street so that people feel safe, but not so much light pollution everywhere else, to really, take away some of that character that we have here. I think that's just really important, and I appreciate you guys' work on it.
Okay. Ms. Falcone? Oh, did you want to answer? Yes, go ahead,
Mayor,
Ms.
if
Wozniak.
I may,
Sure.
we can entertain questions now, but we still have a little bit more of the presentation with the future
And I
technology.
saw that on there. Sorry,
usually
I saw-
jump the
yeah.
gun.
You can answer questions if you like, but we
No,
just want
go
to make
ahead.
you aware of
Go
that.
ahead. I saw that on there. We just got so enamored with Mr. House. So
Thank you, Mr. Wozniak.
go ahead.
Madam Mayor, council members, I'm Jim Dewey. I'm the Public Works Facilities and Energy Manager. And I'll be looking at future technologies for street lighting. I know that some council members have really taken a great interest in what is the future of street lighting. And so I want to present three different areas: solar powered lighting, conversion of our existing decorative fixtures, and also light emitting diodes. Solar-powered lighting is powered from a photovoltaic cell that's mounted on the light itself. It has an integrated power source, so during the day, sun radiation from the sun is converted into direct current. It charges a battery located in the base of the pole, and usually the light is a low-output LED light, so that the whole system is a direct current type of device. Some of its advantages are that it's relatively low cost to construct, and that if you're not anywhere near existing electricity, it's easy to put one of these things up without having to trench or to bore or to put in a conduit to that particular location and then put a metering system in there. So it's easy to deploy for a few or single units that are remote from existing electrical services. Also, it's an off-grid, self-powered system, so there's energy savings, and it provides a more renewable solution. So it's easy to deploy a single unit. If you had a unit that was located at the end of a cul-de-sac, it could be easy to do because you don't need to bring electricity down into the cul-de-sac in order to power it. Some of its disadvantages are that it's not compatible with the city's historic fixtures. It also has a high maintenance cost, so you have to maintain the batteries and the charging systems and so on. It's not compatible with the city's design standards either, so you could imagine, with these pictures that you see on here, it's hard to imagine that you could see a large photovoltaic panel on top of some of our lights.
Can't see that happening down State Street or on Cabrillo, or it looks like spaceships.
Also, it's not as reliable as a grid-powered system. So these systems charge up during the day. If there's low solar radiation during, a stormy period of day, these things may not stay on all night. So there is a reliability factor. The next area of future technology, something that I'm excited about, is the conversion of decorative fixtures. This is a picture of the State Street fixture, and this is taken from a boom truck probably 30 feet in the air. And you can see, that this light is going everywhere. And so what we want to try to do is, if we can, retrofit these lights so that the light is directed downwards where you need it on the roadway, on the pedestrian sidewalk areas like that. So what we've done is that we've taken a high-efficiency reflector and lighting system and retrofitted that to our State Street fixture. And what that does is that it uses the same lighting technology, high-pressure sodium, but it directs that light downwards so that you can also minimize the light intrusion to the sky. And also the layout of this particular reflector is exactly the same layout as the LED lighting system that I'll be showing to you. So this is compatible with LED technology for the future. So this is a comparison of two lights that we've tested, and you can find these lights on the lower part of Garden Street as you pass Jan and Ollie on your way to the beach. So we have a whole area of State Street fixtures that we've set up with different kinds of technologies that we're testing. And so this is one of our tests. The top picture there is one of the State Street fixtures that we've retrofitted with this new enhanced reflector and lighting system. And the bottom one is a existing State Street fixture, and you can see the glare in the bottom one and how the light really isn't focused where it needs to be, which is down on the street, whereas the upper picture, the one we retrofitted, is really throwing a lot of that light down where it needs to be. The third technology is light-emitting diodes. The advantage here is that light-emitting diodes have a very long life, about 70,000-hour life, and versus 24,000 hours for high-pressure sodium. A lot of our costs associated with lighting is maintaining them. Whenever we go out and replace a burned-out lamp in one of these street lights, we need to have two electricians come out with a bucket truck, and it takes quite a while just to set up and to direct traffic around the truck and then get up there and actually do the repairs on the lights. So if we can minimize how often we need to go up and maintain these lights, we save money. So also the LED light is very effective lighting. Its size, it incorporates many points of light, so you can very carefully direct where that light's going to be. Normally, a light fixture with a single source of light has a pool of light that is right below the fixture, and then it starts losing light levels as it goes out. With LED technology, you can actually direct light exactly where it needs to go, so that you don't need to bring as much light out of the fixture in order to have sort of the same effect. It has a more even lighting level. Also, LEDs contain no mercury. Some of the issues with LEDs is that they put out a very white bluish light, and what we call on the Kelvin scale 6,000 Kelvin, which is very, very white. It's a vast departure from our standard high pressure sodium, which is a very golden color. It's sort of now it's been accepted as a kind of a pleasant color as you drive through town. So the new technologies are coming out, so they're starting to provide a little bit warmer light. They're getting there, but they're not to the level where they're the same color as a high-pressure sodium lamp. Also, the LED lighting provides a better color rendering index, so you can identify colors easier with the LED technology rather than the high-pressure sodium. And next, I'd like to introduce you to our city standard, the Domus fixture, and just show you one of the LED light engines. And I'll do this pretty quickly.
This is good. Huge.
Okay, this is the Lumec Domus fixture. This is normally mounted 25 to 30 feet from the street level. And the advantages of this is that this is a 100% cutoff fixture, first of all, so it minimizes light intrusion into the sky. That's one benefit. The other thing about it, and something that I like, is that the electricians need to maintain this, and the way that it's set up, that you can maintain this without even bringing any tools up. You just open this fixture up, and it reveals the light system and the reflector, and all you have to do to change the light is just unscrew this and pull it out, and the lamp would be right here. Also, if you look at, I don't know if you can see this, but the LED light that I'll show you fits right into this too. So as far as future technology is concerned, it's compatible with LED technology. Another advantage is that the Cobra headlights have the light ballast that's located above the lamp itself, so there's a lot of heat that's exposing to the thing that drives the lamp, whereas the Domus fixture has a separate compartment for the ballast, so it keeps the ballast nice and cool, which adds to its life. Okay, let's take a look at that. This is the Lumec LED light engine. And this is a 60-watt lamp right here.
Huge.
And when you look at it, if you look at it straight on, it doesn't really appear that bright, but as you turn it, it gets a lot brighter. So I don't want to blind you with this thing, but
Funny, isn't it?
But anyway, you can see the effect of having multiple points of light directed exactly where they need to go, so that the average lighting level is actually less than high pressure sodium, but it provides a more even distribution of light. So that's the advantage of that. And that's the end of my demonstration.
That's very good. Thank you for bringing those. That's fun.
Madam Mayor, if I may just do a summary,
Sure, go ahead.
and then we could take comments and questions. So our summary of our recommendations is that the proposed streetlight design guidelines would enhance safety and security for pedestrians and cyclists and alternative modes of transportation. And it also minimize light pollution by directing the light more downward. The Cobra head, for example, disseminates some light sideways and isn't as effective and efficient. Streetlights that would have a citywide consistency and theme where variation is allowed, and we are working with the boards and commissions now with opportunities. For example, on the Cliff Drive undergrounding project, the ABR has approved the Domus fixture, if approved by council for these guidelines, as the fixture of choice for the new streetlights, 20 new Domus streetlights for 6 blocks of the corridor. Standardize the number of poles and fixtures. We're trying to have a manageable number of poles and light fixtures in the inventory. The more you introduce, the more spare parts and issues, associated maintenance and cost issues. That's why we're not here before you recommending 20 new fixtures. Or we're happy and pleased with the existing fixtures that we have in the city, and we have now a few more that we're recommending to be added to the toolbox. And of course, the phasing out of the Cobra head, that was a unanimous decision by the boards and commissions to make that recommendation to you today and replace it with the Domus style fixture. And our recommendations also are promoting cost effectiveness. So we're looking for ways, although this is a more expensive fixture, that was discussed very in much detail with the committee and with the boards and commissions. And the feeling is that it's worth the extra cost because it will be implemented in a phased manner. And so we've also pleased with the update of the outdoor lighting guidelines, and with that, staff recommends that council approve the proposed outdoor lighting design guidelines by adopting the resolution. We entertain any questions or comments.
Sure, thank you. Ms. Falcone.
Thank you. The question that I have has to do with the phasing of the replacements in the blue zones, if you will. And you said it was going to be done, the changing of the Cobras to the dome, project by project. Now, it's quite obvious that the Cliff Drive undergrounding is a project. That's not my question. My question is, on streets like Loyola, San Miguel, for instance, how would one, I mean, what would constitute a project? What would trigger the replacement? I noticed that you have already made the replacements up Sea Ranch and all around Campanile Hill. So I assume you took a bunch of streets or a neighborhood or something and did that. Could you give me some insight as to...
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Falcone, we look for all opportunities to implement these recommendations. And so, on, for example, Cottage Hospital, that was an opportunity to get mini streets or more or less a neighborhood of area for which to implement this, and then it was on a trial basis, and with the approval it would remain. But you may see them individually applied on a discretionary project approval basis, where we have the discretionary ability to request them. Instead of putting up a Cobra head, then we would be requesting they put up, say, a Domus fixture, or the appropriate fixture as determined by the city engineer and with the input from the boards and commissions. So it could be various manners or ways in which we could obtain the ability to get a street light. So some will be
Let's
individual.
say it's a sleepy neighborhood. Let's take, any of them. Well, anywhere in those blue zones, and projects don't come up. Remodels. I mean, you have the occasional remodel. I mean, there's no tearing up of the streets. They're all curb cut. What in a sleepy neighborhood on the Mesa or in San Roque or somewhere? How would that happen? Or would they just be sort of at the end of the
Madam Mayor,
list?
Councilmember Falcone, yes, it's possible that some of those sleepy areas could be the last on the list,
Okay,
and there would
just
be ways to
wondering
do.
how the hierarchy.
But that discussion did have, and it's a good question, that discussion did transpire at the Planning Commission, because we did want to have a check-in that this method of implementing was going to be acceptable to the boards and commissions, and it really was.
Great, thank you.
If I could add to that, keep in mind that all the Cobra heads on Edison poles are a whole different ball of wax.
Oh, understood.
But at the same time, if for some reason there was a section of overhead electrical lines to be undergrounded, there would be nothing to have those fixtures on, and that would also be an opportunity where
Well, that's
streetlights
the
might go
issue
in.
that keeps John up at night, you say. So it's a whole different kettle of fish. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schneider.
Thank you. This is quite a labor of love, and it's one of those things, I think, as was mentioned before, that you don't really notice until you don't like something, and it's a detail that I think makes Santa Barbara special. I'm curious to know, is this the first that you've seen of this kind of detail in terms of outdoor street guidelines with other cities? Are there others out there? Is this something that we would want to suggest other cities, especially with a historic district, may want to look at, or did we start from a blank page?
In terms of street lighting or outdoor lighting?
The
in
outdoor
general?
lighting guidelines and
The outdoor lighting guidelines, actually, when I worked on them 11 years ago, I did some research, and there were some around the country. Now there are a lot of them. There's an organization called Dark Skies,
right,
and they have worked with the Illuminating Engineering Society to put forward a standard code, which they're still working on, but I think you'll see more and more of it. Some tend to more technical, some tend towards more descriptive, aesthetic, touchy-feely. So, I tried to strike a balance. As far as streetlights, I don't know.
Regarding streetlights, Councilmember Schneider, typically cities have their construction standard details. We have those too, and that's typically what the cities do. But we didn't find too many cities that went to the level of detail that we have taken this. But we have looked for and tried to incorporate. Didn't want to reinvent the wheel on some of this, so we did try and do the research and look to see what was available. We didn't find anything this detailed.
Yeah. Well, it's very much appreciative. I mean, it gives both an aesthetic and energy efficiency lens to all of this. And I'll say it the second time today to Mr. Dewey, you underpromised and over-delivered on this one as well. It's a long time coming, and I guess we have a better idea now of how many engineers, city staff, and architects it takes to change a light bulb around this town. So, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Francis.
If I could add one comment to that, I can't recall if John addressed this, but part of the objective was to streamline the design review process, because each time a project comes along, they have to go and talk about it, and who remembers what fixture was approved last time. So the objective was to have a standard kit of parts, have that become part of the city standard construction details. So it's pretty easy each time a project comes up, and they don't have to reinvent the wheel.
Mr. Francisco? And then Mr.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a few questions. One, just out of curiosity, do you have any idea what percentage of contribution to night sky illumination street lighting makes as compared to other sources, windows, and whatever?
No, I don't, though I would imagine it would be pretty substantial because there are cut-off Cobra heads, but what we have predominantly are not.
Right.
And in residential neighborhoods, I think that would be the major dark sky, sky glow contributor. One of the reasons we wrote the lighting ordinance in the first place was an outdoor tennis court that an applicant wanted to light up on the Riviera, and that would have. So that's one of the few things that's not street lighting that would contribute in a major way.
Okay. And also, I just wanted to get back a little bit to those questions of cost. And I understand, looking at the fixtures that you've shown us, obviously there are going to be reduced maintenance costs, both from the added longevity of the components themselves and also easier servicing. But also, I think Mr. Wozniak mentioned it was $1,700 more per fixture on the Domus. And what's the average cost for a whole streetlight? What percentage of the cost is that?
Madam Mayor and Council Member Francisco, the cost range for a pole and fixture is between approximately $9,000 and $12,000 for the pole, the delivery and installation, and the fixture and the arm. So that's the figure that we have experienced since some of this has been done.
Okay, and I noticed that in a lot of the recommendations for the type of light source, that it often says high pressure sodium encouraged, metal halide discouraged. So is metal halide a lot cheaper than high pressure sodium?
I'll address that. That was actually also one of the major things we wanted to establish when we originally wrote the guidelines, because you'll look at some communities and one parking lot is lit with high pressure sodium, the next parking lot is lit with metal halide, and we wanted to kind of standardize. And if you're out on the water looking back at Santa Barbara, the predominant impression you have is of kind of a candlelit, gaslit city. And so since most of the lighting was already high-pressure sodium, we established that as a standard. It is actually a little bit more efficient than metal halide. The metal halide is certainly bluish light. There are deluxe qualities of high-pressure sodium, so you can get better color rendering. But the cost of lamps, ballasts, et cetera, are pretty much equivalent for either of them.
So really the only extra cost that's being imposed on people for a project like this, a project that includes street lighting, is the cost of the Domus fixture. So did you, when you were discussing this in the committee, did you come up with some kind of rough idea of how many years it would take to get to cost recovery?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Francisco, we speculated that it would be decades and possibly lifetimes.
Wow. There you go.
Okay. Well, that answers that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Horton.
Another quick technology question for either any of you guys. I'm on a committee which is working a little bit with the UCSB EE department, and I think there might be some technologies that you haven't listed here that are sort of in the drawing board stages. And I guess they address either energy savings or brightness, or maybe both. And in looking at the guidelines, each section pretty much has the same language, which says lighting technology is currently recognized. So if something comes up, I think they all start that same way, and then they list a few things. Do we have to go through and modify the whole thing, or if there's a technology that's a merger of these, or what I've been hearing is a little bit of some of the current, say, television technologies and things like that merging into lighting. So just wondering what your reaction is to that.
Well, we did think about that a lot and chose the wording that it said other types such as LED and induction lighting may be acceptable if it can be demonstrated that they can provide a warm color quality. So we didn't say specifically 3000 K or anything like that, just a warm color quality. So, a bare incandescent light bulb is warmer than metal halide light. It's whiter than high-pressure sodium, but that would be acceptable. And I think that's a pretty achievable goal for a lot of these lighting types. Induction lighting was kind of a favorite idea of Mike Grimes when we started this process, and I've seen some in use, and they seem like a great thing, but some of these technologies catch on and some don't. And, this kind of cart and the horse sort of thing, are the manufacturers going to get on board and start designing fixtures to use these lamps? And if they don't, and you were one of the few early adopters, then you're kind of left holding the bag. So it's hard to know what will come out and be popular. So we kind of foresee that there will be others, but warm light colors is the objective.
Okay. Mr. House?
Okay, just two things here for me to wrap up, and I appreciate your indulging me earlier when I jumped in on you there. Sorry about that. The one is on I think your 12th slide, if you would go back to that, the one that shows the different fixtures with the map of the city there. The thing I wanted to just draw everyone's attention to, and something that I know that the East Side folks really appreciate, is the pedestrian lighting that's at that lower level that is right over the sidewalk. And then there's another kind of fixture that alternates with the taller ones that fills in those gaps that typically happen along a sidewalk where it can get really, really dark. And, you watch people walking back from the supermarket with their kids and their bags and stuff, and it's just pretty wonderful to see that street lit up like that, and right down on the sidewalk where it counts, not just in these pools of light over the main street. Have we found other places yet where that is appropriate? We did that in conjunction with the undergrounding and all that. That was a big project. But where do we see that possibly occurring?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember House, the Milpas Beautification Project was a great example of where we tried something and it worked. We feel it worked, and we know it worked because we hadn't gotten the complaints about it. Plus, we also have looked at it and studied it and believe that it is the feel that we were looking for, as you've mentioned. And so we are planning to use that same spacing and style for the upcoming West Downtown improvement project, pedestrian improvement project. And so for those two corridors from the highway to Chapala Street on Ortega and Anapamu, we're planning to have pedestrian lighting similar to Milpa Street on those projects. So
that's great.
We've had some successes, and we're trying to build on them.
This really is a success. In fact, the part of the success is that it's not just the main street, but it's just at least one light off of Milpas in each direction, which really creates the feel and makes you not feel like there's these dark, scary places. Well, Madam Mayor, if it's all right, I'd like to make a motion to approve the resolution for the outdoor lighting and street lighting.
Second.
Okay. Is there more discussion? Anybody? No more discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Very good. It's very well done, and thank you so much. I know you've been thanked and thanked, but we will continue to thank you. It's good, Mr. House. Okay, we will take a recess until 6 o'clock.
Williams? Here. Mayor Bloom?
Here. Public comment on anything not on the agenda?
No.
Okay. We'll only take the speaker slips for a few more minutes, so maybe we'll stop by 10 after. So if you don't have your speaker slip in now, please get it in. Will you go ahead and read item 22?
Item number 22, State and Delavina Intersection Reconfiguration Project.
Okay. Ms. Anderson, are you doing this one? I'm looking. Okay, there you go.
Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, we're here with you this evening to walk through the proposal for reconfiguration of State Street and De La Vina Street intersection. This is a project that came out originally through the Neighborhood Transportation Management Program that was developed through the Oak Park neighborhood. Okay. It's not, there we go. In 2004, from January through November, members of the Oak Park neighborhood met to develop a neighborhood transportation management program. And during that process, the concerns about the configuration of State and De La Vina and difficulties for pedestrian and bicycle movements came about as one of the concerns. The reality of the magnitude of that project was beyond the scope of the funding that was available for the NTP-MP program. So it was understood that there would have to be some additional funding located through either grant applications or outside of the scope of funding available during that project development. And subsequent to the work that was done in development of the neighborhood transportation plan, the city applied for funding through the TCRP program in 2006. And the grant was approved for 5 intersections that included State and De La Vina, State and Alomar, State and Constance, De La Vina and Figueroa, and De La Vina and Canon Perdido. In 2006, the council awarded a design contract for 3 of those intersections, and that included State and De La Vina, State and Figueroa, or De La Vina and Figueroa, and De La Vina and Canon Perdido. As part of the 2007 Upper State Street study, the consideration of modifications to the intersection were also included in that analysis. And as the project design was being developed, the TCC reviewed the project proposal, found it consistent with the policies of the circulation element. It went through review with ABR, and there was quite a bit of discussion with ABR regarding the configuration changes. There were concerns regarding the design itself. However, the elements related to landscaping and design concerns were approved as conceptually approved by ABR, with the concern about the actual design elements of the project itself. In 2008, the Parks and Recreation Commission reviewed the proposed project for tree and landscape implementation elements and approved it as well. ABR requested a study of other alternatives, and as a result of the concerns raised, there is a consideration of some modifications to how the alignment of the free right turn lane could be configured that we'll walk through with you briefly. But in December of 2008, TCC once again reviewed the project both as it had originally been proposed and with design alternatives that were considered as a response to ABR, and once again reconfirmed that the project as originally proposed best met the consistency with elements of the circulation plan. Just to walk through those policy considerations with you briefly, equality of convenience and choice among all modes of transportation, create an integrated pedestrian system within and between city neighborhoods for recreational and commercial areas, making street crossings easier and more accessible to pedestrians, expanding and enhancing and maintaining the bikeway system, and creating and fostering pedestrian-friendly environment through physical and cultural improvements and amenities, and maintaining a level of service C for all vehicles. So the balance is really what the circulation element is intended to achieve. It's looking at all modes of transportation and an attempt to enable choice among various modes and safety in those choices. So looking at the intersection configuration of State and De La Vina, it currently functions very well at the intersection for vehicular movement and is more challenging for bicyclists and pedestrians. In addition, the area just past the intersection along the San Marcan intersection creates some challenges for vehicles as well. So at this point, I'm going to ask Drew to walk you through a description of the project area and some of the alternatives.
Okay, if we could get everybody to sit down. I know when the fire marshal's here, they always want people to be seated. If you're just looking at the slides for a second, that's different, but, you know, they want people to be not blocking any of the doorways. And we will not take any more slips. We've got a whole bunch of them here, so thank you. Okay, go ahead, Drew.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You can see from the slide above, the project area is the upper De La Vina Street intersection with State Street, and you can see that here the land uses in the area as well as the intersection geometries very clearly. Of note is the 190-foot crossing for the State Street pedestrian who crosses a free right turn off of State Street, a traffic signal controlled crosswalk across De La Vina, and a crosswalk with a stop control for vehicles. The project proposes to create a more standard intersection experience for motorists, pedestrians, and bicyclists by bringing all traffic to the traffic signal. The main effects of this change would be that pedestrians walking on State Street would have a protected phase for crossing a distance of 50 feet, where conflicting motorists would be stop controlled. Motorists heading down De La Vina Street from State would be traveling more slowly and therefore require less time to stop or avoid conflict with pedestrians and motorists using the San Marcan Road access onto De La Vina Street. With the slower speeds comes a substantially reduced risk of serious injury should a collision occur there. And finally, the main element of the project is the bike lane will be to the left of the right turning traffic. So we'll go step by step through the proposed improvements. This is the landscaping change to bring the all motor vehicle traffic and bicycle traffic to the intersection. It involves the creation of a small park on the west side of De La Vina Street and an area adjacent to the Coffee Bean and Tea Leaf for pedestrian travel. The next slide shows how the vehicle movements would be achieved at the intersection. The difference between today's design and this design is that the through bicycle traffic would be to the left of the right turning traffic at State and De La Vina Street. The right turning the De La Vina northbound traffic turning right would be in the same queue as the De La Vina northbound traffic turning left in the curb lane there. The geometry is designed such that the largest vehicles serving commercial uses like Ralph's and Trader Joe's would be able to make that turn. That's why it's not a more standard, not a tighter turn. If we put the next layer on there, you can see that there's no other change proposed to the motor vehicle traffic moving. There is one parking space proposed to be removed at the very start of the dotted line for the bike lane, right to the right of keep going right there. There we go. Thank you. So if we could move on, you can see from the design that one more change is we've reflected the pedestrian crossing distance. You can see two principal changes with the pedestrian access. That is, the State Street pedestrian continuing on State Street has one crossing that's controlled by a traffic signal, and then the pedestrian traffic crossing State Street, instead of walking across the stop sign controlled right turn lane to the small median island, would have a one phase cross directly from the corner to the other side of State Street, and that's on the right hand side there. The emphasis currently on this intersection and on its design is to place operating speed and traffic carrying capacity as the primary goal for the intersection. With the changes in land use in this area and the increased pedestrian trip generators in the area in comparison to when the street was built, staff believes and heard from the community that the design is no longer consistent with the context of the adjacent land uses. Our goal with respect to the policies is to create a complete and safe transportation network for all modes. And so we were asked to look at the ways to improve this intersection and also the one adjacent to it at Samarkand. Were this road to be designed today, given national trends towards accommodating bicyclists and pedestrians using complete streets and AASHTO, the American Association of State Highway Transportation Officials guidelines, this design would not likely be supportable. The elimination of any free right turn lane is specifically mentioned in a recent Institute of Transportation Engineers journal as one of several arterial street measures that may be used to retrofit urban arterials into complete streets. So on the next slide, we can see some of the changes in the conclusion with respect to our summary of this particular project. Intersection safety improvements and capacity are commonly a trade-off, as seen in particular with this eastbound right turn lane when comparing the current with the proposed future conditions. It's important to note that there's no corresponding level of service measures for pedestrians and bicyclists, so we don't have a way to compare the level of service today for bicyclists and pedestrians. But you can see that this design does propose to bring, because it proposes to bring all the right turning traffic down De La Vina Street from State to the traffic signal, the traffic will now have to enter the intersection as opposed to avoid it by making a right turn before the traffic signal. And so we would expect some delay in that right turning movement from a level of service A to a level of service C. But overall, the project maintains an overall level of service B, which is actually the level of service that is operating at today for all entering approaches into the intersection. And the project represents to us a change to a more standard urban intersection where all moving traffic is brought to the traffic signal for assignment of the right-of-way. And therefore, with the proceeding in mind, staff is before you tonight making the following recommendations as reflected in your council agenda report. They are to direct staff to continue with the Transportation and Circulation Committee's recommended concept for the State and De La Vina intersection reconfiguration project, which is that I've just described to you, to approve the final design elements for the project as presented to the Architectural Board of Review on May 8th of 2008, and to authorize an increase in the M&S Engineering's contract in the amount of $20,000 to complete the State and De La Vina project and traffic signals at De La Vina at Figueroa and De La Vina at Canyon Perdido. We're sensitive to and appreciative of the large number of people who are here to talk with you today, and at this time we would just like to let you know that there are several members of the TCC here, in particular Chair David Pritchett, who I believe would like to more fully express their advice to you regarding this project.
I think just as a final staff comment, we really view this as a policy consideration on the part of the city at this point. This is not a project that we're bringing forward because of a serious accident situation that exists. We see this as an area that has risk associated with it for bicycle and pedestrian modes and some concerns. But this is really that balancing act of trying to ensure that we have the ability to retain and support vehicular movement and retain and support where we can throughout the city opportunities for bicycling and pedestrian movements as most safely and effectively as we can, and that does involve trade-offs. And this is a project that we bring before you that does represent trade-offs. And we're happy, I think, on the part of staff at least, to see that the community is here to provide their sense of where those trade-offs best may be felt.
Okay, thank you. We have people standing again. Maybe we need to open that back room.
Here
there are a
up
lot
towards
of seats,
the front.
and we can't have people standing around because of the fire marshal thing. So if you could sit down, we would appreciate it. And yeah, thanks, Paul. He's opening the back. There is a TV back there. If you want to boo and hiss at the TV, go in the back. We don't want you booing and hissing up here. Okay, what we're going to do is I have 57 people who want to speak. And so what we're going to do is try to keep you to 2 minutes. If you want to just say I agree with them, that's good. You can really make a good point in 2 minutes, for sure. And I've got just let me finish this for a second. I've got 3 people, from the TCC, from the Transportation Circulation Committee, who would like to talk to us. So we'll put them first. Did you have something? Okay. So we have Keith Kaufman Gray, followed by Mark Bradley and David Pritchett. Okay. Hi,
Thank you,
Keith.
Mayor and
Yeah,
City
that's
Council
awesome.
members.
Thanks.
My name is Keith Kaufman Gray, and I have been a member of the Transportation Circulation Committee since 2002. The Transportation Circulation Committee was formed in 1999 by the City Council. Its purpose is to advise City Council and the Planning Commission on transportation issues, including the circulation element to the City General Plan. The circulation element of the City of Santa Barbara's General Plan Vision Statement states, quote, Santa Barbara should be a city in which alternative forms of transportation and mobility are so available and so attractive that the use of an automobile is a choice and not a necessity. On December 11, 2008, the Transportation and Circulation Committee heard the State De La Vina reconfiguration project, which is before you today. The TCC voted 4-0 in favor of removing the free right turn lane from State Street to De La Vina Street. I think we need to step back and look at where this project first came to forward. It was in 2004 that the Oak Park NTMP discussions that the local neighbors and businesses voiced their concern about pedestrian and bicycle safety at this intersection. The project was made separate from others in the NTMP due to the funding restrictions. The city eventually, as was told tonight, received a matching grant for this and other projects in the city. As I stated at the December 11th meeting, this area has changed dramatically since this intersection was first created. The local businesses have become more community serving, making it more compelling to walk, but due to safety concerns, that remains difficult. The free right turn lane encourages speeding, and getting rid of the free right turn lane will slow down cars, making it safer for bicycles and pedestrians. Also, Mackenzie Park is a major draw for San Roque residents. This project will make it easier and safer for residents north of State Street to walk over to the park. The City of Santa Barbara needs to be proactive and make our streets safer before there is an accident. The goals of the TCC is to reinforce the circulation element. Policy 2.1 of the circulation element to work to achieve equality of convenience and choice among all modes of transportation is violated by this intersection, which favors cars over pedestrians and bicycles. Please support the TCC and the staff recommendation concept for State and De La Vina. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I heard somebody just yell out, let me just set down some real basic things here. Number one, you need to sit down, and number two, we need to be very kind to each other. This is a place where you can say what you think up here at the microphone and not have anybody say anything bad. And that's very important. We just can't have people yelling out or anything like that. If you want to do that, you can go in your own living room and yell at the TV. I do that all the time. I love it. It's a good thing to do, but not here. Okay, let's get back to this. Mr. Pritchett, TCC Chair.
Thank you. The council meeting this afternoon required no yelling when I was watching at home today. I'm David Pritchett, the chair of the committee, which has turned out to be far more fun than the Creeks Committee was my prior 6 years, so thank you. I just want to highlight a little what we did at the Creeks Committee 6 years ago at the Transportation Circulation Committee last December. There was a second time we saw this project. The prior time was 13 months earlier. In the meantime, the Architectural Board of Review did look at this, which made the project better, I think, because they asked for the staff to come up with alternative designs for review, where when we saw it the first time was just one plan to sort of make a finding whether it supported the circulation element or not. So in the analysis that we saw in December, which is attachment 2 in your own report from staff, the several alternative project design configurations are in here, but I just want to encourage you to look at the specific numbers in this matrix, especially for how well the proposed T intersection works for pedestrians and bicyclists. And I'll just have one example here. In attachment 2, the second column is about bike lane for eastbound riding on State Street, and we have scores of 3.5 compared with another alternative which maintains a free right turn, which is a score of 1.5. That, in this type of analysis, that's a big spread. So when you look at the far right side of the matrix, the totals may look similar, but it's which variables are adding up which show the real difference among these different project designs. And how that feels for bicyclists, I'm sure will be later speakers. At our meeting in December, we had 18 people from the public come to our meeting. We had regular bike commuters. We had grandmas taking their kids to Mackenzie Park who really would like some improved pedestrian access. We had people who did not support the project, mainly because I think they're only looking at driving a car as the experience in that intersection and not other modes of transportation that the city encourages, such as riding a bike or walking or riding a skateboard, for instance. I did not hear anything in the staff presentation about how the funding is working for this project. So I encourage you all on the council to ask those questions. In my judgment, the little paragraph in the staff report was not at all the way I heard it explained to me in a couple of conversations with staff. And there's a lot of public belief, true or false, that the money for this intersection is somehow competing with other parts of the city budget, which it's not, as far as I know, and I think I'm correct on this point. So, you know, it's an outside grant source. The funds are waiting for the project, and they're for improvements on De La Vina Street. I'll leave it at that for now. And if you do have outstanding technical questions, the Transportation Circulation Committee can look at those again in a public forum if you want to toss it back to us instead of feeling rushed or having incomplete information tonight. You know, this is a pretty high-profile project. We'll take it seriously, and as chair, I'll make sure of that. I'm not sure if Mr. Bradley from our committee is here, but he may show up a little later. As that was the schedule, he told me, so you could put him in the queue later. Thank you.
I'll just leave him right there and when he comes. Okay, thank you very much. We have, as I say, I'm going to call your name and then I'll call the next person, so if you can get ready if you're in the queue, that works for us. Michael Self, and then she has Thomas Lambert, 2 minutes, and she has Sheila Lambert, too.
I'll try to make it brief. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak on this project. Somehow, what I got out of hearing this presentation, there appears to be a rush all over town to urbanize this community. I find that somewhat annoying. And there was an important omission that I read in the staff packet, is that now the project, instead of the original $750,000, is to be $900,000 and over $223,000 in as part of the streets repair fund. So I think it's important the community know that it is not all grant money at this time. It is coming from our streets repair. I live near this intersection, and I frequent all of the crosswalks. I personally have no problem. I'm cautious, and I make sure that the drivers see me before I cross. There are 25 letters in opposition that I'm going to submit to the city clerk that have come to me, and the top one is from the Allied Neighborhoods Association opposing this project. We also have in these packets over 550 signatures from residents and people who use that intersection. These are all people who are opposing this project. And I would just say this is important because these are the people that you swore to represent. Our group, Santa Barbara Safe Streets, spent over $5,000 commissioning a real transportation study to fully understand the impacts of the city's proposal. We have met personally with many of you to point out the flaws in this new plan. Change sounds great, but if you really haven't studied the changes, you might well be disappointed with the end results. Have these people who've come here tonight all very concerned for our neighborhoods. Have they studied the plan? Do they really know what they're going to get with these tax dollars? Pedestrians now have 3 short crosswalks and median islands, but the city is proposing 1 long crosswalk and relocating another crosswalk to be in the path of right-turning cars, where it now is not. It comes from the island. This is in violation of Circulation Element 5.1, 5.5, and 5.6. And by doing so, we're adding significant risk to pedestrians. We are Santa Barbara safe streets. This is part of a letter which was sent to Mayor and forwarded to me. Quote, also, the project will force every bicycle rider to merge with traffic in order to navigate the proposed intersection. Currently, bike riders who continue on Delavina are allotted their own bike lane and do not need to merge with automotive traffic. The current design has no history of pedestrian accidents and therefore must be deemed safe for pedestrian use. End quote. This change will add discomfort and new risk to cyclists. This is not recommended in the Circulation Element 2.1. That is requesting the city create equality of convenience on our streets. Why hasn't the city implemented the inexpensive recommendation the residents have requested? The island is a shabby mess. There are no speed limit signs, reduced curve speed signs, the crosswalks are barely visible, there are no signal heads for pedestrian crossings. The statistics show this intersection to be way above average in safety and performance. Is it an accident waiting to happen? Every intersection is an accident waiting to happen. Other intersections have congestion and poor safety records. We suggest you look there to make such improvements. Please show me anywhere in the nation where purposely clogging and congesting our roadways brings comfort to any traveler. This experiment will likely have motorists seeking safe passage and parking in their surrounding neighborhoods. At least $900,000 is to be spent, and almost $250,000 of it from our street repair fund. This is unacceptable. Is it an expensive make-work project? Taxpayers can't afford it. Stop spending money we don't have on things we don't need. Please reject this project.
Okay, thank you. Bonnie Donovan will be followed by Steve Moss. Thank you.
I also oppose this project as presented. According to a transportation engineering firm analysis, at least 9 parking spaces will be lost if this project is approved. Staff matrix giving a very low priority to parking is unrealistic. This report was developed by staff with no community involvement. I bet every neighbor, youth, sports, teens at McKenzie Park and their parents, both shoppers and businesses, would consider this extremely important to their sustainability. They would see that maintaining any parking spot a benefit to their neighborhood. The reason we have congestion and inadequate parking in this business intersection is a direct result of the city approving businesses with less than the parking required by our zoning requirements. These changes will make it less desirable for everybody, and I ask that you make a reasoned decision and deny this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Moss, followed by Lanny Ebenstein.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I'm Steve Moss, the Manager of Strategic Planning and Compliance for MTD. Sherry Fisher, our General Manager, offers her apologies that she could not be here and asked me to come in her stead.
I believe you have a copy of a letter that we had originally sent to council when you considered this topic before. We forwarded it once again. And briefly, I just will state that MTD does not have any operational concerns with the proposal. We feel that it would work fine for our buses. And in fact, all bus riders begin and end their trips as bicyclists or pedestrians. It is currently a dangerous situation for bicyclists and pedestrians, and we feel that anything that improves the situation for those groups of people is also an improvement for transit.
Thank you. Fanny Ebenstein, followed by Paul Severin. Thank you.
Mayor Bloom, members of council, Mr. Armstrong, I'm here tonight to encourage you to reconsider this proposal. And there's two ways of approaching issues. One is to say, you don't know what you're talking about, and that kind of approach. And then there's the approach that says, maybe there's another way of looking at this, and maybe there is a majority of the council that would take another look at this issue. I think what you'll hear from tonight is a number of people on both sides of this issue. I don't think anyone could say that there is consensus in the community on this issue. As far as individuals who are advocates of this proposal would not say the community is strongly in support of reconfiguration. At the same time, opponents could not say there are not people who favor the change. And when there is that sort of lack of consensus, I think that's an argument, particularly in these times of budgetary shortfall, of taking a go-slow approach. I was interested with Mr. Pritchett's comments to the effect that the design has been improved as a result of taking more time to look at this issue. And I suspect that if this is an issue that is allowed to continue, it will continue to get better. In other words, it's a good thing that the process took longer previously. I think it would be a good thing if the process took longer now. And I think that some of the alternatives with respect to what can be done in a cost-effective manner with the current intersection and access, those are issues that are well worth considering as far as signage and other sorts of things along those lines. Finally, I should just say that I myself am a bike rider and have ridden through that intersection, and I myself would prefer the existing circumstance to having to go through the intersection as described. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Paul, you're going to tell me how to pronounce your last name, and then David Jennings.
Good evening, Council. My name is Paul Svechina. I've been a Caltrains engineer for about 18 years, and I find the presentation by the city and the TCC quite misleading. And I think the biggest fallacy is that it would be promoting bicycles or pedestrians or buses in some way. This is a picture of a fire truck stuck in traffic on State Street near Las Positas, and no one was moving. And the truck was spinning its lights, and it couldn't get anywhere. And I think that any competent engineer who looks at these plans will tell you that it slows it down for everybody, and it decreases sight distance coming around from State Street, besides all the other problems that have been discussed. And I think the biggest problem is that the city should be spending money on bridges and other things and not on projects like this that don't do anything good to benefit anyone. I've inspected many bridges in this town and county, and I'm kind of scared about what I see in the town. So I hope you give us some more value with the projects in the future.
You mentioned you work for Caltrans. Are you representing them?
No.
Okay, thank you.
No, I'm representing myself. That's what I wrote down on the form.
Okay, thank you. David Jennings, and then Mark Bradley, are you going to be ready in a few minutes? Okay. David Jennings, thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me address the council. I own an engineering firm on De La Vina, and I have for over 15 years. We have a number of employees that come from out of town, and of course they drive. We also ship and receive equipment by truck, as well as pick up local machine work, anodize, paint, and so forth from various local vendors. So transportation to and from our business is critically important. It's gradually become more congested in the De La Vina area. over the past few years to the point that we're literally loading and unloading trucks in the middle of De La Vina. So further congestion is a real concern. I've heard some of the comments that were made about optimizing it for bicyclists and pedestrians. But if you walk through the area and you look at the parking lots in Ralph's and Long's and Trader Joe's, they're not filled with bicycles. They're filled with cars. Those cars have to come and go, and it gets quite busy there quite often, to the point that if you're coming out of side streets, you may need to wait for a little while. So as we look at this, I'd like to encourage you to look at it from the standpoint of optimizing it for traffic flow instead of impeding traffic flow. I'm opposed to the change. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Bradley will be followed by Ralph Fertig. From our Transportation Circulation Committee.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and Council. I'm Mark Bradley from the representing Transportation Circulation Committee. My apologies for being late. As my other colleagues on the committee probably already mentioned, we have seen this, heard this issue twice, and it was unanimously approved both times with a and the first time there were no members of the public opposing. The second time the majority of members of the public were in favor of the change. We were convinced on the committee that the safety study that your staff did showed that according to federal law or according to the standards for roads, this intersection isn't safe. And we're convinced that the recommended design would solve the problems there. So I'm also wondering if there were an accident to happen there and the staff had recommended that the intersection be improved and that there was a plan to do that and it wasn't improved, what the city's responsibility would be then in terms of liability if there was an accident. So I'm not a lawyer, but I don't know if you've done any talking to your legal counsel about that. Also, as far as I understand it, this funding for this project is from a federal grant. It's using local funds to leverage about 4 times as much federal funds, and you can't just substitute out this project for another one. The grant is approved for specific projects, and if it's not approved, these funds probably would end up going to another city, providing jobs for their construction workers and employees instead of Santa Barbara workers, and protecting the safety of other residents elsewhere instead of Santa Barbara residents. So, thank you.
Thank you. Ralph Fertig will be followed by Roger Manassi.
Mayor Bloom and members of the City Council, I'm Ralph Fertig. I'm president of the Santa Barbara Bicycle Coalition, a county-wide nonprofit organization founded in 1991. As a longtime resident of Santa Barbara, I've driven and biked and walked through the intersection hundreds of times. The free right turn is a quaint configuration that today's traffic design standards say don't use because it's dangerous. When I bicycle through it, heading east on State Street, I worry that motorists turning right will assume that I'm turning right as well, or just not see me. I use my mirror so I know what's coming up behind me. I signal that I'm moving to the left, and I look back not because I don't already know what's happening there, but to further wake up inattentive motorists. So far, so good. I don't have to do all that downtown Santa Barbara. That's because there's a through bicycle lane, a through traffic lane, and a separate right turn lane. Bicyclists and motorists know where they belong. Not so on De La Vina. It needs fixing. Some have said that there are few bicyclists on outer state. Our bicycle coalition has organized bicyclist counts over the past 11 years. While I have not counted at State De La Vina, we have at nearby State and Las Positas. During our 18 hours of counts, there have been 788 people on bicycles on State Street. That comes to 44 an hour. That's fewer than in downtown Santa Barbara, but State is still our main corridor because it has bike lanes and popular destinations. Replacing the free right turn with current roadway design standards that best comply with the city's circulation element will increase everybody's safety. We strongly recommend removing the free right turn plus adding the pedestrian refuge island at Samarkand Drive. That will give all residents the best overall benefit from our federal tax dollars that the city has already brought home for this important safety project. Thank you.
Thank you. Roger Manassi, followed by Joyce Unch.
Madam Mayor, members of the council.
Manassi.
So here we have this very functional intersection at State and De La Vina, which serves the main traffic artery to downtown and has been accident-free for at least 2 decades, and some residents have complained that there is a safety issue here. Hardly a surprise. Crosswalks are very poorly marked. Speed limit signs are totally inadequate, and there is an absence of law enforcement. Many reasonable, easily implemented suggestions by residents to improve safety have been ignored. So the project before you proposes to address this problem by congesting traffic to the point where everyone has to slow down, perhaps to the point of gridlock. This is a meat-axe approach which punishes everybody. This proposal, overwhelmingly opposed by local residents and businesses in the area, is the very same one which the ABR last year felt was unnecessary and rejected it as unsuitable. There is no credible evidence that this project will improve safety. The cost of the project has now increased to over $1 million if one includes consulting fees. It is an outrageous waste of taxpayer money. Please reject it.
Thank you. Joyce Unch, followed by Scott Wentz.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. December 17th, 2007, McKenzie Park. There was an overflow crowd. It was the first I heard about this. The first question was mine. How many parking spaces are we losing? Browning Allen, I'll quote him. He says, everyone worries about parking. I interjected, and rightfully so. He answered none. After the meeting, he told me, no, there won't be any parking that we'll lose. My point is McKenzie Park and Youth. We have a lot of baseball tournaments there. The parents double park in that very small lot, and State Street parking is needed. The petitions in our area have soundly defeated this. Our police records show no accident in 20-plus years. I've lived there for 39 years, and I know of no personal injuries that have occurred. But, you know, safety first. For those who think, what if? I think that we could do something with that area with a less expensive approach. Does this really warrant $750,000 of taxpayers' money? 14 months ago, ABR denied it, then to planning, back to ABR, now to council. It's just like a transparent chess game. The cost of this will be well over $900,000, providing there isn't a whoopee in it, and the rest is going to have to come from city funds some way, somehow. But my understanding is that the cookie jar is empty. The city is either $5 or $9 million in the red, whichever article one reads. If there's an urgent need to narrow this passageway for trucks to 10 feet, I'm thinking about Trader Joe's, Ralph's, Jedlicka's. How do we plan to reroute the functions of business that supply our tax dollars? And for what? You know, the real transparency is that we want 9 parking spaces. We want to disrupt an intersection that has factually worked to congest an area in hopes it'll be so bad that we'll all take to a bike and walk or MTD. Well, I personally didn't ride a bicycle here tonight, and I'm sure that no one else did either. In closing, I would like to think that the problems we see with the federal and the state would tell us something. Right now, $40 billion has been cut out of the stimulus package for states and city. To me, this translates into less free lunch, if any. I can only hope that in these times we can develop some sort of a respect and a social conscience for the taxpayers, spending their tax dollars prudently. As our President Obama had stated, we need transparency and accountability. And I agree with that. But I'll add to that. You need transparency, accountability. That equals legacy. And all of legacy is based on our decisions, good, bad, or indifferent. For the people, by the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Wins will be followed by Thomas Matthias, maybe.
Both you and both Scott and Ralph in a suit tonight. This is a great occasion.
Totally amazing.
I have a comment, but I don't think it's appropriate. First off, Scott Wins, in this particular instance representing Cars Are Basic, even though I'm not on the board any longer, Cars Are Basic circulated a petition in the business community. The petition opposes the City of Santa Barbara plans to alter State and Delavina intersection. Pursuant to the protection guaranteed to us under CEQA, we urge that a comprehensive EIR be completed prior to any further action to the intersection by the city. When I was out going to the businesses, I collected every single one of these signatures. The majority of the comments that I heard about this project you could not say in polite public. I mean it seriously. We have over 90% of all the businesses in the area that have said, don't do it. Major corporations that are franchises have finally signed on to this because they're angry about it. Now you have another problem. Staff has stated that they have to comply with the TCE, the circulation element. Well, there's a little paragraph in the TCE that just happens to say that businesses like the ones that are on Delavina and Outer State Street are the very businesses that will be hurt by this type of planning. Now, how many tax dollars do you want to lose? The city's in the process of hurting, and hurting badly. The city has used questionable statistics when it comes to stopping distances. I heard a comment about 405 feet necessary to stop an automobile traveling 35 to 40 miles an hour. I find that very questionable. When I was in the Army, I was being taught how to do short takeoff and landings. I can bring a fully loaded single-engine aircraft in at 50 miles an hour, touch it down on the tarmac, and have it come to a stop in 300 feet. And that was a 1950s aircraft. I can tell you it has lousy stopping distances. This is my neighborhood. Now, this is a comment from myself. This has nothing to do with cab. I was raised in this neighborhood. I have been riding bicycles in this area for 60 years. I have never had a problem there. But I've had 2 accidents on city bicycle path streets. I've been run over on Bass Street. I've been run over on Lower State Street. Never in this area have I had a problem.
Thomas Matthias, followed by David Van Hoy.
Good evening, Thomas Matthias. I live in the neighborhood, but I'd like to speak to you as a member of the League of American Bicyclists and as a licensed certified instructor. Santa Barbara has the highest per capita of LCIs in the nation. And we're working very hard to help the population in Santa Barbara who rides their bikes ride safely and get to work and home or wherever they're going and return in one piece. I'm a very competent bicyclist and have ridden all my life, and I avoid that intersection. I take other routes. I find it confusing and dangerous, and when I take my students on the street, I don't take them up through there. Generally, cyclists who are involved in accidents that have something to do with their own behavior often are in a confused state of not knowing what to do. And that intersection is a perfect example of that. As you approach it on a bicycle, the only real option is to turn right on Delavina. If you proceed straight, if you look at the way the roads are marked and the traffic pattern flows, there really is no place for bicycles there. So that is one of the areas that I actually list with my students not to ride your bicycle. And I think this issue goes beyond just this intersection and to what Santa Barbara is encouraging our populace and our visitors to do. And I think bicycling is something to definitely encourage the folks that live here and visit here, both now and in the future when it becomes more and more in use. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, David
Madam
Van
Mayor.
Hoy.
Yes. Madam Mayor.
Ms.
I have a
Falcone has a
question,
question for you, sir.
Sir?
Mr. Matthias.
Could you come? You use an acronym that I don't know, and my colleague here doesn't know. LCI. Could you?
Yes, I introduced myself as a licensed cycling instructor from the League of American Bicyclists.
So we have the largest per capita licensed cycling instructors
in the nation.
in the nation who live in this area?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
David Van Hoy will be followed by Josiah Jenkins.
Madam Mayor and council members, good to see you all. My name is David Van Hoy. This really strikes me as an issue of the word balance has been used. I really look at it as public property, the right-of-way of the road and the sidewalks that's to be shared by the entire community. That community includes people that are driving, people that are walking, people that are small children, people that are disabled, people on, and everybody in between. And right now we have a condition, we have a leftover highway or a leftover street that used to bend and become and kind of merge into De La Vina as one fell swoop. That little free right turn lane was left in there for whatever reason. And at this point it becomes really a barrier for people coming and going in that area. I agree with the previous speaker. I'm also a bicycle rider, and you can make it through that intersection, but most of us just simply avoid it. We don't ride down State Street. I advise people also to take other routes to go downtown, even if they're longer, because you might get there in one piece. It's really a barrier between the neighborhood and the park. It's a barrier between. We have this little event in town called Fiesta every year, and it's very crowded out there. It's very, very dicey out there when Fiesta's going on, crossing at this intersection and a couple of the adjacent intersections. This condition affects downstream and upstream traffic in terms of all of us pedestrians and bicycle riders. So I certainly have looked through the documents. Concept 1 seems like the superior alternative to me. I think it will improve the situation. I think it will allow all of us to share that real estate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Josiah Jenkins will be followed by Larry Bickford.
Thank you and good evening. I'm for keeping the right turn lane at De La Vina Street. My family's been in business on Upper De La Vina since 1946. It was Highway 101, Hollister Avenue, when we started there. Used to be 4 lanes of traffic on Upper De La Vina. It's been cut down to 2 under the city transportation plans. Trader Joe's, they turned the parking lot into a structure, adding more congestion. And it's very hard for both vehicles and pedestrians. If you're a pedestrian, you can't get across there. It's as hard as a vehicle anywhere on Upper De La Vina, not just the State Street intersection. Now, I discount the bikes as they notoriously don't follow the rules, run stoplights and stop signs. What would fix the problem is people taking responsibility, bicyclists, pedestrians, and drivers, and following rules of the road. Enforcement would help, too. Look at the intersection of State and Los Positas and the number of people, vehicles, making a left-hand turn from State to Los Positas, running the red light. You can sit on State Street and screen and get 2 or 3 vehicles. Enforcement is our issue. Please don't waste the tax dollars on the intersection of State and De La Vina. Instead, fix our potholes, broken sidewalks to benefit pedestrians, bicyclists, and cars. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry Bickford will be followed by Karen Van Hoy.
Hi, my name is Larry Bickford. The last speaker actually made a good point. One of the reasons why the intersection is an issue, by the way, I fully support the TCC's and staff recommendations that we really should change that intersection. In fact, my only objection is it wasn't done last year or yesterday. In a perfect world where all the drivers were being responsible and obeying the traffic rules, and with less traffic volume like it was 50 years ago, that intersection worked just fine. But the reality is people are speeding, people are running through red lights, and there is virtually no enforcement, traffic enforcement at that intersection and most other places around town as well. I cite, and before I go on, and I will be brief, I work in the neighborhood. I use that intersection as a pedestrian, as a bicyclist, and driving my car virtually every single day, and unfortunately sometimes multiple times during the same day. Yesterday, a staff person from Ed Hat went and set his video camera up and for 15 minutes monitored that intersection. During that, it was 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon. During that 15-minute period, there were 5 people that ran the red light. 1 person traveling westbound on State Street made an illegal left turn onto De La Vina. And I kid you not, 60 cars traveling from State onto De La Vina, driving partially or totally in the bike lane. Not one, not two, but 60 vehicles in 15 minutes traveling in the bike lane. Clearly not safe. I had an incident this afternoon myself, very bizarre. I'm ashamed. I was traveling and I was going to be making a right turn on De La Vina. There was a pedestrian on the island coming from the coffee shop attempting to go across the street. I was going to stop for her. I looked in my rearview mirror and noticed that there was a car directly behind me and a bicyclist. So I did not stop for the pedestrian. Had I stopped for that pedestrian in the crosswalk, I would have likely been hit by the car behind me and caused the bicyclist to be in an accident as well. That type of intersection simply does not work in this day and age. And I strongly encourage you to move forward as quickly as possible and remedy the situation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Karen Van Hoy, followed by Wilson Hubble.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I would like to say that my name is Karen Van Hoy. I do teach dog agility classes up at Mackenzie Park. I am there on a weekly basis on Sundays. And I have witnessed many, many accidents at not the intersection that we are speaking of at De La Vina, but a little bit further down by the bus stop. I have seen overturned cars. I have seen, just as of Sunday, I saw a bus that had laid on its horn because the car next to it was not going to stop for the pedestrian in the sidewalk. So I think the bigger piece of the pie needs to come out of the intersection and grow a little bit. I'm hearing good and bad points about De La Vina. I'm wavering in between that, but more for myself is the intersection, and I watch it on a daily basis every Sunday. I watch skateboarders, bicyclists. I see horses. There were 2 horses that were crossing the crosswalk. Now, if you couldn't see a horse, I'm not quite sure what would have happened, but there were actually
They're going to Jedlicka's is what they're doing.
No, they were going the other way. But if you're not an observance of 2 horses crossing the crosswalk, and I do feel very sorry for the pedestrians that I observe a family of, he's got 2 little kids, 2 dogs. He comes across that crosswalk every single Sunday. He takes his life and his kids' lives in hand. So I think on a bigger portion of that you do need to take that into a little bit bigger consideration, whether it be possibly move the bus stop, possibly move the crosswalk, signage. I don't know that speed limit signs are going to be it, whether it be a lit crosswalk. I would say it from a very selfish kind of a part of a view that if this did go through and that there were parking places that were actually eliminated. I do rent the park and have rented the park for many, many years for dog agility classes, and I do park right in that section right there. That it be recommended to Parks and Recreation that they access the park and for Fiesta as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Wilson Hubble, followed by Shirley Wood Force.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, my name is Wilson Hubble. I'm a licensed California driver. I own a car like most people in this room do. I also am a pedestrian periodically, and yes, I've been known to ride my bike. As a side note, I'm also a retired senior environmental planner for the Transportation Division of the County Public Works Department. I'd like to tell you that Y intersections do not necessarily present a problem for bicyclists. In fact, you have Y intersections in this community that bicyclists ride through all the time without much of a problem. As you've heard from the folks behind me, the big issue is the free right turn lane at State and De La Vina. I've sent you all the professional guidelines from, or at least some of them, because there's an awful lot, from the Institute of Traffic Engineers and the Federal Highway Administration. There's also other guidelines that I didn't send you from the American Association of State and Highway and Transportation Officials because I have to pay for them, that detail common pedestrian bicyclist safety issues associated with free right turn lanes, not only at Y intersections, but also at 4-way intersections. However, The specific problem in State and De La Vina is the very shallow curve there. It allows motorists to maintain quite a bit of speed. And you've seen the design history for this project up on the wall, how it's gone through the community, how it's gone through staff, your staff, not only your Public Works Department, also your Police Department. And but I must also say that it's also gone through 2 other governmental agencies besides yourself, sort of a peer review. It's gone through the Santa Barbara County Association of Governments, and it's gone through the California Transportation Commission. And these organizations have blessed your project, and they've awarded you, through a competitive process with other jurisdictions, $750,000. Now, those are the facts, and we're all entitled to our own opinions. We're not entitled to our own facts. And another fact is that, did I say that wrong?
Some people are. No, you
No,
said
some
it right,
people
but
are, though, you see, so you got to kind of
had that problem.
One other fact. No pedestrian, there's no record of a pedestrian or a cyclist being injured with this free right turn lane. But that's the one fact that could change in an instant. So the situation, and by the way, today's facts wind up being tomorrow's evidence. So the situation is this. The professional literature indicates the potential for a safety problem. Members of the public have said that there is a safety problem. City staff and the TCC have recognized the problem. 2 outside governmental agencies have agreed there is a problem, and one has given the city $750,000 to solve the problem. The city attorney can describe the legal issues if action is not taken to eliminate the problem if a bicyclist is ultimately injured or killed. My concern is that the $750,000 could go somewhere else. A bicyclist is killed or injured out there, and suddenly all of these issues that have come up wind up on his desk, and he gets to deal with the defense attorneys, or the personal injury attorneys. And then, after we have paid probably an out-of-court settlement with dollars out of the pockets of everybody seated behind me, we're going to be back in here. We're going to be going over the same project again, except then we're going to be several $1 million poorer.
Okay.
Those are
Can
the
you
end of
wind
my
up?
comments.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Shirley Wood Forrest, followed by Lee Moldaver, please.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I thank you for granting me the opportunity to speak. I am here to ask you to leave alone the wonderful, easy-to-use intersection at State and De La Vina. This is the latest in a very long list of traffic hindering and infuriating projects. The present plans for changing this intersection will cause added congestion, create a bottleneck, have traffic cutting through all areas of Samarkand at a time when the city has not enough money. There will be a huge cost overrun above the $750,000 estimate from 2 years ago. There will be a loss of needed parking. Incidentally, the mayor and the city council have free parking 24/7 next door to City Hall. Yet they expect us not to drive cars. Cars are a necessary part of the transportation mix, and they always will be. It's not practical to try and reorganize society for the benefit of a minority. Where is common sense? Where is logic? Where is fiscal responsibility and thrift? Where is the concern for the citizen's viewpoint and convenience? Vote against changing De La Vina. Don't go down in history as having made the stupidest, most illogical, most hated decision of 2009. Thank you.
You're welcome. Lee Moldaver, whoops. We're not going to do that. If you want to clap, you get to do it in front of a TV somewhere. Lee Moldaver, followed by Leslie Mancebo, probably. Thank you.
Good
Mr.
afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I'm Hugh Muldaver, a longtime San Roque resident. It's hard to follow a speaker so introverted that she could barely get her words out. It's exactly 10 days more than a year that I attended a workshop in San Luis Obispo sponsored by Caltrans, the State Department of Transportation, the U.S. Department of Transportation, and the National Safety Council. And the purpose of this conference, which was attended by city staff as well, was safe and efficient urban intersection designs. And as a former member of one of the committees of the National Safety Council, this is something I'm very interested in. As a San Roque resident who goes through that intersection on foot, off of a bus, to shop at Trader Joe's, with all due respect to that person, I was very interested. They had a slideshow and PowerPoint both by the federal presenter and by the state training officer, Mr. Ronkin, about examples of good intersection design, bad intersection design. It included roundabouts, sidewalks, traffic lights, stop signs, and Y intersections. And there were pictures from the Tri-County area that illustrated them. And I have to tell you that this was an example of substandard, unsafe design. A lot of people are concerned that this isn't going to work. As the chair of your transportation committee in the 1980s, they said the same thing about extending the bikeway from UCSB into Santa Barbara. They said the same thing about the creation of the Dolphin Fountain. They said the same thing about the roundabout at Milpas Street. As you can see, capitalism and the right to drive have vanished because all of those things went forward. As a bicyclist in the San Roque area, I agree with Mr. Mathias and Dr. Bickford. I will not bicycle there, and I cannot tell you the number of near misses as a pedestrian coming to and from those shops that I've seen from my neighbors trying to take that right turn while they're distracted. So please, I support the staff recommendation. I hope you approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Leslie Mancebo, followed by Eli Horowitz.
Hi there. Good evening. My name is Leslie Mancebo. I live in downtown Santa Barbara and work in Goleta. I often ride my bike, especially home on nice evenings, and I avoid this intersection as well on my bicycle. However, when I do drive, I often stop at the Trader Joe's on De La Vina and find this intersection very challenging, even as a motorist. I understand that the free right turn lends itself very well to high speeds by motorists and is convenient for cars that are turning from State Street onto De La Vina. I strongly feel that the safety of everyone traveling through this intersection is far more important than the convenience for some traveling by car. I strongly support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Eli Horowitz, followed by Michael Warnken.
Madam Mayor, council members, you have to excuse us. My jaw's wired shut. I was recently hit by a car on my bicycle while fully observing the rules of the road, I might add. Just want to say that I work at UCSB. I come downtown every day on my bike to volunteer, and every day I go through that intersection. I often choose to go straight on State instead of taking the free right, which provides huge inconvenience for me and often also for cars. I've noticed one of two things happens. Either I'm forced to take the free right by reckless and unaware drivers, or drivers will see me trying to merge, and instead of continuing their flow of traffic so that I can merge easily, they'll get skittish and will then hold up traffic behind them and create a big fiasco, which is inconvenient for everyone. So I'm in support of this project, and I thank you for your time, and I urge you to take heed of your own staff's words and really consider what equality of convenience and choice among all modes of transportation means. Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Where were you when you got hit?
I was actually just prior to the intersection in question on near State and Los Positos, right around there.
So sorry.
By the crosswalk, that was my question, but by the crosswalk that Mrs. Van Hoy was talking about, the one further down by the Shell station?
Yeah.
Or were you even further than that?
I was a little bit further. I wasn't actually at an intersection. I was on State and was hit by a truck turning across the bike lane.
I think you're fortunate to be here.
Yes, I feel very lucky, actually.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much. Michael Warnken, followed by Harold Hattier.
I'm embarrassed. I think this is garbage. I think that spending $700,000 while we're in a recession and we're losing money all the time on something that doesn't need to be fixed. Are you kidding me? I'm sorry. I know I hate doing this. You know, I mean, I come in front of you, and I know it's sort of like this awkward thing. I feel like this is so Orwellian, it's not even funny. This is what we get out of at-large elections. You guys aren't accountable at the ballot box. So what happens is you can choose what you want to do, and you don't have to look to the citizens. In the meantime, as our vote gets devalued, it's not cherished by you. You don't have to come to us. You don't have to agree with me either. There's a lot of people who do. And unless we go back to single-member districts, this stuff will continue. I think back to the fires that we had recently. And to your credit, I saw many of you come on TV. It would have been nicer had you gone to your districts and the people in each of the individual districts and discussed things when the television wasn't able to be available to us. That we actually had the ability to talk with and discuss matters and talk to you and get information, because that's what ultimately representative government is supposed to get. When you're at large, you don't represent anybody as well as you would if you knew who was in your district. I go back to this wonderful state called New Hampshire. Each of their lower chamber represents 3,000 people, and they actually send me emails. I can actually approach them, and even though I don't vote in that state, it has value. And I don't think I do here.
Harold Hattier, followed by Linda Foster.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, I'm Harold Hattier, and I strongly oppose this plan to reconfigure this particular Y intersection. My wife and I and my family have lived in the San Roque area for more than 50 years. We have safely traveled this intersection just as it is thousands of times, and I mean that, thousands of times, because for 35 years I had a professional connection with Cottage Hospital, with the Rehab Institute, before that Pinecrest, and other medical facilities in the area. I know that this intersection, just as it is, serves this city and its residents extremely well. The proposed reconfiguration, which includes the removal of 9 parking places, will not relieve congestion. It will instead create untold congestion, and congestion is not conducive to safe pedestrian use, nor is it conducive to safe bicycle use. This intersection, just as it is the gateway to Cottage Hospital, Sansom Clinic, numerous doctors' offices, pharmacies, the Rehabilitation Institute, and many, many medical facilities. It serves Via Delavina Street as an alternative to State Street en route to downtown Santa Barbara, and it serves it very well. Now, if you want to look for a place that has plenty of accidents, and I know this because for 19 years I was a general insurance adjuster, take a look at Las Positas at the corner of where McCaw Avenue meets it as a T. That's where you have accidents. The other side of Mackenzie Park. I go by there quite frequently, and professionally, when I was an insurance adjuster, we settle claims resulting from accidents at that point numerous times.
Could you finish up, please?
Emergency vehicles of all kinds frequently use this intersection, as do large trucks supplying Trader Joe's and other stores in the vicinity and further down. The present configuration superbly accommodates these large vehicles. However, the proposed T-style design with narrowed lanes will create serious problems for them, for these big vehicles, these transport trucks and other large vehicles, maybe even fire emergency
Could you wind up,
vehicles,
please?
big
You're
ones.
way over time.
Can't I finish? I have one
Sure,
paragraph.
but it's almost 4 minutes.
Especially in making turns. They won't be able to make them without crossing the center line. In brief, the proposed plan is not an improvement. It is rather an expensive, improvident parody of a design that works very well. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Linda Foster will be followed by Kellum DeForest.
Hi, I'm Linda Foster. Thank you for your time, Mayor and Council. Everything that I had written down that were my points have been said, so I let Mr. Hattier have one of my 2 minutes here, and I'll be brief. I'm a taxpayer here in Santa Barbara. I've lived here for 51 years. I like the intersection as it is. Everyone's used to it. There's many seniors in our town, and I'm getting to be one every day, getting closer to it. And it confuses people. This Y that you're talking about, there, the lazy right turn coming down State onto De La Vina. I don't see the speed being any different there than people that approach into the Milpas roundabout. People just barrel through there. And that's supposed to be some, thing that you guys all admire, is that roundabout. And it intimidates me and a lot of other people in this town. I want this intersection to stay as it is. Perhaps if you want to relook at the pedestrian crossways and reconfigure things or some other signage, but I think it should stay the same. And I just feel this amount of money, whatever it gets up to, $900,000, is ridiculous at this time, especially with our economy, and our coffers in this town don't need to be spending this money right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kellum DeForest, followed by Pierre DeLong.
Good evening. I'm Kellum DeForest. I was born in Santa Barbara and feel the importance of the De La Vina Y as part of the history of Santa Barbara is missing in the council agenda report. The Y with its island has been a significant part of the heritage of the city. De La Vina Street was part of El Camino Real, providing the Spanish a Camino Royal to the missions and presidios to the north. Before any bridges were built, the spot on Mission Canyon Road, Mission Creek, just south of Ralph's Shopping Center, was the best site to ford the stream. During the last half of the 19th century, the route became the Stagecoach and Wagon Road North. Colonel W. W. Hollister widened this wagon road and had it oiled as a route to his ranch, Glen Annie, named after his wife. The road soon acquired the name Hollister. It ran from Mission Street across Mission Creek, which now had a bridge, turned left and ran through the Ontaire Ranch to Goleta. With the advent of the automobile and the demand for good roads, Hollister Avenue became the state highway with the resulting mushrooming of gas station stores and motor courts. The car made access to outlying properties feasible. The Y came about through the vision of Stephen Rutherford, who bought the Ontaire Ranch in 1917 and laid out an upscale development naming it after himself, Rutherford Park, in which he had the city annex. We know it today as San Roque. He eschewed the conventional street grid in favor of curving streets with many Y intersections. His development plan included that State Street would continue west to his track as a commercial street. The Y was built on Hollister to accommodate the hoped-for extension. He even named the street which ran to Calalioras State. It was not until 1951 that his dream of a connection was realized with the extension of State Street from Constance Avenue to Calalioras. Aerial photographs from the 1920s show a tree on the triangle of the intersection. But the deodar tree, that is now there, dates from the 60s. Mike Pathos, former city park superintendent, reports it was part of a program to assure preservation of our unique skyline. The triangle was a good spot because it was big enough to take a large tree, and also because a tree there would screen the buildings on State Street when you drive up Delavina. For these reasons, there is a nomination to designate the Y as a city landmark that is currently under consideration by the Historic Landmarks Commission. I respectfully ask the City Council to direct staff to discontinue this expensive and unnecessary project that would destroy a bit of Santa Barbara's history. Thank you.
Thank you. Pierre DeLong, followed by Harry Kazali.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Good evening, council members. I volunteer at the Rehab Institute. The free right turn is not a problem for me, but if I want to go downtown and so forth, I have to go on the left-hand side. And I wear a vest and signal and also have a whistle for my safety most of the time. There is nothing to slow down the traffic from Las Positas all the way down to De La Vina. If there were, there would not be the problem and the conflict. I have to pray that the drivers see me, and I have to merge in there respectfully. I obey all the laws. I had my birthday yesterday. I'm 64. I am a senior. I'm qualified. I live at St. Vincent's, and I have to use that route all the time. And I would consider your approval, your accepting my approval of this project for my safety and so I can be here, and I respectfully appreciate your help. Thank you.
And happy birthday. Harry Kazali, followed by Michael Kwan.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Harry Kazali. My family owned the Quality Inn, which is adjacent to the proposed project. I am somewhat surprised that when the city, county, state, and the rest of the country are in the middle of this financial crisis, a plan this costly is still being considered. Just like many businesses, we've suffered through this economic downturn. Our revenue are down 20% in the fourth quarter of 2008, which means bed tax is down 20% also. I was thinking, why are there not many businesses here tonight? Because I've counted at least half a dozen businesses have come and go just within the 2 blocks radius in the last year. For small business like ours, last thing we need in this economy is to have construction in front of our property for any extended period of time. As it is, parking in the area is a problem, and with additional loss of parking, it will compound the problem. From 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., both sides of the lower part of Summerkin Drive is full of parked cars, mostly from Trader Joe's and Coffee Bean employees. This project will also increase the car traffic through the surrounding neighborhood. In addition, we have issues with the transients residing in Mackenzie Park, creating numerous customer complaints and concerns about safety. To that note, last winter, a fire started by a transient came within a few feet of our laundry facility and guest rooms. We're worried that this extension of the park, complete with additional benches, will bring more transient living to these locations, which could potentially affect public safety and could drive away even our most loyal customers. It's been 14 months since we heard about this project, but nothing really has been done to make the crosswalk situation safer. I can't remember when the crosswalk was last restriped. I do feel that there would be more support and less opposition for this project if other safety options were considered and tried first. For instance, installing solar power radar detectors coupled with yellow striped crosswalk that have been proven to be successful in reducing speed and making crosswalks safer in Shoreline Drive. And I did bring pictures to show you this option. I do want to thank the staff because they have worked with us, but again, we took this very personally just because that's our livelihood. And I do have one last question for the staff. I just wondering if there is the backup plan in case this plan is rejected due to funding or other factors. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll get them to answer after we finish all this. Michael Kwan, followed by Mickey Flax.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name is Michael Kwan. I drive about 30,000 miles a year, and so someone mentioned way earlier that cars weren't a necessity. Well, for me, it is actually a necessity. But I do like one person who brought up that we have to look at balance in all modes of transportation. And in fact, I've noticed in the past 10 years or so that I'm seeing more and more people on bicycles. And so that seems to be a very appealing mode. Myself, I think I'm unusual here. I've noticed all the other senior citizens seem to be opposed, but I'm a senior citizen myself. And I discovered that, well, my doctor thinks I'm in pretty good shape for someone who's pushing 70. And I think one of the reasons I'm in good shape is that for about the last 10 years, I started riding my bicycle a lot. And I ride through that intersection, and it really scares the living daylights out of me, you know. And I'm a taxpayer, too. And I guess I'm kind of wondering what would happen. I don't want to be the first fatality. I read about the guy that got hit by the bus, and it mentioned his age. I don't want to be listed as a statistic like that. I really don't. And besides that, once I'm dead, that's one less taxpayer you have. Okay?
Thank you. Good point.
Sorry about that, but and as I said, I'm a motorist, and people brought up this thing about gridlock. Well, duh. I mean, all of Upper State Street is a gridlock. And I notice that once I can get past Las Positas, I don't mind punching the gas pedal a little bit. And I don't care what you say about speed limit signs. I think most people kind of ignore them. You know, this other guy was talking about radar detectors. So what? Okay, I'm doing 45 and a 38. So what? I'm still going to go. And so I know what I'm like when I'm behind the wheel, and I'm not a very patient driver. And because of that, when I'm riding through that intersection, it really scares me because there are probably other drivers like me out there. Okay?
Thank you.
And so, again, I'd like to bring up one other point, too, is that I'll bet you if I'm the first fatality, it's going to cost you a lot more than $1 million as far as settling that claim.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mickey Flax, followed by Sharon Westby.
Except for riding a bike, I share all of the opinions of the previous speaker and the circumstances. I drive only 5,000 miles a year. I walk the rest of the time. I live downtown, where I venture to say a majority, or certainly at least 50%, and I think a majority, of the people who live in the city of Santa Barbara live considerably east of this particular intersection. So it would be a mistake for people who live in that immediate area to believe that they are the only ones who matter and that they are the only ones who should have a say. Contrary to popular belief, I am not here to suggest building affordable housing either on the median or in Mackenzie Park. However, I do think that one of the advantages of affordable housing, one of the advantages of low-income people, is that they tend to have fewer automobiles. And we have come to the point historically as a society where we have to consider the idea that fewer automobiles and fewer miles traveled by automobile is a good thing, is a necessary thing, is something that is important for our way of life, for our quality of life, and for the survival not only of our community but of the planet. I know there's a very big ideas to bring to bear when we're talking simply about a Y intersection, but if you stop to think about it, that really is what it is all about. In addition to the question of safety, it is a question of, have we not finally reach the time where we do not want to privilege the automobile, as it has been privileged since the 1920s and certainly since World War II, and say enough is enough. We want to privilege to some degree, at least to try to come to some equality for pedestrians and bicyclists and skateboarders and people who aren't spewing fumes into the air. So I ask you, as members of our government who have been blamed for everything from the fires to everything else, to remember that in addition to listening to loud voices, you have two obligations. One is to provide leadership, and second is, as a member of many minorities, I ask you also to consider those who might be a minority in this room, who may well not be a minority in the community, but who represent certainly a significant segment of the community who believe the automobile has seen its day, not dawning day. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon Westby will be followed by Frank Hotchkiss, and then Susan Horn. Thank you.
Mayor and Council, I oppose the proposed changes to State and De La Vina. We have an intersection that functions very well, and based on an official traffic study by a traffic engineering consultant, and based on the history of this intersection, is safe. The proposed changes will actually decrease safety and increase congestion. Additionally, the plan will require close to $1 million of taxpayer dollars to implement, and most of the taxpayers oppose this change. In my opinion, approving this plan is irresponsible. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank Hotchkiss, followed by Susan Horn.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I apologize to DAS. I didn't bring my suit today. So, I know the mayor is most concerned about speeding through this intersection, but I also know that she could solve that problem for a lot less than $1 million. Some of you have also told me that the public is evenly divided on this issue. I honestly doubt that, but for argument's sake, let's say Santa Barbara is evenly divided on this issue. 50% for and 50% against. So where does that leave us? It forces us to turn to the merits of the project to decide. From Las Positas going downtown to downtown Santa Barbara, De La Vina is the main thoroughfare. There are, in fact, only 2 stops between Las Positas and Mitchell-Torina on De La Vina. State Street, on the other hand, requires 7 stops before reaching Mitchell-Torina. So clearly, our past traffic engineers have designed our streets to use De La Vina for unimpeded traffic, bicycle or car. The plan before you would put a cork in the bottleneck, as it were, bringing to a halt some 500 or more cars at peak times. Inconvenience, frustration, noise, exhaust, wear and tear, to say nothing of the construction for 6 months or more, bringing real chaos to the area. With this bottleneck, drivers could either sit and wait for the light to change or, more likely, I think, avoid the problem altogether by diverting through either Samarkand or San Roque, increasing traffic on Stanley, Palo Colorado, Serena, etc. You get the picture. Since there have been no pedestrian accidents here in 42 years, let's be honest, just statistically, we can't make it any safer. Perhaps the designers of this project wanted to stimulate the economy with an influx of money. But surely we could better spend this money on more hazardous intersections.
Could you wind up, please?
Thank you.
Oh, that was good. Susan Horn, followed by Courtney Dietz.
Good evening. I'm Susan Horn, and I've been following the debate on the De La Vina and State intersection as a member of Safe Routes to School and as a health educator. And what I see is that the intersection's really broken and currently outdated and needs to be made safe for pedestrians and bicyclists, as well as cars. The guiding principles of the city give weight to all users of the streets. And I believe the city plans show a good solution and even add a tiny beautification park space. Many citizens need the safety improvement, and the current plan, I believe, fits well. Please act to move forward with this plan. And finally, if you as a person that's been working on obesity issues for a long time, just for the health issue alone, it's a good plan to encourage, not to discourage people from walking and riding bikes.
Thank you. Courtney Dietz, followed by Dennis, looks like Richard.
Good evening, Mayor Blum and council members. I am Courtney Dietz. I am the project director for Santa Barbara Walks, which is a project of Coast. I support the elimination of the free right turn for this intersection and feel strongly that the improvements are long overdue. We've heard the cry from the opposition that the intersection isn't broke or that there have been no accidents. But I argue that we've just been lucky so far and that one of these days our luck will actually run out. Add to this the fact that we've heard tonight at this hearing as well as previous hearings that many pedestrians as well as cyclists routinely avoid the intersection because they feel it is unsafe, myself included. I'd like to remind Council that this type of intersection would likely not be considered by today's standards, as various design guidelines have advised that Y intersections generally are unsafe in urban areas for all of the reasons discussed tonight. Personally, I'd like to add that in addition to walking many places, I also bike and I even drive legally. From all of these perspectives, I can see the mutual benefit of the proposed improvements. This isn't about getting rid of cars or even forcing people to do something they don't want to. It's about providing safe options for all of us, which is required by city policies. Not just for cars, but for all of us who choose to bike and walk. Left as it is, this intersection is totally unsafe, and I believe it is an accident waiting to happen. Please, for the safety of all of us, eliminate the free right turn.
Thank you. Dennis Ricard, followed by James Kahan.
Mayor and Council, I've just been following this process in the papers, and I know the area very, very well. What I've heard here tonight is it seems like this intersection, whatever difficulties people seem to find with it, I find none with it. I find it a circulation enhancing intersection. The people that I thought is here tonight, some businesses, they're convinced that this will create a traffic jam up State Street, just much, much worse than it is now. They have businesses there, they know what they're talking about. And also I've been hearing from the staff folks or the committee people that you have here. They shouldn't believe that the fact that people who oppose it don't go to their hearings because they just don't have time. People are too busy working. I wouldn't put too much stock in that. Okay, it is a time when people find out how this train started moving down the tracks, and it's already moving down the tracks before people really in the community in the area realize what's going on, and then this is when they kind of come up and say, "What are you doing here?" Because they don't see the problems. I ride a bike now and then, and as an option, I don't ride there. I ride elsewhere. But I can tell you from a circulation standpoint, it works very, very well, and I can't understand how it would benefit. The only change in the area that I can see over the years that was a big one was Trader Joe's. I think Trader Joe's was shoehorned into a location that really it's not fit for. I mean, they're parking laps over on the parking of the surgical organization that's there. It was really something that was approved that's probably maybe shouldn't have been. Anyway, I believe that some of the problems, like speed concerns and some of those concerns that people are talking about, I think could be addressed by simply having signs or better enforcement in the area, as opposed to what you're radically planning to do here now. I think there's going to be ramifications on this one. It's going to follow up this raise you just gave out, and I think those of you who vote for it, there might be some problems in the next election on this one. Bye.
Thank you. James Kahan, followed by Chris Orr.
My name is James Kahan. I'm president of the Grove Lane Association. I pulled our board, and the majority vigorously opposes this and finds problems with this. This is my neighborhood you're talking about. Your other experiments on traffic calming weren't in my neighborhood. We have only 3 arterials in this street, in the city, really: Foothill, State, and the freeway. But State Street's in a way enhanced by being able to use De La Vina. We've used it for more than 30 years to get downtown, and this is going to crimp us getting downtown at a Trader Joe's or where we want to go. And to make life more difficult, I don't think it's right. I'm somewhat disappointed this project was brought under the transportation congestion relief program, because what it is, it's really traffic congestion creation, because it will create a bottleneck there. As representing neighborhoods and being an advocate of neighborhoods, I think this project is scary because it will create more neighborhood intrusion. People coming from the direction of Las Positas will break off at Stanley, go on Samarkand, and come down to go to Trader Joe's and get on De La Vina, because this will not be a smooth operating intersection. It will be a bottleneck. I think that in this city, I strongly believe in the equality of transportation and our circulation element, but that means to me bringing up the other levels of transportation, not knocking them down to a lower level so they have equality. I would always think betterment and incentives. There have been no accidents at this intersection. However, the staff report says there's been 7 accidents around Trader Joe's. Well, Trader Joe's was a creation of the planning staff that wrote this report and created it. Not only did Trader Joe, the surgical center that was approved, by granting several modifications, reducing the parking, it messed up the circulation in that lot. And the lines of sight coming out of that lot are bad. And for reasons that you can appreciate and you've heard from me before, other plans put forth, like the speed bumps on Ontaire, didn't work. The reduction of parking granted to the Kukuru and Sushi Terry, where they were located, 4 restaurants went out of business there because of that. We see the underparking. We see a reference to a coffee shop here. Well, they tortured the code to reduce the number of required parking spaces required for the Coffee Bean and Tea Leaf. It seems to me...
Could you wind up, please?
Yes. It seems to me that we want to be able to get downtown. We want to be able to get around. We don't want to be locked into where we are. We'd like life to be made easier. Life is tough, has been said, and then you die. Well, we look upon you to make life easier for us, not complicated. And finally, I think in light of the impacts here to air quality, traffic congestion, other things, I think you have to get an environmental review on this and have a full information disclosure before you make any more decisions on this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Chris Orr, followed by Jim Westby.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for your time and listening to all our concerns. My name's Chris Orr, and I rode my bike to this meeting tonight. I live west of this intersection, and I work a half block east of this intersection. I commute eastward through the intersection on State approximately 3 times a week. That's twice a day. And I drive my car through this intersection twice a week. And for lunch, I probably walk through this intersection in the surrounding area 5 times a week, Trader Joe's to the other businesses back and forth. I support change at this intersection. I don't know if the alternatives that are presented are the perfect solution, but I support a change. The status quo, I consider not a good solution. Why do I consider this? Cyclists traveling east on State through this intersection have difficulty going straight when cars traveling east turn right directly into their path, especially when they are in the intersection or near the intersection. Pedestrians from the park who travel to the park or park near the Mackenzie Park and then walk through those crosswalks have difficulty, including me, getting across those crosswalks. I do not feel safe there. Traffic travels too fast eastbound onto De La Vina and causes problems with traffic exiting Trader Joe's and the surrounding businesses. Trader Joe's does pose a problem. It did add some congestion, but I think it brings to light the inherent danger of this intersection. Yes, there have been no injuries at this intersection in 42 years, I think it's been mentioned. I have not been injured in this intersection, but I have had physical contact with the car. I was not injured, and I successfully negotiated my way out of being injured. Again, I support the change. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Westby, followed by Kate Bechtel. And folks, I think I have about 13 left, so we're doing really well.
Oh, man, that's great.
2 minutes.
Das is getting
Thank
antsy, I can tell. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jim Westby. I want to focus my comments tonight on the project grant. Somebody was talking about a federal grant. This is not a federal grant. This is a state grant. And you have a copy there that I just handed out. Now, this grant is titled, the name, Traffic Congestion Relief Program. The city has estimated that the majority of the funds will be allocated to State and De La Vina, because there's other intersections, as staff mentioned earlier, that are also going to get some of this money. But most of it's going to go to State and De La Vina. Now, there's several statements, in this project application on how the grant will reduce congestion and make traffic run more efficiently. Now, I've highlighted these statements in the grant for your review. Now, there's no data to justify this, and you've heard a lot of speakers tonight talk about congestion. And in fact, all the data states that this intersection will be more congested with the proposed changes. And they include, obviously, eliminating the right-hand turn. And staff admits it's going to go from an A to a C level of service. That's definitely more congestion. The truck turning radius, nobody's talked about this tonight, but the truck turning radius on the proposed right-hand turn is designed line to line. And that means the driver's got to make a perfect turn. Now, that's just not practical to happen. So you're either going to go over, the rear wheels are going to go over the curb right by the crosswalk, or the front wheels are going to go into the oncoming lane. And that's going to create traffic congestion, and it's going to create a safety problem. This is not a good design. There's a lot of trucks that go through that intersection. Also, the elimination of the right-hand turn in front of the Coffee Bean on the northbound De La Vina to State Street, that's being eliminated. Now, we had this independent traffic study done, as most of you know, and the traffic firm forecast that during peak periods, vehicles will be backed up over 300 feet all the way back beyond Samarkand Drive. Now, this greatly exceeds the 80 feet of storage provision that's in the plan. In other words, the plan calls for an 80 feet of backup. Well, when you get in a peak period, it's going to be 300 or more, as this engineering firm forecasted. Now, this is going to create more congestion, obviously. Now, the plan also calls for the narrowing of several lanes, and anybody knows when you narrow a lane, it congests the streets. So this is going to cause congestion, not relieve it. Now, these funds, which the state doesn't have, and you all know that, we're $42 billion in the red, are being misappropriated. Let's face it, this is not for congestion relief. The funds are being used to increase congestion. And, if you want to reconfigure the intersection for some other reason, whatever it is, go find it someplace else. Don't take it out of the congestion relief fund. Let's use those funds to relieve congestion.
Okay, could you wind up?
Not create it. I urge you to deny this project. Thank you.
Kate Bechtel will be followed by Alice Post. Kate here? Okay, thank you. I see she supports the project. Alice Post, followed by Mark Phillips. Alice.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. I'm honored to be able to speak to you tonight. I've spent the last 10 years of my life in Santa Barbara, and I grew up in Santa Barbara, but I've spent the last 10 years primarily as an advocate for neighborhood schools. And one of the key components of that is about walking to school safely. And so it ties into safety. And when I rarely make an appearance for any other subject than neighborhood schools, it's about safety. I grew up in Santa Barbara, and I grew up in this neighborhood, and I live in this neighborhood now, as does my elderly mother, and of course, my husband and my children. So I've been listening to the pros and cons, which are about equal, and I think I see it a little differently than both the cons and most of the pros. To me, this is very simple, and it's just about safety. I am a mother. I was a stay-home mom, and for many years was pushing babies in strollers to the park and everywhere. And I would never cross De La Vina with a child in a stroller between State Street and Constance. It's not a safe place to cross the street. Now, how simple is that? Don't we learn from childhood that as a parent, you teach your child to cross the street? The grade school teacher teaches you to look both ways when you cross the street. Please make this a safe area of town where old ladies with canes and mommies with children and just normal walkers who are neither small nor old can cross the street without taking their life in their hands. I drive this every day because this is my neighborhood, and people drive too fast.
Thank you. Mark Phillips will be followed by Ken Epperson.
Madam Mayor, can I just say that, during the last speaker there were hisses.
I know, I heard, and it's from that back corner.
This is just immensely disrespectful and not befitting the decorum of any public body, and I really, really wish people could respect each other when they speak.
Absolutely. We try to do that here. Thank you. Mr. Phillips.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. My name's Mark Phillips, and I used to go to Giordano's and Safeway there a long time ago, and I know the intersection well. I used to ride my bike quite a bit. I don't as much as I do now, but what I've noticed is that Delvina has become more awkward as time has gone on, and with the way the lanes were reduced, and you have the kind of suicide lane in the front, that part of De La Vina was, it seemed complicated. And I think that the safety is a really important thing that I think everybody here is in favor of. I happen to think that it's going to complicate this project would complicate the intersection and make it more dangerous. And if the project was done and there was an accident, I mean, would you be sued for taking a safe intersection and making it unsafe? Because it's going to be a lot more congested. And just coming here on De La Guerra this evening, near the junior high school fields, they have the bulb outs, and there's no stop signs. And if you're on a bike in a car and there's something happens, you're going to hit those bulb outs. And to me, they were intended for probably safe passage of the students going between the junior high and the high school. But to me, the net effect is more dangerous. And I think I see that at this intersection too. So anyhow, thank you very much. I'm not in favor of the project. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Ken Epperson will be followed by Michael Chaconas.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Mayor and members of the committee. I own a car. I pay my registration fees and I vote. But I actually happen to ride my bike to work on a regular basis through that intersection. I've been a bicycle commuter for about 25 years, and knock on wood, I've never had a collision with a motorist. And that's because I obey the laws. I'm a very defensive rider, and I avoid dangerous situations. The way I handle this intersection is if there are any cars behind me, I go right on De La Vina, heading east on State Street. And if they're not, I go straight because that's actually where I want to go. And it's kind of an interesting phenomenon when the cars behind you actually choose the direction that you will travel. My observation there is that about a third of the cars that travel east on State Street and turning right on De La Vina actually don't use their signals. And that's because it kind of feels like a highway off-ramp, and it really feels that way as a bicyclist. The other observation I had is that motorists actually, a lot of them actually accelerate as they enter into that intersection, which is an interesting phenomenon. Usually we slow down in intersections. So that's kind of the state of the affairs that I observe when I'm there. I implore you to listen to your very thoughtful, very skilled staff members that you've hired, the thoughtful and skilled members of the Transportation and Circulation Committee. They've thought this through. There's been a thorough process. We have funding in place, and I encourage you to vote in favor for this project and help the improvements in that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Chiakos, is that better? Thank you. Followed by Kim Stanley.
Madam Mayor, Council, my name is Michael Chiakos. I'm the Transportation Specialist at the Community Environmental Council. Thank you. There's been a lot said about the De La Vina Y tonight, and no matter the convenient and historic nature of the intersection, it remains a substandard, dangerous design that couldn't be built today. The Transportation and Circulation Committee from the city agrees, the California Transportation Commission agrees, SBCAG agrees. That's why the state has given most of the money to fix it. This should be straightforward but has gotten so political. On a personal note, my girlfriend lives in Samarkand, I shop at Trader Joe's, and I've walked, biked, and drove through the intersection numerous times. And it is scary. For anyone who's walked or biked through there knows, and I'm a young man in my prime who can move pretty fast. I can't imagine how it is for a senior citizen or for a child. So people often cite safety as the #1 reason they don't bike or walk more. And just one dangerous intersection like this can dissuade someone from biking or walking on an entire route that they choose. If nothing is done, how will we all feel if someone is killed or seriously injured at this intersection? What might happen to the city when they knew of the problem, had the money to fix it, and didn't do anything? So let's fix this. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim Stanley, followed by Martha Siegel. Is Kim here? No, Kim? She didn't write a note on there. Martha Siegel? Okay. Eva Inbar, followed by Lori Lariva.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the Council. I'm Eva Inbar. I'm the President of COAST, a Coalition for Sustainable Transportation, and we do support a balance of all transportation modes. And this is exactly what's missing in this intersection currently. There is no balance. We just ask that the same level of safety and convenience be afforded to pedestrians and bicyclists as it currently is for motorists by making this a regular intersection. So we do very much support the comments by the TCC and your staff, and we support the redesign of this intersection. And to those of my fellow citizens who are really up in arms about it, I'll say, we've been through this before. We've had projects, and people were really, really angry about it. For example, when Shoreline Drive was narrowed to 2 lanes, boy, were people angry. Now they love it. It's a beautiful place. It turned out just gorgeous. Same with the Milpas Roundabout. There's hardly any opposition to that anymore. It looks good, and it's a vast improvement over what we had. Even the Auburn Trail, the bike path, there was a lot of opposition at the time. We, Auburn, got irate late-night phone calls about this. Now, everybody loves it. So I submit that a lot of my fellow citizens who are angry today will end up loving it as well when it's redesigned. Thank you.
Thank you. Lori Lariva, followed by Mary Louise Days. Is she here? I haven't seen her. Followed by Reed Wilson. Hi.
Good evening. I drive through this intersection and occasionally walk through, and I support the recommendations of the TCC and your staff. I am trying to bike more in the community and walk more for personal reasons, saving money, reducing my oil consumption, improving the air quality in the city, and I appreciate the recommendations and hope that projects like this, which will be safer for pedestrians and bicyclists, can continue to occur throughout our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Reed Wilson will be followed by Benita Wilson.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'll be as brief as I can, but I do want to make a strong point. I believe that this whole proposal has not been studied enough. There has been no alternate proposal. I respect what I hear from the bicyclists and from the pedestrians, the people who are for more safety. I also respect the people who say, and many people very intelligently are pointing out, this is going to create a lot more congestion. I think an alternate plan should be sought, and there's been none presented. We're talking about either apples or oranges. I believe that that intersection could be planned, for instance, with a right turn light or a light turn merging lane for the bicyclists. It could be designed. I'm not a traffic engineer, so I'm not going to take up your time pretending. But I believe that you should postpone this and send it for an alternate study to see if there is a way that we could satisfy everyone. And I believe that that really could be done. You've got 3 lanes there. I've looked at the thing briefly. There's ways that you could do this and provide a compromise for everyone and spend a whole lot less than $1 million and not have the congestion. I think the congestion that's going to be end up at that intersection is going to be a major problem. So thank you very much. I hope that you will consider that. Postpone it and look for an alternate study.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, that's right. Thank you. Yeah, I guess I will then. Yeah, I forgot he was with TCC. Thank you. Okay, Benita Wilson, sorry, followed by Vijaya Jamalamadakla. I'm so terrible. And she's a friend, too. It's a terrible thing. I do that every time. Benita Wilson. Oh, okay. Okay, then Vijaya. Oh, she had to leave, too. I'm sorry. I hope she says, please direct staff to proceed with TCC recommendation without delay. Janet Bork. Oh, okay. Last speaker will be Alex Peugeot, then followed by Ed France. Is Alex here? Yeah. Ed France will be last. Hi.
I have a picture to load, so maybe the other speaker can come first, and I will while we do this.
Okay. Does it have music with Ed France? Yeah, and I forgot you were on the TCC. I don't know how I forgot that, so sorry. There you go.
Thank you, Madam Mayor,
Sure.
Council. I was not a member of the Transportation and Circulation Committee when it made this decision in December. However, I was there speaking as a member of the public. I didn't fully understand, although the staff report was much more detailed during that Transportation and Circulation Committee meeting, didn't fully understand the issue until about 2 weekends ago. I was driving, doing errands in Upper State, and I was driving through the intersection. And I noticed actually as actually 2 earlier speakers have referenced, that the issue with a free right turn is that a free right turn is what you have when you get on a freeway. One of our speakers referenced the fact that previously that was Hollister and 101, previous history, and another speaker referenced the weird fact that people will speed up in the on-ramp. Well, we're kind of wired to speed up in an on-ramp because that's where we get on the freeway. And I didn't speed up. I drive relatively slow. And at Samarkand, I noticed 2 pedestrians, a woman on either side of De La Vina. Now, being a prudent driver, I decided, of course, to try to stop, and I couldn't. I stopped as fast as I could. Things fell off the dashboard, and I stopped in the middle of the intersection. And I got it. I got past kind of the conflict of what's this doing to the intersection, and is this good, is it bad? The issue is it's basically just as if you're entering into a freeway. And times have changed. It is a pedestrian-rich area now, which is great. It makes for a much more lively, much more livable community. And the problem is we have vestiges of the past that are preventing this area from being a livable community. So it's not just about cyclists. It's not just about pedestrians. It's about an inherent conflict in our roadway system and the type of community that we all would like to live in. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. France. Okay, Mr. Peugeot.
Yes, I'm a neighbor. I live about 8 blocks away. I've been living in Chapala for 19 years. I use this intersection a lot. I like the way Chapala is improving. Let's just go, well, that's it with the last one. Start from the other side, please, from there. Okay. These are other Y intersections and what has happened. Well, wow, it's slow. All right, well, there it is.
Later.
Okay. Well, no.
Yes, no?
No. Yes, no.
I think you're just going to have to wing it, Alex.
Okay. All right, well.
Is it coming?
These are some pictures. I thought it would be easier, but okay. Well. All right, no big deal. I support the project. I'll show you the pictures other times. These are pictures of other Y intersections that the city has fixed in the past, including, well, that's Laureles, okay. That has not been fixed. That's the current condition. You could see where the car is. If this Y intersection, and you see where the Y, the cross is the center line, this intersection could be made to a T and half the crosswalk be cut off. That would make it better, even not just for pedestrians, but for cars as well, making a tighter turn into the street. If you can show the next one, please. Yeah, this one is pretty. This is right next to Roosevelt School. Yeah, okay. See, this was done by, inspired by a group of citizens where this was a Y and became a T with crosswalks, and there's a stop sign, and the same arguments we hear today, we heard them at that time, oh, the congestion and blah, blah, blah. Well, everybody loves it now. Okay, next one. I think you got to close them. Okay, this one, this is before, this and after that is not available on the website. But this is where West Quinto dead ends at the Oak Park, and an enormously wide Y. And now, if you've seen the place, it is extraordinarily beautiful. It has become a T, and on the corner on the left is landscaped, and if you go see it, and it's very successful. And let's see, what do we have at the end? Yeah, and it's, well, that's what we have now. There is nothing pretty about this. This is just the freeway off-ramp surrendered by parking lots. There's a lot to gain and not a lot to lose. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And we don't have any more speakers. I really appreciate everybody. It was very interesting, and thank you for being so good and making good points. Did you want to take a quick break? These two people at the end really want a quick break. And they won't let me off of here if I don't do it for them. So let's be back here in 5 minutes, please, and then we'll have our deliberations. Sorry.
Questions?
Okay, we're going to come back in here. We have no more speaker slips. We have a few things that I want staff to straighten out that I took some notes on, and then we can entertain questions and comments from the people up here, and we'll try to figure this out. Couple things. First thing, parking spaces. I've heard numbers all over the place, so could you straighten? I heard from, I think it was from Drew that it's 1, but then I've also heard 9 and.
Yes, Madam Mayor and members of the Council, as we pointed out in the presentation, there's 1 parking space just as you approach the end of the area that's available for parking today, that
On State Street.
On State Street, that would be lost in our current design configuration. We are anticipating that may be able to be preserved when we get to the final design, but at most we're talking about loss of one space.
Okay. And it might be zero. Okay.
Correct.
The dog agility woman will like that. Funding, could you clarify what the funding is?
Yes,
on it?
we applied for a TCRP grant in 2006 that, as I mentioned earlier, included 5 intersection. The scope of the grant included 5 intersections. The amount of grant funding was $1,032,000 of TCRP funds. What we're looking at as a total project fund, including city funding of a total of $318,000 and the TCRP funds of $1,032,000, is roughly about $1,350,000. I believe that adds up. This project component of the application, the State and DeLavina project, we've provided an estimate in your council packet, and that estimate is for the total design cost as well as anticipated construction costs. This project could not be funded until at the earliest 2010, possibly 2011, because we would be in the queue for the allocation of money, even though the grant has been approved. So we have built in an inflation factor for the cost of the project, which obviously has not been bid at this point. So that's why we have an estimate of the total project cost, which is $893,000, and that, as I said, does include the design costs. And we have anticipated that we would complete the design for the other 2 intersections that are part of the design contract at DeLavina and Figueroa, and DeLavina and Camden Perdido, and if funding is available to be able to include implementation of those projects as a mix, that will be an opportunity going forward as well.
Okay, so are we voting on all 3 of those tonight, or just on the one?
We're just talking about one tonight.
But
That's
I understand
correct.
The funding is for the other 2 also.
The funding that was mentioned, I think, by various individuals testifying, really, I think, was including in some cases, the entire grant application amount. Then TCRP, as was mentioned, stands for Transportation Congestion Relief Program, and the criteria for those funds include congestion mitigation and the support for multiple modes. And so it's a fairly broad category of projects that are eligible, even though the title of the program may sound fairly targeted.
Okay. And then the last thing, and I know other people may have some too, the trucks turning, I guess, from State Street when it's reconfigured onto DeLavina. Is that a problem, or?
The design of the intersection is no more difficult for a truck to negotiate than any other intersection, I'd say, on State Street currently. And there's quite a bit of truck and commercial traffic on that street. The angle of that intersection is still going to be fairly accessible for that right turn movement, I would say. If you want any more detail, we can have Peter Doctor refer to it. But I can say it's not going to be a more difficult intersection to negotiate than any other one on State.
Okay. Well, and as we observe, we have about, this is a difficult decision tonight for sure. We have about half the people want it and half the people don't want it. And from my point of view, I think if you drive there and if you see a problem, then you want us to fix it. But if you might not see a problem driving through there, and then you don't want us to fix it, and I don't blame you because you don't see a problem. So that's what we're balancing all kinds of things up here. So if we can take it to the council right now.
I have some questions.
Yeah. Oh,
okay.
right.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Mr. Williams. Oh, Ms. Schneider, go ahead.
I just have a question
go down here.
first.
Yeah, sure.
the funding, the $1.35 million, that's the mixture of the state grant and the 318 Streets Fund. And there are 5 different intersections. We've just focused on the one. The other 4, is it a requirement to have a percentage of local and state matching? Do we have to, I mean, is there an order in which we can implement some and wait for others? Because you mentioned the 2010-2011 funding for this project. Does that count for all 5 intersections? Can you, I guess I'm needing some more information about the timeline and which comes first, or does that matter?
Actually, Madam Mayor and Councilwoman Schneider, the funding is allocated with the scope of the 5 intersections, as I mentioned. In order to be able to request construction dollars, we have to have completed the design work. So we're at a point
for all
of
5? Or?
Well, for any of the projects to move forward, any of the elements of those candidate projects to move forward. The design for the State and DeLavina project was the priority for the design contractor to be developing. So that's the project that's closest to completion. We still would need another $20,000 allocated for the final design, and once we have that in place, we would be able to get into the queue for the construction dollars. The other 2 projects that we have under that design contract at DeLavina and Figueroa and DeLavina and Canon Perdido still have to be designed. So those would need to be completed, and then we would come back to you for authorization to move forward with a request for funding of one or both of those intersections going forward.
And that design, we're basically talking about a street light?
And those are standard intersections, essentially. There's not a geometric change that would be associated with those 2 intersections.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Williams?
Well, I'm usually a pretty decisive guy, but I've been agonizing about this one for weeks. And I had one question because, one of the speakers, I think it was Mr. Wilson, said something that kind of like set off a light bulb in my head, and I immediately thought, well, why didn't I think of that? Which was, would we have the ability to construct the project and then have a right-hand turn arrow, a green arrow, so that there would be a semblance of a free right-hand turn that would turn off when a bicyclist approaches the intersection, because there are pretty good motion detectors at this point in time, and or would stop when a pedestrian clicks the button to go across the intersection. Is that technically feasible, and is that something that we could ask for tonight?
Madam Mayor and Council Member Williams, yes. And in fact, that would be anticipated to be included as a provision in the design. So yes, it's a feasible element for the intersection. Whether we would implement it initially or not is the question, and I think for the protection of the pedestrian movement, we would probably want to operate it without the provision of the right turn arrow. But it's something that we would make available and that we would be able to incorporate as an operational element. So hopefully that helps you. But yes, we would want to have the flexibility of including that as an option.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a few questions. On page 2 of the Council Agenda Report at the bottom, it says that collision data does not indicate a problem at this location. However, staff, engineering consultants, and police department representatives see potential pedestrian and bicycle safety issues at this location. I was wondering, are there other intersections in Santa Barbara where there actually have been accidents involving pedestrians or bicycles? Is there sort of like a top 10 list?
Yeah, Canon Perdido and DeLavina. No, not Canon Perdido, Figueroa and DeLavina. But that's a bus and a bicyclist.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, and Councilmember Francisco, if you're asking about just strictly accident data, or you're looking for information about a turn movement that's similar in a history of accidents?
Not a similar turn movement, simply
the accident.
Dangerous intersections.
Okay, I'd like to ask Drew Van Hengel to respond to your question.
Currently, our reporting mechanism, we looked at to the total number of collisions happening at the intersection and adjust by volume for the higher collision intersections so that we can kind of understand the bigger picture. We're working right now on a report for the end of the fiscal year that it's a full collision report that describes more in detail the way our collisions have been breaking out. At this time, we don't have a published document that creates what you're asking for.
Okay. Let's see here. On page 5 of the council agenda report, in the near the bottom of the paragraph on budget and schedule, it says the complete cost of the project, including design, construction, and construction management, is currently estimated $893,503, with $670,125 in TCRP funds and $223,378 in local match. And that local match comes from...
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Francisco, that would be from our street fund. It would be any of the eligible monies that we allocate through the capital program for street projects.
Okay. Now, looking back through the TCC minutes at how this has been presented to the TCC in the past, and this is keying off of a statement by Mr. Pritchett earlier, when it came before the TCC on November 8th, 2007, these are comments by Dr. Cooper. Dr. Cooper inquired about the cost of the project. I'm just reading from the minutes here. And Mr. Allen replied that it is a grant-funded project, but he is unsure of the total cost. Ms. Flessy stated, she did the presentation at that meeting, stated that at 60% design, the cost is projected to be $750,000. Mr. Pritchett then requested clarification about the grant funding. Mr. Allen stated that it is a state grant that was received a number of years ago. The state grant is paying for the project itself, while another grant is paying for the design. He reiterated that no city funds are being used for the project. That was on November 8th, 2007. Then on December 11th, 2008, Mr. Pritchett again asked about the funding. Mr. Allen commented that the funding is for the State and Delavina reconfiguration, and then with leftover monies, 2 other projects will be done. The grant was for just over $1 million, and about 5 to 10% of the project cost would come from city funds for the traffic signals. So it seems like it changed from the November 8th, 2007 meeting to being a totally grant-funded project to December 11th, 2008. At that time, the grant was for just over $1 million, and if 5 to 10% of the project would come from city funds, that meant that city funds would have been between $55,000 and $110,000. And now, 3 months later, the city funds are $220,000. And I'm just trying to understand that progression.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Francisco, the consistent amount in that time frame has been the grant fund. So $1,032,000 was originally requested and allocated, and that's remained consistent. We have increased the total project allocation by the increase in the city funds that were included as part of the overall project cost in, I believe, 2007. So we're still looking at the same $1,032,000 of TCRP funds, but at this point we have allocated $40,000 of the city share as part of the design project, a design contract, and the remainder is anticipated to be part of the construction element. How much of it would actually go to each particular intersection is not, it's not a percentage, it's not a determined amount. We included the full amount of the construction dollars that are city funded, I believe, in this allocation that you're seeing before you on page 5.
So then you're saying that the scope of the project expanded from 2 years ago, and that's the reason for the increased costs?
The projects remain the same. The costs associated with those projects increased.
And why did the costs increase?
Because of the time frame that we're talking about, and we anticipate the $750,000 that was identified as the estimated construction cost a year ago. We have inflated going forward, recognizing that construction dollars won't be available until at least 2010 and possibly 2011.
So you're assuming, I mean, the reason I asked that question is because, I mean, recently we had reports about the airport bids coming in considerably lower than had originally been estimated, that construction costs have actually declined.
Yes.
And so you're estimating that the costs are going to be much higher than originally because you think construction costs will be higher in 2011. So these are, okay.
Yes, and once again, until it's bid, we really are just trying to do our best forecast.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Falcone?
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank everyone for coming, and you're all still here. My goodness. Usually by now and after a break, people have taken their leave, while we all take leave of our senses sometimes. Again, just back to the money. The grant fund's use has been suggested that it is earmarked only for this project. I don't think that's accurate, that it is money that has to be used for, as one of the speakers, I think it was Mr. Westby said, has to be used for traffic relief or congestion relief. Can you give me an idea of exactly what these monies, well, let me start off by saying that I really would like to get some sort of guarantee before I'm comfortable doing anything at all with any of these projects, guarantee from the state that we're even going to be able to get this money. As we know, they are $42 billion in the hole, and they can't even finish the 101, which is all torn up and an absolute, mess. So we're talking about $1 million, give or take, at that point, 100,000, But talk to me a little bit about what this money can be used for, and the specter of actually being able to get it at all under these circumstances in this particular environment. But I need to know the flexibility of the funds first.
Okay, Madam Mayor and Councilwoman Falcone, challenging questions. First of all,
you can handle it, Christy.
First of all, the category of the program funding is intended to be able to be used for a variety of intersection, signalization, pedestrian and bicycle improvements. So there's a whole list of types of projects that are eligible under the provisions for this funding program. So we're very clear in the description of what the project was intended to accomplish, and this, along with the other 4 intersections that were included in the application, all met the funding criteria and are all eligible for use of the funds under those criteria. Now, when and how the state will be able to fund construction for these projects is something that we know this year, in this current fiscal year, there is not funding available. However, this is a program that's funded through the Federal Highway Program fund allocation to the state. It's not Prop 1B money. It is not general fund money. It is transportation funding that is earmarked for use of transportation projects only. It's a matter of how much they have in the queue in terms of eligible projects and how much money is available in any given year. And that's why we've been told that we will be probably looking at 2010 at the earliest, and most probably 2011 before funding would actually be made available for this project or any of the other 2 intersections that might be in the queue to be able to move ahead. But the funding should be available at some point. It's, as I said, not the general fund kind of constraint that some of the Prop 1B and other funds may be earmarked.
So on some level, whoever it was, a couple of people made reference to this as a federal grant. Actually, the money does come from the feds, but it's allocated through the state. So that statement has some basis in truth. Is this money at all interfacing with not the bailout money, because that's new monies, but we have been asked, all jurisdictions in the state of, well, across the nation, but in the state of California have been asked to give a shovel-ready list, projects that are, ready to go, hit shovel to ground. Will this compete, if we go forward asking for this money, whether it's for this particular project designed in this particular way, or it's for some of the other things that we find are priorities, and maybe we do something else with this intersection. But if we start asking for this money, are we going to compete with ourselves, if you will? Do you understand my question?
I'm not sure I do.
We have been asked to give this list.
Yes.
So we are competing with all of the other jurisdictions in the state of California.
Actually, our understanding of how stimulus package funding will work is that it will be allocated on a formula basis. So we won't be applying specific project applications for the use of those dollars. We'll be given an allocation based on the standard federal allocation through SB-CAG to each of the local jurisdictions.
That's for the stimulus money.
That's for the stimulus money, and we will need to use that for projects that meet the eligibility requirements under that program.
This ask goes to a different house.
That's correct.
Okay. I just needed to be very clear about that. We're decreasing through this design. We would be decreasing the service level from A to, you had B, but I've read C.
We had one. Yeah, we had the one turn, the one movement that's the right turn, free movement, which is essentially a level of service A because it's a free movement. That would be become. Essentially a lower level of service because you would be expecting that there would be stops.
Not free, it's
not
more
free.
It's more
right.
staccato.
The level of service of the intersection itself would still remain a B. And usually you look at the intersection, that one movement would go from a free movement to one that actually would have a stop and turn.
And all the sources of money for this project, which includes the other 2 intersections that we're talking about, the Figueroa and
Canon Perdido.
Figueroa
and De La
Canon
Vina
Perina,
and
Canon Perdido, all on De La Vina.
Yes.
And the Figueroa one is where that gentleman was killed the other day by the bus, correct? Okay. All of the sources of money, we've got this federal money that gets allocated through the state. We've got monies that we are going to have to take out of our streets funds, which somebody said we need to just clearly fill potholes in these economic times, and I tend to agree with that. What else is there? Is there anything else?
No.
Okay, so those are the only 2 sources of money.
Sources.
And those are all the questions I have at this moment.
Hey, Mr. Horton.
Along those same lines, on page 5 of the staff report, there's an additional $20K, Chris. Isn't that streets money, not grant money?
That's correct.
So,
that is correct.
So it is 243, not 223 then?
It would.
I mean, it's 223 plus the 20, which is 243.
It would still be the total of local funding that we would be anticipating that would represent. We're shifting it into design money at that point.
I still get 243.
Yeah. The 223 includes the design funding. That's, yes.
It says in addition, the words in the text are in additional, so.
Yeah,
I'm just
so
reading
the
it.
complete cost of the project is the 893, which includes the breakdown in this articulation of the 670,000 that would be coming out of the TCRP grant and the 223 local match, but it includes the design work and the construction management as well as the construction dollars in that estimate. So the 20 would be included in that 223.
Thank you, Mr. House.
I think I'll stay in that same track just for the beginning of my questions here. So the local part of that is from our organized, if you will, through our capital program. It's been something that was on, maybe at some point it was on our 6-year program, then on our 2, and now it's actually at the point where we're considering implementing one of the capital program projects. And so, and then the other funding is coming from the federal government through the state. We had a few people who have made some suggestions that money could be applied to other areas of the community where there's a need, such as, and we've had letters here that said addressing youth violence. We've had others that have suggested addressing homelessness. They've had a whole number, and I've just got a stack here with lots of suggestions. And would you address the, just the same as Ms. Falcone's question there, this flexibility or not flexibility of our capital funds for streets?
Yes, Madam Mayor and Councilmember House. We can only use the federal dollars for transportation projects that are eligible under that TCRP program, and we can only use the allocated local funds that would be part of our match for that total program for street eligible projects. So within the street right of way.
Okay. We've had a number of people address this about a whole series of things. It all seemed to me to be kind of a cluster, so maybe I'll try to put them together and staff can help me with this. I think it goes to what we call level of service and what that means, so I want to start with that part. So the issue of level of service of an intersection. I know there's like a grading scale, and some have suggested that this project is going to make the level of service of the intersection worse, that it's going to cause congestion, that it's going to create gridlock, that it's going to displace traffic into neighborhoods, and through narrowing streets and doing other things, it's narrowing lanes, it's going to cause a pretty big problem that we don't have there today.
And I'm going to ask Peter Doctor to respond to your question.
Okay, but this is a whole bunch of questions, and there's a lot of comment. I think they deserve as straightforward of an answer as possible.
We'll go one at a time. Let's go with level of service. Traditionally, throughout the city, we've only ever looked at the intersection as a whole. So you've always heard level of service at an intersection, goes from B to C or C to D. We've never ever looked at a single leg of an intersection approach, so this is sort of something new. So we looked at this free flow movement, and what we have is free flow movement. You can't get anything but level of service A at a free flow movement. So then you have to look at the intersection, and drivers will approach the intersection if it was reconfigured, and they're either going to have a green light or a red light. If they have a green light, that's the same thing as free flow. The only difference is they're going around a smaller radius, so they won't be driving so fast. Obviously, if they get a red light, they have to stop, like every other intersection in town. Once you make your stop at the red light, you then can make a right turn on red, like you can in the state of California at any intersection. So you'd have to pause, make your stop, and then make a right turn on red. So there's where it drops down from free flow, level of service A, down to level of service C. It's an average of the people who get to make it through on the green and the folks that have to make a stop on the red and then continue. As we've stated in the report, we also wanted to wire the signal to provide that right turn overlap. If you had a right turn overlap at the intersection, it would be green all the time. It'd be no different than it is today. The only difference is you're going around a smaller radius than you have today. So that is basically a free flow, and that would move it back to level of service A if you put in the right turn overlap. So that's the difference. It's just like every intersection. It's a T intersection. The right turn movement has no conflicting movement, so they always can go. That's why the concept of gridlock, it can't happen just by the nature of a T intersection and a right turn movement. It's impossible for it to occur.
Okay, so we're talking about the possibility that this would cause congestion or backups along State Street or a displacement of traffic onto neighborhood streets, which right now don't have so much traffic because of people wanting to avoid this intersection because of all of these issues.
If you look at the situation now, if people want to avoid this intersection now, they can use Stanley. As you know, we've done traffic calming on Stanley because of all the cut-through traffic that happened over the years. Doing this to this intersection will, if you get a green light and you have to go around this radius, it's going to increase your trip by 3 or 4 seconds. It takes the difference between traveling at, say, 15 or 20 miles an hour and 35 miles an hour over a very similar distance. So we're not talking a lot of time. If the intersection didn't ever exist, and you were to go construct it, and you did it to today's modern standards, you'd have a standard intersection. Everybody would come up to the traffic signal. If it was green, they'd make a right turn. If it was red, they'd stop, and they'd carry on. I don't think anybody would even think of the concept of having this bypass. And the bypass was very good back when they originally constructed the road and State Street didn't come in. But just going to like the standard intersection everybody's used to, I don't think anybody's going to not go to it because it becomes a standard intersection.
Okay.
It'll take you 2 or 3 seconds longer, but that's about it.
Versus going through the neighborhoods, however long that takes. What about the concern, and one of our last speakers mentioned it, and I think it bears speaking about because it didn't come up in the hearing today, and that is that no other alternatives have been considered.
After we went to ABR and they said they didn't like the aesthetics or how that whole thing approached, could you look at some other approaches? We did look at other approaches. Of course, the one that comes up, we looked at a roundabout, and that doesn't work at all. Then we looked at reducing, still keeping an island. They like the concept of an island between the traffic on Delavina, like we have today. There's an island out there, so we did a concept with the island. We looked at increasing by creating a parkway in that free right turn to sort of narrow that up, create a parkway, moving out the pedestrian area so it shortens the distance. So we looked at a bunch of different concepts, and we went through the whole matrix that you have before you. And then the TCC looked at the same matrix. And
the matrix, just again, for somebody who didn't get our packet today, was a set of tables that then looked at each element of each of the intersection, looking at different ways of addressing it, and then weighting those things, right? I mean,
correct.
If I say it correctly.
So yeah, we looked at all different concepts. You know, bicycles, pedestrians, walking distance, level of service, all these different issues, and gave them all factors. And by the time you look at all the different factors, and I'm sure everybody could fill out the table in a different manner and get a different number. So it comes down to this whole whether or not you're agreeing with the policies and whether or not you are creating congestion as far as an impact, environmental impact. If we, for instance, made it go to level of service D, there'd be an impact. But with what we're doing, we're going
If it went to level of service D, it would be an environmental impact, and that would be the trigger, am I understanding, for an environmental impact report?
Well, in our standard is like a 0.77. Go ahead.
If we went to a level service D with this project, then we wouldn't do the project as it was proposed. We would look at something else.
Got it. So if it created a congested situation, moving all the way to a level of service D, it would nix the project. Some have called for an environmental impact report, and one of the questions I had here still was what triggers an environmental impact report in an intersection like this when you make a change like this?
Typically, if we would have a traffic impact, so if we go to level of service D or greater, D or F, then we would do a EIR. But most likely, if we did the analysis and we were at a level of service D, we would look at a different project, and because we know it's going to be difficult to mitigate level of service D.
What is the level of service projected then for the intersection as a whole once it's completed?
It's the same it is today. It's a B now, and it'll be a B when we're done. as an overall, which is how you look at intersections. You look at the overall intersection level of service, and it's going to be B.
Madam Mayor, I just have a couple more questions, if I may. Just
sure, go
because these are questions that came up from the public, and I think they really are good ones. A couple of people addressed essentially the scope of the project. I mean, like the impacts or the effect of the project. For instance, one person talked about getting across the street in front of Trader Joe's. Another person talked about getting out onto De La Vina at San Marquand. Another person talked about movements onto De La Vina at Cayo Lorales. There's a group of things that seem to be somehow related, although we're really focusing on the intersection itself. And I think even at one point, TCC or somebody recommended that there should be an island in the middle of De La Vina Street where there's a crosswalk further down towards Trader Joe's, and that would help the people get across the street there. So help me understand and help all of us understand the scope of the project in terms of its benefits and the impacts it may have or what it might be able to improve or address in that area. Because I don't think it's just State and De La Vina.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the intersection by moving it to one intersection, San Marquand greatly benefits. Now, as you exit San Marquand as a vehicle, it's pretty difficult to judge to the left because of your limited sight distance whether or not you can make that left turn coming out of San Marquand. You have to nose your car quite a long way into the intersection to see. So you get that benefit. San Marquand gets a great benefit by not having that free ride. As a pedestrian crossing the street from San Marquand over to Coffee Bean and Tea Leaf, you get a benefit because now you're looking at vehicles coming from one direction off to your left instead of around the corner where you can't necessarily see them. You can see about 250 feet away. So you'll be seeing them coming around the corner, traveling eastbound on State Street to make a right turn onto De La Vina. And it's a much more straightforward approach. When you're driving down State Street now, you're not necessarily looking all the way down to Coffee Bean and Tea Leaf to see if somebody's crossing the street there. But once you make the turn from State onto De La Vina in the new configuration, you'll be looking straight down De La Vina. It's more in your field of view. So there's, and you're going slower. I mean, right now, I believe the 85th is somewhere around 32, 33 miles an hour. You're not going 32, 33 miles an hour around a standard intersection. You have to slow down to make a right turn. You do it every single intersection in town. You have to slow down when you make a right turn.
Okay. All right. I think that answers many of them. I may find something else because there were just so many, and I've tried to keep a lot of notes here. But, I know one more thing had to do with we talk about level of service. What's level of service? We don't have level of service for pedestrians, do we?
No.
So when we talk about level of service for a bike or for a car, and it has, how do we do that? We talk about balance. How do you account for that then?
This profession hasn't got that deep into the research, I guess, on doing levels of service for pedestrians and bicycles. The level of service of the vehicles has always been the number of seconds you have to wait. So if it was 0 to 15 seconds, it was level of service A. Between 15 and 25, that was level of service B. And it's always been done with thresholds of time. Well, time isn't necessarily a good threshold for pedestrians. Either is it with bicycles. Bicycles not having to stop, for instance, is a big thing because it stops the whole momentum of the bicycle. It's not that big of a deal with a car. So nobody's ever really come up with a number for pedestrians. I know that in New York City they have level of service for sidewalks. Because it affects the width of their sidewalks in certain parts of town, and there's sidewalks up to 30 feet wide because the level of service to pedestrian got so bad they had to widen the sidewalk and shrink the road. So New York City is the only place I know in the country that has sort of levels of service of the density of pedestrians that affect how wide they're going to propose to build a sidewalk. I don't think we're to the level of New York City.
No.
But
thank goodness.
Obviously, during Fiesta, you look at a sidewalk on State Street at Fiesta. I'm feeling that's like level of service E. It's not feeling so good. I can't walk it 4 feet per second. I got to shuffle, so I'm not happy.
Yeah.
But nobody's ever really quantified that.
Okay, but you are saying that the change for the for the length of the crosswalk is changing from 190 feet of actual crossing, even there's islands, to 50 feet. So that means somehow for somebody in a crosswalk, they're less exposed to traffic or whatever might be going on. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, I'm less exposed, and the best thing about it is it gets rid of what I would consider basically a mid-block crossing. The crossing of the free right now is similar to any other mid-block crossing where you don't have a signal. It's not exactly at an intersection, so it's sort of this mid-road position. And there's some large trees, shadows. It may be difficult for people to see when the cars are parked along the street. So it's just, that's what makes people, very cautious of crossing there.
Well, thank you very much for answering all those questions. And it doesn't sound like we have to actually wait until somebody dies to make improvements at an intersection. Am I just a basic bottom line question, right? We don't have to have fatalities and injuries and a whole history of statistics of that kind of stuff to initiate in a proactive way an improvement that could actually save somebody's life. We don't have to wait till they die to make an improvement. Am I?
That's correct.
I mean, that's a good engineering practice, right? To avoid the death, avoid the injury. Okay, just wanted to check.
Good. Okay. Okay, Ms. Schneider.
I have a couple of other questions, and I apologize that we're taking so long with questions, but I hope you appreciate and understand what we're trying to tackle through here. Could you put the overhead of the intersection up? And while you're doing that, I have a question for Mr. Wiley, and Mr. House brought this comments about, well, you've been warned, you have money for it, there's been no accidents yet, but what if something happens? And if we did not move forward with this for whatever reason or delayed it forever or something like that, and something happens, what is the liability risk factor here, or is there one?
For the city.
If you could comment on that, because a few people did mention that both in emails and tonight.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Snyder, I wish I could give a simple answer to that question, but it is a very complex legal question. And I'll be honest with you, I think a lot of people think they understand negligence liability, and to some extent we do, but what needs to be understood here is the Government Tort Claims Act, and concepts in that act such as the dangerous condition of a public property. And another very important concept in this context is what's called the design immunity. And for example, the design immunity is a pretty broad immunity that says that the government is not an absolute guarantor of that accidents won't occur at intersections. That, in fact, if an intersection is designed and constructed in accordance with an engineered plan, and the engineer signed off on that design, and the construction was consistent with the design, the public entity is pretty much absolutely immune from liability.
So even this particular intersection, which has changed over time, it's not like that intersection was put together in one piece the way it is today. It's been constructed and changed. I mean, there wasn't a state street from De La Vina to Constance, and that's why the Y is the way it is. So are you saying that because over time there were different projects and because engineers signed off on each piece of it, where that fits that criteria?
I am saying that. Pretty much, and I haven't dealt with this intersection with respect to a lawsuit, but I've dealt with quite a few intersections, city intersections. Haley, Anacapa, we had a very serious intersection, very serious accident with litigation. And the case was dismissed on the basis of design immunity, and that dismissal was upheld by the Court of Appeal on the basis of design immunity. And in fact, there were a lot of evolutions to the changes to that intersection, but fortunately for us, the city is very good at record keeping, and we were able to construct over a 20-year period that each of those changes was actually very well considered by Public Works and by traffic engineers and signed off on. And in fact, the changes were typically in response to safety concerns, where we did have history of some accidents, not always serious accidents, but responding to the fact that both Public Works, Police Department, Risk Management, all track our accidents at intersections, and we respond to them. But I think the main answer here is that this is actually a very complex legal question. And getting back to what the law defines as a dangerous condition of public property. And that is not just that someone got hurt at an intersection. It does involve, in even that concept requires some history of accidents and the causation of those accidents being the same. And if you will, that first accident is typically very difficult to establish municipal liability after the first accident, and even the second. If there's 3 accidents, even design immunity is probably not, and they're all the same sort of causation, and it becomes apparent that there is a defect in some way, despite the fact that it's designed in accordance with traffic industry safety standards. That let's say that third accident, you're going to have a hard time avoiding liability. But it doesn't sound like we're talking about that here. And you know, it's interesting that I think both sides of this debate have really made the point that, well, you might have liability. And it's just so fact dependent, and it's such a, I guess, esoteric area of the law. It's not quite as black and white as I think some people would think.
Okay, thank you. Going back to the funding issue, the $1,032,000 allocated out in either 2010 or 2011, and the timing of putting this plan together in 2009, is there some deadline from the state that they need to see some plans before, like a year, 2 years before they allocate the funding that's already been granted to us? I mean, we're in the queue. Is the trigger that we have to send plans in to get in the queue? And so, but if we needed to look at the plans in some more detailed way and it took longer to answer some of the issues here, do we lose the money? Is there a cutoff date where if we don't, you know, if we say, unless we withdraw the project, but if there's a date where we're saying, nope, sorry, this money will never come to you no matter what because it took you too long to get back to us with final plans?
The simple answer to your question is no, there's no cutoff date. We had a deadline on the grant initially, but the state of California removed that deadline because the amount of money that became available under the TCRP program wasn't coming in as much as they had anticipated. So there's a lot of cities in our condition where we just got to get in the queue. So whenever we get in the queue, they'll fund it as the money becomes available.
Now, certainly there's the risk that construction costs may go up over time and so waiting might cause that, and that's what we're seeing with the questions earlier about why was the cost a different number than it is today because of projected new construction cost. Okay. And then there are 5 different intersections with this money. Can we put some part of it in the queue before the others? For example, to me, the De La Vina Figueroa and De La Vina Cannon Perdido are no-brainers. Why don't we just move? I mean, can we move that along and then, first, for example? Is that something we can do, or do we have to do it all in one package?
I had a conversation with the SBCAG staff this afternoon about that, and we can, whenever a project is ready to go out to bid, whether it be one intersection or 2 intersections or all 3 or all 4, we can put it in the queue. So if we have De La Vina Figueroa ready to go out to bid or Cannon Perdido and De La Vina, we could submit for funding for that particular phase of the project. And it does not mean the balance of the money goes away. It just remains on the books until...
It stays, it just goes down as we're spending
We just draw down on the money.
Okay. So now I want to get back to the picture. Actually, if you could put the layers on. First that one. We'll go back one, actually, to the little park. So I guess where I'm going, and I'm morphing into somewhat comments, it's a rare day when David Pritchett and Lanny Ebenstein are agreeing on something. So I think we might need to look at, what are the issues here that we're looking at? And there seems to be 2 major issues on both sides. One is the vehicle access to take a right turn and not have to stop at a light and take longer, and the congestion piece of it. And the other piece of it is the safety of bicyclists, especially if they want to go across, they want to stay on State Street and not go down De La Vina. And there have been some comments today, specifically the green arrow, which is not on this plan. Is that correct? That's been something, am I missing that? Is there a green arrow that can always show?
In the plan that we have before you, the wiring, as part of the plan, the wiring is in there, but actually not the signal head. So we put in the wiring so that if it became an issue, You can always put the head.
Became an issue?
If it became an issue.
Okay, so
Well-
I don't mean to be a...
See, we already
Okay.
thought ahead. We got the wire in there.
Okay.
So you can put the head up, and then you can have green all day long.
Okay, so that still doesn't solve the concern about the bicyclists if they want to stay on State Street. But what is to preclude us, and I'm not an engineer, but the new green little park area of having just a bicycle, just a little narrow bicycle pathway if people want to go on De La Vina? I mean, what's stopping us from doing anything like that? Is anything stopping us from doing anything like that? No. Okay, so here's my point. Right? We got the issues about the cars. It's cars versus bicycles. We feel like it's a zero-sum game going on here. And I'm not happy with that. I'm not happy with ramming some project down that some people feel like it's being stuffed down their throat. At the same time, there are merits to portions of the project. And I don't think we've really figured out what it is that's going to work for everybody. The funding issue, it's not like this money is here. I want to use it in a way that best meets the needs of the community. So if we can bifurcate out some of the intersections, look at Figueroa and De La Vina and Canon Perdido and De La Vina, and I don't even know what the other ones look like, so I can't even comment on Alomar and Constance. So that's, I guess, another conversation. But to me, those two are no-brainers. Let's move it forward. Let's get those traffic signals up, and because for pedestrians, for bicyclists, for buses, whatever. And then this one, it's got to go, in my opinion, it needs more vetting. It needs more figuring out to answer the questions that we have here and to get down to the bottom of what it is we want to do. We want to reduce traffic congestion, make it safe for bicyclists and pedestrians. And there might be, I guess my other question is, if you keep going now with the other layers, the crosswalks, especially around San Marcan, what's to stop us of putting some paint down now? I mean, there's nothing construction engineering-wise of trying to at least visually look at some safety pedestrian areas. So I guess where I'm coming from is this isn't cooked yet. And we're hearing it from the community that it's split half and half, and I'm not happy with that. If I'm going to spend this kind of money, and it's a lot of money, it should be for something that everyone understands the value of it and can appreciate it. And if we just say yes to it as is, we're going to anger half the community, and then anything else we ever want to think of is going to be looked at skeptically and looked at in a way that, in a way that they're not going to trust. And so, that's where I am right now. So, help me out here, Council.
Okay. Ms. Falcone.
Yes. Yeah, that's how I'm feeling too. This isn't cooked. It's the economic times that we're in right now cause us to reevaluate and do things differently. We need to hunker down. We need to pull back. We need to do the things that are essential government services. We need public safety. We need public infrastructure. And although there is a recognized interface of some concern, absolute concern, between the bicyclists, the pedestrians are less. I've crossed that intersection, and I'm not as spry as I used to be necessarily, but the bicycles who want to stay on State Street but get pinned over and having to go on to De La Vina, that's a problem. Now, how many times a day does that happen? Does it happen every day? I don't know. It certainly doesn't happen every 30 seconds. So there's a level of reality that we need to assess here. But we have a limited amount of money, and we want to keep our roads paved over the next 2 or 3 years, depending on how long this thing lasts and how long it's going to take us to not just level off, because we haven't found the bottom here yet. It's going to take us a while to not only level off, but never mind to come back. Now, I know that there's a serious amount of money that is promised to us through the feds, the state, however you want to channel that grant. But the reality is that the state of California is on the verge of bankruptcy. The federal government is bailing it out to the tune of monies in numbers that I've never heard in my lifetime. So how real is it that we're going to get any of this money? A. Let's assume that we will get some of it. I'm with Ms. Schneider in terms of the intersection where the gentleman was killed the other day at the Figueroa and Delavina, and Delavina and Coda is a nightmare, and I've personally almost gotten into dozens of accidents there. The other one, there's another one that nobody has talked about that is notorious, and we know it because, well, I know it because I drive it every day along with the Coda one, and that is Anacapa and Carrillo, where all kinds of fun happens on a regular basis. So that's another one that I don't see anywhere, but I don't know what we do with that. But never mind. That's not my point. Is not that. We need to figure out something about the bikes and the cars and the free ride. But what Mrs. Van Hoy brought up, I think, is at the heart of really a lot of what goes on at this intersection that makes everybody so squirrely. And my groomer's up there, my pet store's up there. You know, I don't shop at Trader Joe's because I don't have 20 minutes to circle the parking lot looking for a spot. The crosswalks. The crosswalk at the Shell station, which whatever street that is, the crosswalk at Samarkand, the crosswalk at the intersection itself. This project is not cooked. In fact, I just used those very words about moments before they came out of your mouth. So, you know, we're on the same page here. It needs to be expanded. The scope of this fix needs to be expanded, and it just hasn't taken into consideration enough of the complexities that happen at that particular area of town. I have great problems I mean, I know people love Trader Joe's, I love Trader Joe's, but to have done some of the modifications that were mentioned earlier and do that shared parking for those two facilities, it doesn't work. We need to really examine that. Coffee Bean and Tea Leaf, gotta love them, use them all the time. That location is nuts. There's just, it's people coming and going all the time. It's too small. It doesn't have enough parking for that spot. So there are a lot of things that go into why this intersection is goofy to some extent when you're not in a car. It works perfectly fine when you're in a car. The shallow curve and the fact that allows you to bank and keep your speed or something, the physics of it, I don't know. I don't really understand. But that seems to be something that we need to look at as opposed to just eliminating it. And if we do eliminate it, that's one thing. But as I said, some of these things haven't been fully vetted. They haven't been fully thought out. I am an absolutely ardent opposition to redesigning this thing up here tonight. I will not do that. And since there's no cutoff date for the loss of the funds, then we're not under some sort of time pressure. I found the history lesson from Mr. DeForest very, very interesting. Thank you very much. I'm not going to go so far as to say this intersection is historic, but everything has history. How can we have history, you know? So I really did like plugging that in, and it makes a lot more sense as to why it looks the way it does. Liability goes both ways. Now, should something happen, heaven forbid, you know, nobody wants anything to happen, but if something should happen, I can't help but think that as in defending the case against the person who gets hurt or whatever it is, that the long, decades-long history of safety or lack of incident, if you will, let me put it that way, lack of incident would help to establish that there is no design flaw. On the other hand, should we make changes, radical changes, and something then happens, it's much easier it seems. Whether it prevails or not, who knows. But it's easier to argue that, well, it was fine before, nothing happened for 42 years, now you've messed it up, you've done something to it, something has happened, well, now then. So, do you see my point? And I think that Mr. Wiley would certainly agree that those two arguments could be made, and it would make it easier for me to argue the case that you did something that didn't work too well. So liability goes both ways. You have to, flip that coin around and analyze it from the other side as well. We have to fix the interface with the bikes. But as I said, in these economic times, I think that there are other intersections that I find as a priority. There are crosswalks at this location that have not been taken into enough consideration. I mean, maybe there's one of those push lights that we have on State Street that we're putting in various places, like on Cambria Boulevard. I don't know. This is why, Doctor, we have you. So, because all we can do is cause trouble, but you actually are armed with a toolkit of solutions, and I think we need to go back at this one. So I will be supporting some notion of tabling this, taking it back, looking at it, moving the other two intersections forward, at least the other two intersections. I'm not saying we shouldn't do something here. We do. This ain't it yet, I don't think. So that's where I am, and I really don't have any faith in the world at all that we're going to get any money out of the state of California, because if they see money coming in, the first thing they're going to do is try to put it in their own pockets. They're not going to give it to us or anybody else, quite frankly. They've got $42 billion to find. That's real money. So that's where I am. Thank you. And I can make a motion to that effect if you want.
Mr. Williams?
Well, I just want to start to say that I do generally support projects that facilitate the thought that people should have the choice whether or not to take a car and improve the bikeability and walkability of the city. And though I tend to like projects that are a win-win. I think the Mission Street underpass is an example thereof, or in my mind, creating a third transit lane on Upper State is another way to not, increase the viability of alternative forms without necessarily slowing down car traffic. So this project had a little bit of heartburn for me. What I think, though, is really interesting is that a very simple thing, in my mind, takes that away, which is the fact that the project has been designed with the potential of having a right-hand turn arrow. And we do have the technology now where that arrow can be deactivated by an oncoming bike or a pedestrian pressing a button. And so I don't honestly see why this needs to be a zero-sum game between bicyclists, pedestrians, and car owners, because I think there's an elegant technological solution. I think the project should probably go forward. I think there is the detail of the turn lane, of the turn arrow, but I believe that that's accomplishable. This is obviously not in its final phase. It would come back to us before we go out to bid. I think we should approve it, but with the certitude that we need to have a right-hand arrow mechanism, so that essentially you still get the right-hand free turn just a little bit slower, because it's not as quite as fast to go like this as it is to go like that. And I really think that that's a minute difference. And to me, it comes down to also something that I think only one person talked about, which was the safety of children in this area. I sit on the board for Peabody Charter School, and we looked at it and saw a picture of a place that we've changed a Y intersection to a T intersection right next to a school, and everybody goes, well, no, that's a no-brainer. It's right next to a school. Well, there's a school a block away. and it's a great school. It's one in which many students go to and from the school on bike and walking, and there's a tremendous interplay between the park and the neighborhood, where there are a lot of families that have children, and I think that this project can increase that safety, and I don't think that it needs to impair car traffic in order to increase that safety, and so I believe it should continue without or with a right-hand turn arrow to solve that dilemma.
Okay, thank you. Mr. House?
Seems a little unfair. I was the last one to click my light now, but I'll be very brief. I do support the project. After getting all those questions I asked a little while ago answered, I think those are important questions people raised, and I believe the basic principle is that our intersections should be safe for all users. I don't think that there's anyone who should come up to an intersection and have to feel unsafe, especially when we have options and ways to make it so that they can feel safe. It's next to a major park, and it's heavily used, and that intersection, that part of town, is getting more and more like a place, where before it was really just a place where two streets kind of came together. Now there's more and more active use there, and people are walking a lot more, and bicyclists definitely use that. That's State Street and De La Vina both are very important. So I think that it's been beautifully designed, and I disagree really, and I mean this respectfully really with my colleagues that have said this otherwise. This has been through a tremendous amount of process and vetting. The alternatives have been really explored, and the design, the beautification of that will, I believe that when we get done, the landscaping will win awards. It's going to be really gorgeous. So I do support this, and I think that it should move forward at this time, and we should try to get the money if we can.
Okay. Mr. Horton and then Mr. Francisco.
So a couple of overriding principles that impact on this for me, and I kind of need to put the finance chair hat on for the city at the present time. And I've never seen a time like this as uncertain, certainly in my adult life, and I've been in finance my entire life in various jobs. And what that implies for me is that I know there's transportation or project improvement money here, but there's also nearly $500,000 worth of city streets funds, and I share Ms. Falcone's concern and worry that this we won't get the money from the state, and then what are we going to do? And do we want to tie our hands? So that's one thing. The other thing that comes clear to me is that something has to be done at this intersection. I'm not happy, and I don't want to leave here tonight having done nothing. I think that something has to be done. Now, what are some other factors for me, at least? I was on the first Transportation and Circulation Committee, initial member of that committee, and I studied the circulation element in great detail and many times. And the circulation element, as several in the audience have said, does ask for balance in the city. And this area doesn't have balance anymore, and that certainly relates to safety. This intersection, I've lived in town, and starting at a pretty young age since 1949, and the change in that part of town is just incredible. I don't know what the percentage of traffic volume or pedestrian volume is, but it's got to be 100 times what it was. And that means that the pressures on there, and particularly even in the last 5 years or so, the pressures are intense, and it's no longer balanced there, in my opinion. I think it's balanced totally in favor of the car. So I conclude that the change means that we have to do something. We have a responsibility as a city to do something. But my question remains, and I share that, I think, with both Ms. Schneider and Ms. Falcone at least, is that is this the right project, the right design, the right price, and the right time? And I think it's an awful lot of money to spend for a result which looks, to me at least, questionable. I wonder if we could do a different project. I would like to see options. I think there's intersections in town in areas such as Shoreline Park, where we have taken the idea of safety head on, and we've done something, and I'm up there all the time, and I see cars come to a stop. There's a broad pedestrian area there. Mothers with children and bicycles and everything cross and go over to the park area, and that was a relatively inexpensive project. So I think it can be done, and I didn't see any of that here, and Doss and others have mentioned the turn arrows and things like that, and that's all something that I'd like to see thought about, but I don't see it in this recommendation. I do think something has to be done. What it is, I'm not sure, but tonight I'm not able to support this recommendation as it stands.
Okay, Mr. Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with Ms. Schneider that there are ways to make this intersection better for cyclists and pedestrians without the sort of one-sided plan that we're looking at tonight. And having followed this very, very closely from way back, I can say that though this plan has received a lot of review, it has never changed. It's impervious to change. And in fact, back at that November 2007 meeting of the TCC, people on the TCC suggested, well, why don't you put in a right turn arrow? And the reply was, well, we've put in the wiring for it. And that's still where it stands today. It seems really, really clear. I mean, I'm not very far from that intersection. I do shop at Trader Joe's, and I'm around there a lot. There are pedestrians that cross there. There are bicyclists that go through that intersection. There are probably 100 times as many automobiles. And so we at least have to consider the fact that given that area is a commercial shopping district, and the vast majority of people who go shopping in cars, not on bicycles, we at least have to give some consideration to maintaining ease of use for the people who are the vast majority of the users of that area. Now, of course, we still have to have safety for all the other people who are using it, and I appreciate the work that the Bicycle Coalition and Coast do as advocates on those issues. But I think it's a mistake to believe that people who use automobiles are somehow against those. I had a funny experience a week or two ago. I was showing someone wanted to understand what are they planning to do here. So I went for a walk with a friend of mine, and we stopped at the infamous crosswalk there, or the infamous crossing at Samarkand. And I was just pointing something out. And this is Santa Barbara, after all. Drivers on both sides came screeching to a halt and were saying, "Go, cross, cross, cross." I wasn't even trying to cross. So, and I know, there's a mix. There's people who aren't careful enough. There are people who are reckless. But I think, the vast majority of people try to follow the law and try to do the right thing. So if we could reconfigure that intersection in a way that facilitated that a little more without unnecessarily impeding automobile traffic. And what I'm saying is, I think, for instance, the suggestion that Ms. Schneider made, that perhaps there's a way, for instance, I had never thought of actually putting the bike lane through the park section, but I mean, that would eliminate a lot of problems for cyclists if the people who are on bicycles and wanting to go on Delavine into town could just cruise through there without dealing with any cars or any signals. I mean, that would be fantastic. I also think that a right turn arrow is an absolute necessity, because reality is people aren't crossing that street very often on foot or on bike. Automobile traffic through there is far more common. So if the automobile traffic gets a red light when pedestrians or cyclists are trying to cross, that's great, that's fine. But the vast majority of the time, nobody else is trying to cross it, and we should continue to make it an efficient intersection for the automobile traffic. So I think Ms. Schneider's suggestion here is a good one. I think that the direction from council should be, yes, we want to change this intersection, funds available, funds permitting. and make these kinds of improvements. But let's do it in such a way that we really balance the needs of all the users of the intersection. I also agree with the suggestion that since part of this project is other intersection improvements further up De La Vina, and those are completely uncontroversial. We're talking about putting in signal lights. We already know we want to do that. Let's go ahead with it. And in the meantime, let's come up with a more balanced plan that will improve safety and preserve as much efficiency for the majority of users of that intersection as possible. So that's what I would go along with.
The speed of the free right turn is the real issue here. And the only way to slow that that I think, is not to make it an on-ramp of the freeway, which is really what it is now because it's tilted and you really do go faster around there. So I think closing that off and making that part of the park just makes a lot of sense to me. And doing a right turn arrow, if that works out, is perfect. I agree that Ms. Schneider, maybe we can do a little bike path through there, but we'd have to study that and see if that would work. But I think it's a good thing to study. It actually, I always find with these things, they're very cloudy at first. There's all these things coming at you, and then as you work through them, it becomes clear. And the clarity for me is just that we need to slow that traffic turning right. We don't need to slow the traffic going east or west. It seems to be doing fine. And I know there are Calle Palo, Colorado, right there, has a little issue there. But it has an issue with cross traffic, but that's not in this, and I just don't see putting a light there or anything like that. There's already lights at the other end, so we could work on that in a different way. But I think this is a good solution. I don't want to paint those lines there until we get the traffic slowing down. That's dangerous. So I think it's a good one. It addresses the circulation element balance. It addresses our bicycle master plan. It addresses our pedestrian master plan, and all of those things which were fully vetted in public hearings. And if we want to change them, we have to go back and do that. But for right now, I think it's a good deal. So I'm going to move that we go along with the staff recommendation A, B, and C, but add the possibility of a bicycle turn right lane through the park, and see where that goes. Is there a second?
Madam Mayor, I'll second that, but only if it includes the element of the right turn arrow piece that has been mentioned by a few people.
They said they're going to wire it, and I think that's a good idea.
Well, and put
it's
got the
too.
light. I mean, it's
thank you.
But I think that
sure
is a big thing. But I also want to ask staff a question while I've got the mic. And Mr. Horton had said $500,000. And I didn't hear that or didn't see it anywhere in the staff report of local money, and I thought I understood, and you can help me if I'm wrong here, that this is money that's already been is already established as part of our capital program with this project in mind for some time, and it's not something that's going to draw down like we have other projects that are street fund projects, right? Lots of other things being done. So this is 250. Yeah,
$250,000.
Right.
Correct.
And of that, we've spent some portion of it already, correct?
The total, Madam Mayor and Councilmember House, the total amount of local dollars that's allocated under this funding proposal is $318,000
For all
of
the
local dollars
projects.
for all the projects and all the phases.
Right.
So we've already allocated and spent essentially $40,000 of local money in the design process so far,
Right.
and we're asking for another $20,000 to complete the final design and incorporate the design elements that you've included. I don't see that being a problem, but the total was really the $318,000.
But the amount that you're asking, the action you're asking for tonight is for the $20,000 additional so that we can design Figueroa and De La Vina and the other one so we can have the signals.
And complete
right?
this signal, exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
Madam
Madam Mayor?
Are you finished?
I'm finished. I just wanted to make sure it was clear that what we're talking about here in terms of the scope of our local contribution and the fact that by investing that much, what we're getting back is over $1 million.
That's correct. And we won't be actually spending our contribution relative to the construction dollars until they're allocated from the state in the next year or two.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Williams.
I think it's important for us to remember that this is not a final design, and we want some changes. It's not fully cooked. That's why we need to get a final design.
Right.
That's what this procedural hurdle is tonight. I think this council is unanimous in the fact that we want to improve the intersection without socking it to car users. We want to be able to make it be a intersection that all users can use, that's safer for pedestrians and bikes, but that still provides some level of free flowing through that right-hand turn. Mm-hmm. I think giving it the ability to go forward and complete final design will help us accomplish those goals that we are all articulating tonight. And I think that the mayor's motion is a good one. I think we need to be very definitive about some of the things that we like and don't like, and I think we have been very definitive about that tonight. And it still has to come back to us after final design, and look, this isn't going to be built for another 2 years. There are still plenty of procedural hurdles for this project to go forward, and we can change it as it goes. And that's what tonight should be about. So I'm going to support the motion.
Okay, good. Ms. Falcone?
Thank you. I won't be. I'm just really not comfortable with the fact that there's still so much dissension over the project, that bringing it back in and having it go through more discussion, expand the scope a little bit, take into consideration some of the other factors that go into this. I know that there's been a long process, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's been effective or that it's complete, just because it's been, through various different steps. Unless you're not going to please everybody, that's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is that you do have a great deal of discomfort with this. You have some that are supporting it and you have some that are not. And I think we can do a better job at that with the community, bring the community together more, get more of the understanding of what is trying to be done, and get more consensus around it. I'm not comfortable going forward with this at this point. As I said, I don't want to add elements here. I think we can bring it back in. We can toss it around some more. People can then maybe look at some of these other ideas. More heads are better than one. I mean, you can't run things by committee, but you can certainly get all the information you can. All information is good. What you do with it, that's the difference between success and failure. So I am still not comfortable moving forward with this. I would like to see the other two move forward, as I said, because as Helene said, those are no-brainers. Absolutely, couldn't agree more. But I'm just very uncomfortable with the community being this divided. This is not necessarily. I mean, it's my decision, yes, but it's your, it's your community. So I'm not going to do it when it's split like this.
Okay, Mr. Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In response to Mr. Williams' assertion about our ability to go forward with this recommendation and then make changes along the way, well, that's not actually how it works. If you look at the recommendation, item B, that item is approve the final design elements for the project as presented to the Architectural Board of Review on May 8th, 2008.
I think that's clear in the mayor's motion. That's
excuse me, Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams, you'll have a chance to speak, I'm sure. What this is about is the ABR is not happy with this plan. The TCC may be, okay. But through the long vetting process, this has been before the ABR twice. Both times, the ABR has rejected this design. So what we're being asked to do in this recommendation is to overrule the ABR. and to approve the design that was presented to them. That's what this is about. And what I'm hearing here, both from fellow council members and from the community, is that we aren't happy with the current design, that we agree with the ABR on that. And so I'm fully supportive of the idea of improving the safety of this intersection, and I think we can do it in a more balanced way. And I've heard some good suggestions up here. I think if we listen to the other design review groups in this community a little more closely, a little more open-mindedly, I think we can find a solution that the vast majority of people will be happy with. That solution is not in this recommendation.
Okay, Ms. Schneider.
Thank you. I think we're close. Well, first off, if anyone's invested in Trader Joe's, you've just earned a lot of money tonight because everyone's been mentioning Trader Joe's. I love Trader Joe's too. I think A and C is something that we were all saying earlier we agreed with, that recommendation A is go back to TCC with the concept and keep working on this. As we were all saying, there might be some suggestions of dealing with the issues and concerns we've heard tonight and trying to find a way that better balances out the modes of transportation, all modes of transportation. That's A, as I understand A. C, in terms of the $20,000, the project design mostly has to do with the other two intersections of De La Vina Figueroa and De La Vina Cana Perdido. Is that correct? And C? Recommendation C, that $20,000, I think Mr. House mentioned that before.
Madam Mayor and Councilwoman, yes, actually, the $20,000 is necessary to complete this design and allow the design completion of the other two intersections to occur.
Okay, so by approving recommendation C, assuming everyone up here says this isn't quite ready yet and we need some tweaks, we would still need to approve recommendation C. So the issue here is recommendation B, which is I think what Mr. Francisco is saying, is to look at, to actually approve the final design elements, but I don't think that's there's the rub. And I heard Mr. Horton say that I want some options to come back or something like that. And so is there a way we can, I would love a unanimous vote up here that addresses the needs here. And is there a way to move forward with the two other intersections, go back to TCC to figure out a better way to balance the design elements and make, and I don't know what the next step would be then, if you come back here or what, but can you help me out here?
Madam Mayor and Councilwoman Schneider, yes, we can go forward with the design for the other two intersections that are a pretty straightforward signalization project and would allow the continuation of the opportunity to keep things moving that are not in the controversial area, I guess I would say. On this one, the direction that I'm hearing from council is if there's a consensus that there are elements of this that you agree with, you want to see some change, you want to see some improvements, that we haven't hit the balance yet, and that's something that we could go back and work on a design that tries to achieve that balance.
And I think that was the intent behind the mayor's motion, but I think the language in B, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the language in B by actually approving final design elements is what's hooking us up here. Well, A is direct staff to go back to the TCC. To TCC, and I guess we could reword it to, improve the concept of the project. No? Okay. Well, I can't win them all. I'm trying.
Well, actually, I added the bicycling thing, and there was something else too. So B isn't really accurate. You're right. So we could say approve in concept the idea of slowing the right-hand turn traffic and have it come back to us when we put it in there.
I'll make a substitute motion that we...
Well, I haven't withdrawn my motion.
Sure.
And I'm not sure what's your idea for a different motion?
I would just say that we, seeing where the council is going, is to send this back to TCC. Say we want a right hand turn arrow that's somehow activated, and we want them to look at the bike lane configuration and to better balance the needs of all users of the intersection, and then it will come back to us, and we'll relive this whole nightmare over again. But it might be better, and therefore, you know, and of course, I think to do that, we would have to also approve C, which is the amount for the engineers.
Well, the ABR approval has to do with ABR is a design review board. They're looking at the landscape design and so on. They're not looking at how the intersection is configured, frankly. It's the same, you know, I used to point out ABR likes to look at the doorknobs and the doors and everything else and the windows. And then the Planning Commission looks at how the building actually fits into the neighborhood. It really does. I was on that, so I know. But so I think that what we're saying here, we've got two different boards here. We've got TCC and we've got the ABR. So I can go along with what you said about the Transportation Circulation Committee, telling them that we want the right turn arrow and that we want them to really consider the right turn for the bicyclists and to try to make it a more balanced intersection.
Well, I think the question
I'm
is,
not quite sure what to do with ABR sticking out there.
We can either send it to TCC or ABR. I think the question is, do we want the precedence of all these projects going to ABR? And some might say yes, some might say no. It's definitely the purview of TCC. And I think TCC, honestly, you know, they asked for some of these things. And it wasn't in the final design to us, so I don't think we're necessarily sending it back to an unfriendly board who's not going to change anything. Often, how these things work is we need to empower our board members to work with staff to change these to change it as appropriate.
Okay. Well, let me withdraw my motion. You go ahead, if that's okay with the seconder. I think that was you. And go ahead and make an motion.
For clarification, my motion would be to send the project back to TCC with the idea that we would better balance the intersection's use for all users. We obviously want safety improvement, but we want to see a right-hand turn arrow added and the bike lane configuration looked at. And I would maybe add and minimize any loss of parking. I think 9 spaces is not cool. 1 space might be cool, but I think that needs to be looked at.
I think it was 1 space, but you're right. That's the goal of minimizing it.
And also approval of recommendation C.
Okay, without B at all. Okay. I'll second it. Okay, any questions about it? Yes, Mr. House, and then...
Yes, okay, so if I get what we could do from today is, it says design elements. So you just listed a few that are really important or critical, Mr. Williams. I think Ms. Schneider probably has some things in mind that are really kind of important to her, that if they were included in some alternatives. I understand that Mr. Horton has been hoping that we would have some alternatives to compare, at least, and to see what might be the better mix of the issues that we've been hearing from the public. And I can understand why that would be useful, so I can support that. I think that means then we're going to see it come back here. I don't know, I want staff to help us a little bit, though, about where the effective venue is for that. And also I think it would be good for others who haven't chimed in to add elements that they think are important that would be included in any of those alternatives that we would see. So my first question is to staff, if we give you a short list of some key things that we really think need to be included in this design, it just somehow doesn't quite make it tonight, where would that go?
I guess one of the debates, Madam Mayor and Councilmember House, that staff is trying to get some clarity around is one of the crucial issues is, are you comfortable with elimination of the free right turn lane and being able to accommodate the movement of the right turn as a phase that would allow a green arrow, but eliminate that free right turn as a lane? Because that's kind of a crux issue in terms of being able to provide a safe pedestrian environment. We can work with design elements for the bicyclists being able to travel through that revised landscaped area, and I think come up with some interesting and helpful alignments. But it's that crux issue of, are you comfortable with that elimination of that free right turn, and then working within the intersection configuration to be able to achieve a flow of movements and a concentration of the area for pedestrians, and the ability to keep the bicyclists separated, continuing straight forward on State Street. Those are the elements that, if we can get that mix, that's the balance that I think will achieve the intent of what we're trying to accomplish for everyone in using this intersection.
And so there may be different ways to accomplish the kinds of things you're talking about, and they would come back to us perhaps as some alternatives from which to choose.
Correct.
Okay, Mr. Williams?
Well, I was just going to say that that's consistent with where I'm trying to go with this motion, is that, you know, if you're not okay with the elimination of the right-hand turn lane, you don't want this process to go forward at all. I mean, that's essentially what it is. My point is, I want the elimination of the right-hand turn lane, but it's continuation through the form of a right-hand turn arrow, which has the safety, has a lot of the free-flowingness most of the time, but you know, it still means that the reconfiguration would have to happen.
Well, but I think it achieves, the right arrow achieves what we want, in that it slows down the right turn people, the right turn traffic.
They still get to go. They go slightly slower.
Yeah. Okay. That's what I thought we were doing. So yes, I'm fine with that. Anybody else? Mr. Horton.
It just isn't clear to me that the wording, on paragraph A, is all inclusive.
Well, we added a couple things there.
Has it been completely reworded? If so, can somebody read it off so I can know what I'm voting for?
Sure, Mr. Williams is good at this. Go, Mr.
I haven't heard it completely stated.
It's simpler than the language there. It's just that we are sending it back to TCC to redesign with a better balance for all users, with the basic plan of eliminating the right-hand turn lane, but mitigating that with the allowance of a right-hand turn arrow so that the traffic can flow freely most of the time.
And exploring the bike lane,
and exploring
going through the landscape area. And then recommendation C also.
And I threw in the loss of the parking issue.
Okay. Anybody else?
And is there something like that we have a problem with? Or I
didn't hear anything there.
I guess that covers it. It's
okay.
I was hoping for a complete package of options here, but I guess I'm not going to.
I think at 10 o'clock at night, something elegant is not possible. We just got to muddle through.
This is as elegant as we get. Mr. Francisco and then Ms. Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think we need to we need to make this as clear as possible. I agree with Mr. Horton on this. And I think what we're saying here, at least what I heard from both Ms. Schneider and Ms. Falcone, which I certainly agree with, is there needs to be more design work. We need to see some other options here. And for instance, you know, saying that you're eliminating the free right turn, well, yes, in a sense that's true. But one of the options, for instance, that came before when the Transportation Department tried to do some alternatives, one of them was a more restricted right turn with a little bit bigger curve and a little bit narrower lane to slow the traffic. So something like that.
You'll vote for the motion, but because I add into the motion that TCC has to give us two options, I'm fine with it.
So what I'm saying is we need to be clear that there may be a variety of designs for that right-hand turn that we need to look at to come up with the right one, that just adding a right turn arrow to that design is not sufficient.
That gets at my concerns.
Okay. And if that's understood, I can go along with it.
Look, TCC can give us more than one option if we direct TCC to give us more than one option.
Sure. Ms. Falcone. Right. Correct.
Well, the fact that it's 10 o'clock at night is part of my point. We shouldn't be actually giving anything the color of authority to go forward in any way when all of these issues still exist and it's this time of night. There's nothing wrong with tabling something and giving it more time, looking at it in the light of day, figuring out actually, the finances give me pause because I really don't want to put anything out there that has, as I said, the color of authority and approval, a tacit approval, the concept of approval, when there's so much more design work that needs to be done. Half the community is still very upset and hasn't bought into this idea at all. And it's 10 o'clock at night and we've been at this for 4 hours straight. It's just not responsible. So with the fiscal constraint and the fact that we still have an awful lot of work to do on this, I can't vote for anything that has, as I said, a tacit approval in it going forward. And that's just the way it's going to be.
Thank you. Mr. House, are you? Yeah.
Yeah, maybe, okay, let's just see. And others just help me think this through for a second. There were a few alternatives there were 3 alternatives plus the no-build alternative that actually were things that were analyzed by staff, but they didn't show up in today's report. The public really hasn't, I mean, unless they went online and dug into it, didn't have a chance to see it. And I mean, if we were to table this, to give staff a chance to refine that part of the presentation for our benefit and for the public's as well, so that we could all at least see the process through which you went to get to this one. And in that process, perhaps, given what you've heard tonight, there may be pieces of one or pieces of another that get put together and assembled into a hybrid or something that meets Mr. Williams' concern, my concern as well, about how that right-hand turn functions. You know, maybe what we really need to do is to give staff a chance to take the input that you got tonight, do a little homework, come back maybe in a week or 2, 3 weeks, whatever time you need, but some period of time to actually come back and share with us what you heard us say and lay out some options for us.
There you go.
And then maybe at that point we could come to a consensus on council. I hate to punt like that because I think this is one of those things that deserves an up or down, but I think at this point that might be our best moment at 10:03 in the evening.
Okay, Ms. Schneider?
Well, I guess my question to staff is the motion as it was phrased, I think, does exactly that. I mean, and I'm seeing yeses and nos. So I guess I want to ask staff, the motion as Mr. Williams mentioned it, do you understand that to be tacit approval of something, or do you understand it to mean come back to us with options, or what's your understanding of the motion? Because I think the intent behind it was go back to TCC, figure out some things. Here's our philosophies up here. Come back to us, and we can talk. You know, we can put this down, except for the 2 other intersections that just need to go forward. So, can you?
Madam Mayor and Councilwoman Schneider, let me take a stab. Based on the dialogue that occurred after the motion was made, I'm trying to interpret what direction, at least my understanding of the discussion leads to. We went to TCC, as was mentioned, with 2 other alternative designs, as well as the one recommended to come forward to you. Those designs were modifications that continue to include some provision for a free right turn lane and also an island for pedestrian refuge. And we can refine those somewhat to bring back to you if you would like to revisit how those came together. I don't know. I don't honestly know what additional value the TCC could offer if that's the direction. So that would be the question. I think what we've also heard discussed is a clearer sense of direction that you'd like to see the right turn movement made more supportable and available through an intersection that would be a signalized intersection and would also give the advantage of protecting pedestrians. So that's clearly one option we can refine with the bike access through the landscaped area. I understand that one clearly. the consideration of looking at narrowing of the free right turn lane and continuing to include that, we can develop and bring back for a description and discussion with council if that would be helpful. Because as you said, we did not walk through all the different alternatives, but it boils down to that pretty distinct issue: keeping a free right turn or eliminating that keeping the free right turn lane that is not part of the controlled intersection versus having a free right turn movement that goes through a controlled intersection that at least allows for the ability for a pedestrian protected movement.
Right.
Those are sort of the boils down to that key distinction.
And if we get rid of the free right turn lane for vehicles, but there was never a conversation of a bike path through the new park area.
No, that would be a new wrinkle, and I think that is attractive and sounds very viable. It enhances the bicycle movement. I don't think the way the configuration would have worked otherwise, the bicyclists would have merged with the right turn movement for the vehicles, and this would enhance that opportunity for bicycles or pedestrians, for that matter, that want to continue on De La Vina.
Right.
Madam Mayor, I just want to say I've seen a configuration like that, and it's very appealing. It's not been presented to us so far, and I think it doesn't need to go to TCC. I think this is where we and staff are now working this out, and if staff could help us with making this decision by giving us a little menu of possibilities, I think we could probably come to something, and I think it'd be a good service for the community.
Well, I'll withdraw my motion because I don't really actually care if it goes to TCC or
I'll withdraw
staff
the
works
second.
on it.
Now we're on
I
a
just
third
want work to
motion.
be done on it before it comes back to us.
How's Cindy doing? Are you doing okay here? Okay. Did you want to continue with your motion, Mr. Williams? I mean, make a different motion?
I'm happy to make a motion.
Or I thought Grant just did, basically.
All right, I'm just going to step in. I move that we table this for, you can help us with how long you need to do it, for staff to come back to us with some alternatives based on what you've heard in our discussion today, based on and I'm not going to reframe every little detail of what you just heard, but obviously the concerns about pedestrian safety and the right-hand turning movement and the bicycle bypass, etc.
Make a shorter motion, please.
But bring it back to us. Well, I just wanted to give us some direction with those kinds of things. I move the table.
I'll
Move the
second.
table, and you
Move to
understand
table.
what we're looking at. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you.
Can we move on, not table the other two intersections? Do we need to say that separately?
Yeah.
Let's
move
get
this
that.
forward.
We
Let's
would
put
like
that
to
in the queue as
put
soon as
C
we can
in
for the
there,
money that we're
please.
never going to get from Sacramento.
Let's do this in two motions.
Okay,
Let's just
two
do this
motions
for the
then,
part
okay.
about the De La
Okay.
Vina thing. Okay,
Second.
let's do that.
Okay. Okay. So the idea is that we would be working with staff, not taking it back to TCC. If TCC wants to talk to us about it, that would be their prerogative.
Yes.
Okay. Anybody have any questions about this part?
No,
Not
I'm
about
just
the
amazed
other
you guys
two.
are still here. I look
Yeah,
up to
I know, they're
the
wonderful.
voters, as the people of the
They're
people
very
of Santa
wonderful.
Barbara
Good for
so
you
much.
guys.
The
Yeah.
fact that you're still
It's
here.
very wonderful.
I just want to understand the motion on the table is to table.
Yes.
Yes.
Right? Okay.
That's on the
That's
table
all it
to
is.
table.
Okay.
Okay.
Very good.
We can do that. Okay. And we're not giving a specific time. It might take a few weeks. Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Wow. Okay, now, the other two intersections, which would be C, authorize an increase in
I
the
move
engineering
recommendation
contract.
C as it pertains to those other
Second.
two intersections.
No, that's not what,
All right, then I just move recommendation C. Is that what you need to?
Yeah.
That's my intent behind the motion.
Okay.
those two.
No.
No.
It includes additional funds for the whole thing, yeah, including those two.
C is necessary for
So it's
there-
necessary
there
for
to
us
be
to get
any
the engineering
progress
stuff done.
whatsoever.
That's all it is. Yeah, yeah. Okay. There's a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Wow. Unanimous. Nothing to it.
No,
Okay.
no, before
Thank you very
before you
much
go,
for all
I
your
just want
patience. I appreciate it.
Before you go, though, I want to
We are
clarify.
adjourned. Yes.
I want to
Mr.
clarify what we're planning to do. Okay.
Okay, shh, we need to hear from the city administrator. Thank you. Shh, take your conversations outside, please. Go ahead.
Now you've tabled this, and we're going to come back to you after working with the design engineer with some revised design elements.
Right.
And the issues we're going to look at are a separate bike lane through that landscaped area,
Right.
and then the possibility of a signalized intersection with a free right turn.
Right.
And we'll also look if there's options to not have it signalized, but do the geometry such that it slows the traffic down
Right.
turning right. Those are the kinds of things we're going to come back to you with. Okay?
Absolutely. I haven't heard anybody say anything different.
Okay,
Good.
just so it's clear.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Good. We are adjourned. Thank you.